Hello, I'm Peter Svidler, and this is the highlight show for round 6 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. In the open section, the story continues to be the same, and today I will actually be only showing you one game from that half of the tournament. The game, not unexpectedly, played by Javokhir Sindarov. He was today playing with the black pieces yet again against the Chinese Grandmaster Wei Yi, and this, once again, was a very exciting and very well played by Javokhir game. It began by Wei Yi after e4, e5, playing knight c3, trying to avoid... Honestly, I am not entirely sure what, because normally you do this against people who play the Petrov, but Javokhir does not look like a person who would necessarily play the Petrov here, considering the way he's been playing in this tournament. But regardless, Wei Yi opted for this idea of playing bishop c4 and then d3, keeping the options of developing knight on f1 open. And after knight a5, in the position where most people play knight g2, he played a slightly new idea of a2, a3, preserving the option of developing this knight to f3 if you want, which is actually what happened in the game. We were discussing on air the fact that many people would have chosen to develop the bishop to e7, actually, but Sindarov goes for bishop c5, which is logical, but it does allow white to develop the bishop to g5 if they want. Bishop e6, bishop g5. Now it's important to note that you can't really, well, I mean, you can play h6, but after takes, takes, and b2, b4, if you make the obvious move bishop c5, b6, you just lose a piece to c5, takes, takes, and whatever you do with your bishop, you will lose the piece to queen b5 check. Meaning that black had to stabilize on the queen side first. Sindarov played a5, and now after knight d5, this position would have been quite a bit unpleasant for black because the pin is actually pretty annoying. It's not unplayable, but it definitely favors white, which is why after knight d5, Sindarov quite quickly and correctly opted for a much sharper structure with c7, c6, knight takes gf, bishop h4, black played rook g8, white castled, and black played a5, a4. And we can maybe stop here and discuss this for a moment. Black has a beautiful bishop pair, some control over the queen side with the pawn already on a4, very nice rook on the half-open file. But the structure in the center is somewhat vulnerable. There is, of course, still an annoying pin along the h4, the d8 diagonal, and white definitely has some play. White could play something like king h1 here, which made definite sense, but Wei Yi opted for a very concrete continuation here, b4, en passant, and c takes b3, with the idea being that if black takes on a3, which seems logical, you take on a3, and here you can play rook d1, but I think maybe the idea was rook a1. I don't really know, because I don't think Wei Yi was asked that, or at least I haven't heard that conversation. And the idea is after bishop c5 to play bishop takes f6. If you take on f6, of course, rook a8 check, rook takes g8, but black can sell the rook d-row on g2, and the resulting position, as far as I can tell, is actually completely playable for black. Black does not need to worry about this. Black has a bishop pair and a pawn for the rook. The king either on e7 or maybe even king d8, king d7, c7 will be quite safe. And the engine gives black, I think, comfortable equality here. But Sindarov, instead of that, and without even much pause, I'm pretty sure he saw the entire line, but he decided to go bishop g4 instead, which leads to even messier and much more complicated positions in some ways. King h1, once again, definitely deserves a mention, but Wei Yi goes for the critical b4, black takes, queen takes, and bishop d4. And this is maybe the first but the most important turning point in the game, where you can take on f6, and it seems incredibly logical to take on f6 here, but actually, tactically, this move is maybe a slight miscalculation. And in terms of controlling how the game will develop, it was probably stronger to play rook a d1, and then to perhaps play h2, h3 next move, regardless of what black does, to make sure nothing ever lands on the g4 square. And the resulting position is probably completely fine for black, but white retains a lot of control. It's much, much more difficult to imagine how white loses control completely in this position. Instead, Wei Yi did take on f6, and after queen d7, now the problem is, in many cases, black threatens to play queen g4, attacking the central structure, and also with the rook leaving the a1 square, attacking the pawn on a3. For instance, if you play something like rook ac1, which is a strange-looking move, just to illustrate the point, queen g4 and the threats to the white structure just decide this is instantly winning for black. Instead, Wei Yi played rook a d1. Now if queen g4, white has rook d3. But after queen e6, it's difficult to support everything because c4 is hanging. Wei Yi correctly goes h2, h3. And here Sindarov arguably makes one of the two inaccuracies he made today. It seemed very logical to begin with rook g6, but instead he takes on c4, which ended up not mattering, but Wei Yi actually had at this moment an opportunity to pretty much instantly solve all of his problems with the move rook takes d4. And after both queen takes d4, rook d1, and e takes d4, rook d1, white has definitely enough compensation for the sacrificed exchange, and this would have also changed the direction of the game very dramatically, because getting rid of that bishop on d4 and switching the game into the situation where black has to deal with a slightly unsafe king on e8, I think would have made it simpler for Wei Yi to play from here. But he did have, as you can see on your screen, around 17 minutes at this point. It's not an easy decision to make, and I think it's understandable that he doesn't make it. But after rook d3, queen e6, rook fd1, rook g6 and bishop h4, you do start preferring black, because black will eventually safeguard the king. The king will probably end up somewhere around the g7 square. You can start moving it there immediately. And eventually black wants to start playing c6, c5 and pushing on the queen side. And Sindarov also had almost an hour more time on the clock. So this was always going to be practically very difficult for Wei Yi to play. And sometime later, and this already is not great, he had opportunities to play slightly more precisely, but this is already a problematic position for white. And he did not improve it by playing f2, f4, and then dropping the queen back to f3. And in this position, we come to the second moment where Sindarov probably wasn't entirely accurate. Bishop e5 here is very strong. Instead, he made the most natural move in the position, rook e8, which does allow white to objectively probably save the game with bishop f2, which Wei Yi did find. Sindarov confidently took on f2 and on e4. And in this position, if you take on c5 and play rook f3, white's chances of surviving this position are quite high. I think maybe the idea that was missed, perhaps by both players, is this very beautiful tactical shot of rook d8 after queen e2. Otherwise, the endgame is quite bad. But because rook d8 exists, white, I think, survives quite comfortably. Instead, Wei Yi made a move that I was also advocating for live on air, but which ends up being completely lost. Rook d6, rook d6, rook takes d6. And now the only thing that wins convincingly is the move that Sindarov made, but it does win very convincingly. Queen e4, e3. And suddenly, the white king is very unsafe. Trading on e3 is never good because it creates an additional passer for black. Wei Yi already made the move queen h4 on the board before realizing it instantly loses to queen g3 and giving up on that. Instead, he played queen f3, but after queen f3, c4, there's just no way to deal with all the passers coming down the board, and the game was concluded a few moves later with black trading queens in a very favorable situation, and after, let's say, gf, c2 and rook e2, intending rook d2, rook d1, white will soon be playing a pawn ending against a rook ending for black, so that's not very promising. With this win, Sindarov is now on 5.5 out of 6. And the rest of the round ended up in draws in the men's section without really anybody having too many chances, frankly. The game between Hikaru and Prague did promise to become quite sharp at one point, but the players found a pretty logical repetition of moves around move 23-ish, in a position where both of them maybe could have continued, but the position is objectively pretty level. Fabiano Caruana did not get anything at all against Andrey Esipenko, and the game did continue for about 60 moves, but was never really threatening to not become equal. And the longest game of the day by far was the game between Anish, Giri and Matthias Bluebaum, in which Matthias played the rock-solid variation of the Queen's Gambit, declined and held it effortlessly, with Anish shuffling and shuffling and shuffling and shuffling and never really getting anywhere at all. With those three draws, we now have a situation where we still have only two players above 50%, 5.5 out of 6 for Javokhir Sindarov, and 4 out of 6 for Fabiano Caruana. So with only one round remaining in the first half of the tournament, there's a 1-point half lead opening up for the Uzbek Grandmaster at the top. It is still not necessarily a decisive lead, but it is very significant, of course. You can't really ignore somebody who is dominating in the first half so much. We'll see if anybody can actually do anything about it in the second half, but for now, it is absolutely the Sindarov show. In the women's tournament, though, there were a lot of very interesting snippets I could show. I will show you briefly a very beautiful combination that Aleksandra Goryachkina played against Zhongyi. In this position, White has a bunch of moves which lead to immediate equality. But instead, Tan made what looks like maybe the most obvious move in the position. You do want the e1 square for the knight, and you want to double on the c-file, seemingly. But what this move does is actually provide black with tactical opportunities which wouldn't have been available, let's say, if the rook went all the way to a1, which is the best move in the position. Goryachkina played e takes f3, and here Tan realized that rook takes d3 loses immediately to queen f5, queen takes f3, knight d4. One of the most beautiful moves I've seen in recent times, and the back rank problems in all of these variations mean that White basically just needs to give up the queen on f3 here, not to get mated. Instead, Tan played queen takes d3, and once again, after knight d4, knight e2 check is such a strong threat that you have to give up a lot of material. But this actually is the only game of the round which did not end in a decisive result, because Tan managed to recollect herself, correctly simplified into this position, which looks, at first glance, I think, completely lost for White. But in fact, it's quite a tricky position, and the only way to try and win it involves trying to stop White from achieving the setup with the bishop on c3 and the pawn on b4, in view of which computer goes queen e8, e7, here tries to play a5, and only after that go after the pawns on a2 and b3, because the pawn on e2 eventually will get taken out. Instead, Goryachkina played queen e4, bishop c3, queen c2, and after f3, queen takes and b3, b4. White successfully removes the pawn on e2. And this setup is extremely sturdy, and the Chinese grandmaster held from here quite comfortably. But elsewhere, there were a lot of thrills and spills. One of the leaders of the tournament, Anna Muzychuk, was actually at least a little bit worse in a game between her and Zhu Jiner. But in this position, the Chinese grandmaster, instead of playing something very logical like h2, h5, played knight h2 first, allowing knight d4, queen d1, and f6, f5. And with the pawn on c2 being a target, and also the pawn on h4 now constantly hanging, and black wanting to play f5, f4, this is a very dangerous position, g3, f4. And black was very much coasting towards a victory when Anna first didn't play g takes h5 here, took with the queen, and then after knight e3, she was still much better after queen h3, but she played c6. And now after king, queen c4, check, king g7, queen c5 probably holds. But instead of that, on very, actually not that low a time, this is still 6.5 minutes, Zhu made a very uncharacteristic blunder here with knight g4, and was back to being completely lost after queen h3, because the rook f1 checkmate threat is too powerful. And 3 short moves later, White resigned because she is losing a lot of material. There was also a very interesting game between Bibisara and Assaubayeva with the white pieces against Divya, where they played this somewhat unfashionable now, but it used to be very fashionable variation of the Cambridge Springs, which led to a pretty balanced position. By move 25, White achieved a slight weakening on the black king side by playing h5 and h6, which provoked Divya to take with g takes h6. But here Bibisara did not find the correct continuation. Knight g4 looks promising here. There are some other moves which she could make. But she played somewhat slowly. And 5 moves later, White has this passer on c6, which is probably more of a target than a trump. White is still okay. You can play f4, f5 immediately. But play continued kind of slowly. And the final turning point, I guess, came very close to the first time control. This is move 37. The pawn on c6 is still alive. White even made the move of f4, f5, but the white king is also not entirely safe, and you have to play carefully. In this position, rook c3 or rook c4, just removing the rook from the threat of taking and queen d1 check is strong. Instead, Bibisara played rook f2, and now the simple rook takes c6 was pretty good. This wasn't played. Instead, Divya took on f1 and played queen g5, and here the only move queen c3 was holding. But once, instead of that, Bibisara played queen d3, the game was probably beyond saving. Black is now 2 pawns up. There's really no attack against the black king, and Divya converted quite comfortably. And one final game I want to show you. I guess I will just show you the final 5 moves of the time travel, because it was a pretty interesting, complicated strategic battle between Kateryna, Lagno and Vaishali, but it was absolutely decided towards the back end of the game. In this position, black is already pushing, but you can still do things to deal with the threat of bishop takes h3, but it was just allowed by Kateryna, and now black is kind of winning. And 4 moves later, black just played bishop g4 f3, which is actually a winning combination, but it turned out to be a very difficult winning combination because players have not really worked it out over the board. G takes, E takes. It looks like white should just resign, but actually queen d2, d3, attacking the pawn on g6 and also preparing perhaps to use the f1 square to protect against checks is very strong. And in this position, the only thing that wins is a very striking continuation of rook takes e3, queen takes g6, and now f takes e3. Shockingly, none of the checks do anything. f2 check loses. There are no checks with the king, with the queen, but the very strong, quiet move, knight h7, f6, creating the idea of knight f6, g4, actually wins here because white turns out has no attack on the king side. You, of course, cannot take because you will get mated on the other side of the board. And the only thing you can try is perhaps queen g5, but you're still losing after queen h3. Instead of that, Vaishali played rook f7, f5, and suddenly, from completely winning, she is now completely losing after rook takes f3, and the attack is just fizzling. We're prepared to play rook g3 next, and there are no meaningful checks. She went knight g5. Now taking on f5 wins faster than what Lagno did, but bishop takes g5 is not a huge mistake either. Rook g5, rook g3, queen h3. And in this position, with 2 minutes on the clock, Kateryna made a very difficult to understand decision. Queen f3, with the idea of meeting h4 with queen g2, would have converted the extra piece fairly comfortably, frankly. But instead, she made a very strange move, queen d3, f1. And now after rook g3, f takes g3, queen takes g3, queen g2, queen e3 check. The white pieces are so far away from the white king side. And also, it is now move 40, so everybody can actually start thinking properly again, and it's no longer just playing on increment, that white just gets mated after king h2, rook g5, and black successfully converted that into a full point. As a result of today, both Indian players are now back on 50%. Anna Muzychuk beats her direct competitor, Zhu Jiner, in a game of 2 people on +1, and also Kateryna Lagno, who was one of the 3 players leading the tournament prior to the round, also loses, which means that Anna Muzychuk is now the sole leader on 4 out of 6. There's nobody else in plus. Most of the field is on 50%, and there are 2 players on -1. One of them is Zhongyi, and the other is Bibisara Assaubayeva. There is still a very, very tightly packed field of players, with the very late addition to the tournament, Anna Muzychuk currently leading by a full point, but everything is still to play for, and with the way play is going in the women's section, every day brings a lot of excitement. So let's continue watching that, and please tune in tomorrow for the final round before the second rest day, and thanks for watching this highlight show.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
In March 2018, the candidates tournament was held in Berlin. Magnus Carlsen had already defended his title twice, and the modern cycle was firmly in place. The best of 8 players at the candidates would challenge for the World Championship later that year in London. The field was tightly matched. Sergei Karyakin returned after his narrow loss to Carlsen. Levin Aronian entered as a tournament favorite following a strong 2017. Ding Liren arrived unbeaten in classical chess for nearly a year. Shahryar Mamedyarov, Alexander Grishuk, Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik completed the lineup. Then there was Fabiano Caruana, who narrowly missed out on the previous candidates. He started strong from the outset. In the first 7 rounds, he defeated So, Kramnik and Aronian and suffered no losses. By the midway point, he led the standings by a full point. Behind Caruana, Shahryar Mamedyarov and Sergei Karyakin stayed close enough to remain in mathematical contention. A pivotal moment came in round 12 when Caruana lost to Karyakin. Mamedyarov also suffered defeat, tightening the standings just 2 rounds from the end. Round 13 clarified the picture. Caruana bounced back right away, defeated Aronian and restored his sole lead. Entering the final round, he stood half a point ahead of the field. Against Grishuk in round 14, Caruana played for more than safety. With the black pieces, he converted a superior position and secured victory. 9 points out of 14. Clear first. Fabiano Caruana emerged as challenger to Magnus Carlsen. Later that year in London, Caruana would draw all 12 classical games against Carlsen, but fall short in the rapid tiebreaks. The next candidates would take place under very different global circumstances, and the cycle itself would soon face interruption.
Good afternoon and welcome to round number 7 of the FIDE candidates, coming to you live from the Cap St. George's Hotel here in Cyprus. First 6 rounds of the tournament have been dominated by one name, Javokhir Sindarov, the youngest participant, on 5.5 out of 6. Chess.com even gave him a diamond membership, saying they were always looking for Diamond Sindarov. We will see if he can make history today and level Veselin Topalov's 5.5, 6.5 out of 7 in St. Louis 2005. I'm Jan Gustafsson, joined by Peter Svedler, a man who was there in St. Louis 2005. Peter.
And was not enjoying too many things about it, frankly, in that first round. You have to feel for the rest of the field, frankly, when somebody is showing so much vim and vigor and other things beginning with a V. That's what I got. So far, a very, very dominant performance by the young man. He is wide today against Anish Giri, one of the better prepared and more solid players in the lineup, but that did not happen. Did not help many of his predecessors in this first round. Although Sindarov weirdly has a better score with black than with white so far, so maybe it is actually a slightly easier proposition to face him with the black pieces.
Well, he faced Bluebaum with white. That was just unfortunate. But before we get into the action of the day, let's have a look at the highlights from round number 6. Beautiful impressions there, but they did not show my favorite sign, Peter. I saw a sign that said, chess, love, Svidler, freedom, marry, in some order. Were you touched?
Only one R in that married, importantly. I was very, very touched by that expression of something, I'm not entirely sure what. Yeah, more of that, please. I immediately sent it to my family group chat, and they were very alarmed. Which is, I think, the best thing you can do in a family group chat.
Has it been tough for you to deal with all the affection over you many years as a player and commentator?
I've managed so far, but I feel like maybe my resistance is waning.
Understandable. Let's have a look at how this tournament actually works. It's 14 rounds, I think. Round number 7, that's the halfway point?
It is very much 14 rounds, and after today there will be a second break because the players will have concluded the first half of the tournament and will have absolutely earned a bit of time off. As you can see, no draw offers before move 40, but this generally is not really an issue here all that much because people are, I think, playing for a win in every single game mostly. The time controls are somewhat different, with the open section having slightly more time and no increment until move 41, and the classical FIDE time control in the women's 90 minutes for the first 40, and then 30 minutes until the rest of the game, with the 30-second increment starting from the very first move.
They're playing for money as well. There is $1 million at stake total. How is that distributed?
It is distributed thusly. In the open section, we have 700,000 euros total, with 70 up top, 45 for second, 25 for third, and each half a point nets you a cool 5,000 euro, meaning that people do have an incentive to score points, which is...
So Sindarov already made 55K?
That appears to be correct.
It's not bad.
No, not bad at all, yeah, and on the way to perhaps win even more money in the second half. And in the women's section, the numbers are in a different color. importantly, and also somewhat lower for a total of 300,000, 28 for first, 17 for second, 8.6 for third, and 2,200 per half a point.
There you go. Let us switch to the playing hall where Charlize is ready with some impressions.
Welcome back. We are live in the playing hall moments before the 7th round of the FIDE candidates are about to begin. Now, I will tell you, in the first few rounds, we did feel a little bit of nervousness in the air, you know, this tension. Now things are changed. Players are arriving later than usual, like minutes before the games begin. So I think everyone's kind of eased up a little. Of course, everyone is talking about Sindarov. Today he is playing against Anish Giri, who you cannot see behind me, but as usual, he has been the first player to arrive at the hall. Such an important game. Of course, every game is. The players do have a rest day tomorrow, so it's again one of those days that do they play it safe? Are we going to see a lot of draws, or are we going to see fireworks and some more decisive games like yesterday? Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. We are watching as the players slowly arrive, and here we can see the standings in both of the groups. What stands out?
Well, what stands out is that out of the 16 participants, only 3 are currently above 50%, 2 in the open, and just the Anna Muzychuk, who is the very, very late addition to the lineup after the Indian Humpikaneru withdrew. She is currently a full point ahead of the rest of the field and the only woman in the field above 50, whereas we've spoken plenty.
50%.
50%, yes. We've spoken plenty about the situation in the Open, where Javokhir is currently a runaway leader on 5.5 out of 6. Fabiano +2, which would have been a very solid, in fact, just a straight-up good result, I think, after 6 rounds. And it still is a good result, but because this tournament really, the field generally is only really playing for first, he must be feeling a little bit discouraged by the fact that there is already a 1.5 point between him and the leader and the rest of the field on 50% or below.
Yeah, he did say all the right things. He can't control Sindarov's results and is focusing on himself, but he also did mention he wasn't thrilled to see Sindarov winning game after game. Here we have the pairings of round number 7. Esipenko against Wei Yi, both on -2. We'll be looking for a way to get back into the tournament. I'm wondering if we'll see some active moves, some aggression from Wei Yi. Easier said than done with the black pieces. What's Giri going to do? Najdorf, e4, e5?
Well, we can maybe
1 d4?
revisit the point we've been making consistently, I think, day in, day out, regarding Javokhir's games, is that he appears to be much better at guessing his opponent's choices and sort of preempting them or choosing the most unpleasant thing against them than the players are at doing the same to him. So we could have the whole discussion about whether Anish will continue sticking with the Najdorf or do something more solid, and then Javokhir today opts for d4 or c4 or...
as he has been.
Yeah, whatever the case may be. But that absolutely is maybe the most... actually, 5.5 out of 6 is still going to be the most striking thing about his performance. But coming in hot in second place is just how incredibly well prepared and how pinpoint accurate he is when choosing what to play against whom.
I don't know, I've seen that narrative a lot. I'm not that sure. He was out of book early against Praggnanandhaa, got a bad position out of the opening. He was out of book, as most people would be, after 5 moves versus Wei Yi yesterday. I mean, against Fabi, he played the main line, and somehow Fabi wasn't aware of it, but there was no magic done. And against Hikaru, he chose a triangle, which was a great choice, but he also played the first line, and there weren't any giant surprises.
Yeah,
all credit to him, but I don't think it's just prep or getting lucky with the prep.
I've had some input about yesterday, and there's been some suggestion that he actually knew about A3 and the line he played, while absolutely not being the only thing you can do about A3, is arguably maybe the most central and the most fighting line Black has there, while still being equal, and makes me wonder. He did spend some time choosing, but Apparently, many of his choices there are absolutely straight up. Once you play bishop c5, he basically played the most critical and the most central line. Knew a5, knew that he's supposed to allow knight f6, gf6. Possible this was still prep, we don't know. But it was suggested to me that this is a line that might have been on his radar as well.
How was it suggested to you?
In a private conversation.
Wow, so connected. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to diminish his preparation. If anything, it makes results more impressive, not less. But today, it's Anish, who's also well known for knowing stuff. In other news, of course, we have Bluebaum versus Nakamura, which especially the German chess fans will be looking forward to. Should be an exciting matchup. And in the women's section, Anna Muzychuk might be looking to extend her lead with the white pieces against Bibisara.
Yeah, Bibisara has been blowing a little bit hot and cold in this tournament. She did win a very impressive game with the black pieces against Zhu Jiner after being out-prepared and having a pretty poor position out of the opening. Once she was allowed back into the game, she played, I think, more or less a picture-perfect game from that moment onwards. But her last couple of games were less impressive, and she is potentially also looking to get back into the tournament.
You think so?
I would think so, yeah. I think she is a very ambitious young woman, and I would expect her to play something sharp today if given a chance.
She always does, and Anna Muzychuk looked very, very solid. Jumped into this tournament last minute, but she's been a well-prepared pro for more than a decade at the very least, so it's not like she needed some openings. And you could argue maybe it helps not to drive yourself too crazy if you are constantly working like Anna. Come in sort of fresh. We shall see. A lot of chess still to be played, but so far, so good. 1 point ahead of the field.
Absolutely.
There we do see Anish Giri getting ready for his game against Sindarov. We should, of course, mention there is also a highly, highly important Caruana Praggnanandhaa matchup on this very day, where, I don't know, I'm assuming Praggnanandhaa will also be looking to get back into the tournament, and Fabi probably doesn't mind sharp games with either color at this point, so that could be very exciting.
Yeah, Fabi finding himself, I mean, it's less, actually, he was less critical in Madrid, but Fabi is finding himself somewhat in a similar spot to Madrid 22, where in terms of sort of his own personal tournament, he's playing a very solid, good personal tournament, but there is somebody who is having a much better tournament in front of him. And in Madrid, he's somewhat imploded in the second half after deciding that he absolutely needs to go all in pretty much every single game. I don't know if that experience informs his choices here. I would assume a little bit, but...
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there, because he wasn't far behind. Nepomniachtchi then lost the black game to Hikaru, but there he played the open Spanish, which is normally not saying, I want to go all in at any cost. But yeah, pressure got to him there. Maybe it's easier for him to be the hunter, not the hunted. Praggnanandhaa. What do you expect from him? Pawn to e4? Pawn to d4?
I feel like maybe e4 today. I have absolutely no inside knowledge about any of this, but...
No private conversations?
No private conversations. I'm looking forward to discussing some IPL with the young man on the rest day, but not on a game day.
What does IPL stand for? International Pro League?
Indian Premier League.
Indian Premier League. Close. And Sindarov has arrived. He's a football fan. Compared himself to Hazard, I think. Lazy but talented. That was his self-description. Anish checking if his name is being spelled correctly. And we're about ready to start the game. Al-Modiaki making the first move there. Grandmaster playing 1 e4. Sindarov takes it back, as is customary. But it looks like they're not quite ready to start the games yet. What's going on there?
There might be more ceremonial first moves elsewhere.
But normally, once your move is made, the game starts.
Yeah, I'm also not entirely sure. It's hard to judge from here without the sound on why there's a delay, but
There
now
are
the delay's
handshakes.
over, yeah. And off we go.
D4, he lied to us. Yeah, he has been preferring D4. Somewhat recently, more of an E4 player by nature. I guess that's just what he feels comfortable with. You could also argue this might be slightly safer territory than Anish's Najdorf's, and that with the tournament situation, he doesn't have to go too crazy. But that might be overthinking this. Maybe he just wants to play D4 here.
Yep. And that's their personal score there on your screen. Not a lot of games played, and all of them drawn so far. And on the topic we've been discussing on and off pretty much every single day, Anish showing us sort of the old school, beginning with knight f6, e6, and playing d5 only afterwards.
He's not giving in to the D4, D5 craze, and he's sticking to his repertoire. The Ragozin has been his main line, or one of his main lines, for a long, long time. And this is an interesting moment. Anish won a nice game in arguably the sharpest line here. CD, ED, bishop f4 in Vaikanze against Sindarov's compatriot, Nodibek up to Satorov. But Sindarov plays by far the most solid choice here, or one of the most solid choices. Bishop to g5, h6, and bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, pawn to e3, which is often, not always. Anish won this himself against Gukesh, also in Vaikanze recently. But often at the highest level, this is used as a let's have a day off and be very, very solid with white.
I was about to ask you whether this reputation has been somehow changed in any kind of recent past, but I don't think so. I think this is still supposedly the most solid option white has. There's been some development in, I think, precisely these positions, right? In some order, dc4, bishop c4, c5, castle cd4, knight e4, all of these lines are not... Am I mixing something up here?
No, not really. I just want to say Sindarov also played this in the World Cup against Wei Yi. And Wei Yi, I believe, did not go for the main move d takes c4, but played some c6. Sindarov got a little something, but in the end it was a draw. But Anish sticks to his guns. And yeah, there have been some developments, but most of them were led by Anish, who won this game against Gukesh. And I'm fairly sure he is familiar with that territory.
Well, yeah, you would assume so. Yep. Still, it's interesting. I think the next maybe 3 to 5 moves will give us a pretty decent idea of where Sindarov is, sort of in terms of his dreams and aspirations for the day, because there are some very, very dry positions here.
Now, after c takes d4, if you want to have the day off, what people do is knight takes d4, bishop d7, queen to b3.
No such thing, yeah. Already blitzed out knight e4.
The game, more or less, ends after something like knight c6, takes.
Yeah,
that
bishop d5, bishop d5, bishop c4, bishop c6. There's hundreds of those, I think, in the database. Not even dozens. I think there's hundreds.
Yeah, grandmasters know this. Anish tried e takes d4 himself, leading to a much sharper play against Gukesh. Or maybe it was knight e4, queen e7.
I think it was
d4.
Yeah, and then a very quirky idea of rook c2, e2. Yeah, and there's recently been another game like this. In a tournament, in my one tournament per year in Jerusalem, somebody lost the game exactly like this as well, which was a bit shocking considering that even I knew that existed, and I don't play this with either color.
That is shocking.
Yep.
So queen e7, e takes d4, indeed on the board. Looks like Sindarov prepared this for the World Cup and maybe had some leftover prep he was trying to use here. But once again, it is Anish Giri who's been the big specialist of this line from the white side. So I don't think you can catch him off guard here. I think they start with rook d8 typically.
And I think this is exactly how it went. Yeah, a3, bishop a5, rook c2, trying to get it to the e-file where the most of the play supposedly is going to be.
Yeah, even that line, of course, is not winning for white.
No,
it was a fresh idea when Anish played it, but as with any mainline position, if you switch on your computer, there are ways to survived there. But a3, bishop a5, rook c2 is also far from the only way to play this before, and you can think about rook c3, rook swings, put a knight into c5. So I'm a bit curious what Sindarov has up his sleeve, but it's already showing that he's not taking the more or less forced draw that was there after knight takes d4, followed by queen b3. He's saying, I want to keep playing normal chess, not try to draw my way home, which has to be the correct approach. No, it's 8 games still.
Yeah, I think it's way too early to start coasting, and also I think it would be so much against his nature that he wouldn't even feel necessarily all that comfortable doing it. A lot of people just don't have that gear, and frankly, at his age and with his abilities, I don't think you need that gear just yet.
I don't think you ever need that gear. It keeps creeping in.
Yeah, so very understandable and very commendable decision, but also, as Jan already pointed out, this is just home turf for Anish.
Very much so, with both colors. And Anish, I mean, he can deviate, but the Rogozin has long been staple of his black repertoire, and you can normally count on him of knowing every single detail. Him thinking here does not mean he's out of book. It means he's trying to smell out what Sindarov might want, and then he's going through some lines in front of his mental eye. But he knows this, and rook d8 will appear shortly.
Yeah, rook d8.
There you go.
Yeah, very curious if Javokhir will actually ask Anish the same questions. No,
we need to.
Already moved away.
A different approach. And now the question is how Black plans to bring his pieces out, because there are normally 3 different setups. You can put the knight on c6. You can try to put the bishop on c6 by going bishop d7, bishop c6, or you can start with knight d7, tending to put the knight on f6. And they all lead to sort of different play and different nuances, which I'm sure both players have studied, but I'm a bit curious.
Yeah. Anish played this, he played bishop d7 against Erwin Lamy, and he may have done other things as well here with Black and with White. In this particular position, I don't see very many of his previous games. But
no, he hasn't played queen e2, I don't think.
So to a degree, we are moving away from the things that he might be very intimately familiar with. But of course, this is still mainline theory, and Anish normally is extremely good at knowing mainline theory.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, opening battle here. It should be said that although Sindarov has this isolated pawn and Giri has the 2 bishops, which both are many times trumps for the black side, that White is very, very solid here with his lead in development and the control over the center. And in most of the lines, White can either open the position with d5, or he can go a3, b4, put his knight on c5, more or less, and controlling one of the black bishops. So even though it's a strategically unbalanced position, I don't think Sindarov is running any particular risks here yet.
Not yet, no. I think you need to either overpress or misplay it quite badly for White to have any trouble at all.
And also Black's plans are normally, I mean, if you do this, you're trying to equalize by either taking here or going bishop to d5 at the opportune moment. While after knight to c6, rook d1, you always have the problem of this bishop. And if it goes to e8, you might be all right, but it's not exactly like you're pushing.
No. We could perhaps let Anish try to remember exactly what the file says here and take a look at some other positions.
Oh, this looks interesting. Fabi is back to his old ways. Sharp position, fresh move early. Let's look at the head-to-head between Praggnanandhaa and Caruana. Some action.
Yeah, absolutely. Some 4 out of 13 decisive games. Fabi did win their micro match in Toronto with a win with the black pieces towards the back end of the tournament, where once again Prague was still trying to maintain some kind of a pretense of fighting for the top places, and that was very much impacting, I think, his opening choices. And
how many white games did he lose in Toronto? 3?
I think so, yeah.
That's too many.
Two of them towards the very, very end of the tournament.
Gukesh, Nakamura, and Caruana.
Yeah, yeah. To Gukesh in round 2 and to Nakamura and Caruana in rounds, I think, 11 and 13, where he was sort of running out of runway to fight for the top places, and started taking somewhat unobjective decisions. What is this Queen C7? Actually, I badly need a lecture on this. I have never seen this before.
I don't think I have either. So they're playing this Slav, which is already news. We haven't seen the Slav from Fabi for a bit. And this particular line he used against Ding in, where was I? Was it Madrid? In one of the candidates tournaments, but lost the game. But anyway, d takes c4, a4, trying to stop b5. Bishop f5 is the main line, e6 also popular. And Praggnanandhaa plays the most ambitious move, knight to e5. The point being, you want to go f3, e4. You want to recapture this pawn eventually, but your main plan is to occupy the center. The alternative e3 is also very playable, but somewhat quieter. Here, everybody either plays e6, f3, and mainly bishop b4, c5 is out of fashion. Here you have this infamous piece sacrifice. And endless theory. Or people play knight bd7, forcing this knight to take. And now you go queen c7. But Caruana starts with queen to c7, which is curious.
Yeah, implying, I guess, that maybe you have a different move in mind after knight takes c4, even though it's very difficult for me to nominate which that move might be. Or perhaps he is just trying to steal five minutes off of Prague's clock.
But I don't want knight takes c4, I want f3. And then I guess this is where his point comes in, yeah? Knight bd7.
Knight e4, knight e4, e5, I guess. And somehow after e4, bishop somewhere. Oh, maybe he takes e4, I guess, yeah. e4, he takes d4, and then put the bishop on e6, and maybe you are just completely
comes
fine.
with tempo.
Yeah. Maybe you are just completely fine.
Does White not have other options?
Yeah.
f4 comes to mind.
And yeah, and this is where stealing the minutes of your clock comes in, because there should be, or at least I think you're supposed to start thinking maybe that there is a punish available, including. Is it completely outlandish to consider e4 here? Is it never going to work? I guess probably not, and like queen f3 and hope for something. Knight d6, I guess. Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah.
I have some jumps there.
And knight takes c4 played. Praggnanandhaa decided not to spend too much time on this bait. Now is a big question. Will we see knight bd7 and back to theory? Or does Caruana have something else in mind? I don't know what it could be. Knight d5.
Knight
or
d5 maybe, yeah,
with
because
some knight d5s in these positions.
e6 f3 looks incredibly risky. You might end up in a very unpleasant version of the positions you're trying to avoid. Yeah. Knight
a6. Here comes the idea.
So no, Fabi was sort of in earnest about not wanting to play the main lines.
And that's the Fabi we know. I'm not sure how it's going to go. But a sharp, non-standard position where his opponent is potentially out of book after move 7. That's what he's been doing to people. And I've been mildly critical of his openings, or at least his preparation success so far in this tournament. So it's exciting to see him bringing some fresh stuff. I'm not sure if this has been played before, but I've looked at this position plenty and never seen this or thought about this, frankly.
Yeah. Neither have I. So the first question you have to ask yourself is, what's the reply to ef3? Because black is telegraphing the idea to play knight b4, and getting something in the way of the bishop on f5 seems logical, and also f3 is just generally our plan in this structure.
This does look like the move, but I'm expecting.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is e5 crazy?
I have a feeling that it might be something like this, but I couldn't quite make it work, because knight takes, I can't figure out what the next move is. Maybe c5 or something, but
doesn't look like it should work.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
But could be an interesting gamble. Yeah, e4 and now what?
Yeah, doesn't look great.
No, yeah, I think here be dragons. Yeah, you don't really want that.
Of course, the magic of Caruana's approach is, if he was just playing the first computer line, then anyone would or could do it. But he is actually willing to live in the minus, as they call it. Choose a line where the computer starts saying whatever it says here, plus 0.5, where most people say, nah, I'm out. But instead, Caruana says, you know what? I get surprise value. I'll keep clicking. Probably doesn't objectively lose, because many things don't.
I have stunning news for you, Jan.
Tell me. You played this before?
No. There's only 8 games in the database for this position. And out of those 8 games, I am currently apparently incapable of scrolling, but on the first page, 2 of them are by, drumroll, Matthias Bluebaum.
Okay, he's learning from the best.
Exactly.
Matthias plays this with black now.
With black twice, once in 2015 and once in 2020.
Are those Blitz games?
I don't think so. Where does it say where this is from?
Okay, never mind.
Never you mind, yeah.
I missed those. I haven't seen him do this in a long time.
Neither have I. No.
What is the move after f3?
After f3, everybody goes rook g8.
E4.
E4, bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
And I guess we're trying to play bishop takes c4 and d5 or something, but yeah, I don't know. This looks weird, frankly.
Let's say I make some move, bishop e3, then you want to take an e5, huh?
Yeah, I think so. This is also the reply to bishop g5, but which was tried against Bluebaum once. And after bishop e3, I'm assuming it's the same, because you can't really live with that bishop on e6 for too long. If white finishes development, you're really not going to enjoy this position. So I guess bishop e3 takes, e5, d5, bishop c5 or something.
Yeah, that doesn't look too terrible for black.
Yeah. Could be playable.
Not better either, but
no, I don't think we're fighting for advantage. No. But I think it's kind of logical we're not fighting for advantage yet in the Slav by move 10. But no, this is very interesting development. Yeah, this is also not the name I would associate with this kind of a risky, strategically very dubious sideline.
Yeah, it's young Bluebaum. Before he started working with Rasmus Svane and played the same structure for 85 moves.
Yeah, yesterday was quite something. I don't think I've ever seen a game with so many pieces on the board where players twice came to within like 15 moves of a 50-move rule claim.
Also, I was thinking, it's a slight exaggeration, but I don't think by much, that this might be the first game which lasted 85 moves and the black player was still in book at move 85.
That is a very good point, yeah.
Clearly, he knew the setup, he knew what he was supposed to do, which is nothing, and he didn't change the setup, so no, he very much knew what he was happening.
I think that's a very solid argument, actually. Yeah, it sounds like a joke, but in a way, it absolutely isn't. Yeah, and we'll let Prague try to figure out what's going on here, and we go to the other spectrum of the 85 pre-prepared game, which is the we got here first. So
sorry. What do you want?
Well, there's a Petrov on the board in the game between and we apologize to our production because we kind of misled them with this.
Okay, we can just go here. Yeah. Bluebaum with the white pieces against Nakamura, 1 draw so far, which is a bit surprising, but I guess they haven't had many occasions to meet in classical chess. I'm assuming this is German Bundesliga. I was even there, I recall that game. But they've played plenty on the internet, two of the better online blitz players of the last decades in Nakamura's case. You're also old, so you must have played Year of the Rabbit and Smallville in the late 90s, as have I.
Yes, I think we've all been there. And
not all of us. Most players weren't born.
That is a fair point, yeah. And today, Bluebaum, I think, continuing very much with his general strategy for the tournament, playing something very solid.
Nakamura goes h6, which is sort of news, but as we've discussed previously on this show, nobody's that shocked anymore by all these h6s and a6s. And did Hikaru do that in their game against Bundesliga? I recall it was some early h6 or a6 as well, at the very least. This is a funny situation, though, because Nakamura plays h6 and Bluebaum is saying, you know what, you want to play goofy pawn moves, I'll mirror your goofy pawn move, and plays a3, which is not a joke. It's a useful move. It stops bishop b4 and is asking black for, okay, he played h6, congrats. What's next? Now they're transposing to sort of a semi-Slav with h6 and a3 included. Both have pluses, eliminating this respective pin.
I actually did look it up while you were talking, and in their Bundesliga game, Nakamura did play a quirky move by the rook pawn, but it was on the other side.
It was a6, yeah?
D4, d5, yeah, knight of 3, a6, which I think is actually maybe the worst one of the lot because of bishop g5, right? c4, e6, bishop g5, in my experience, was kind of annoying enough for me at least to make me reconsider my choices.
I played this recently, even won a game with it, but not winning either, according to my prep.
Nothing really is winning, but I was very annoyed.
Sorry. So we get this Semislav with h6 and a3 included, and here is where it gets a bit curious. Bishop d3, because you could continue with the standard Semislav protocol, which here would be going for some Maran type of situation. But Bluebaum is arguing a3 much more useful than h6 here.
I think incredibly solid argument as well, yeah. you would assume so, but White often actually invests in this tempo even unprompted in the classical Maran, so understandable that Hikaru doesn't want that.
Here goes bishop d6. Once again, without pawns here and here, this was supposed to be better for White after pawn to e4, which Bluebaum does, but maybe Hikaru is using the opposite argument here, which also holds some water, that here h6 is actually very useful, stopping this pawn from being attacked by the queen or this battery, and also stopping all kinds of bishop g5, knight g5.
Yeah. Ruling out a lot of very useful moves for White, and Bluebaum quite quickly goes bishop b4, c2, which I think is also a move they often
without the pawns here,
often make in these types of positions.
Sidestepping f5, knight f6, whatever.
Precisely, and Hikaru finally having to think a little bit. I'm assuming Black is not doing so poorly if you just, although with a pawn on h6, maybe I want to cut that sentence short. I was going to say maybe just take on d4 and play queen f6.
Yeah, I think that is the recipe even without.
But then after queen, aren't you very annoyed after queen d3 or queen e4?
Ah, so there is a difference here. It's actually worse, is what you're saying.
Yeah, aren't you actually kind of
interesting,
very, very unhappy here? Yeah, and maybe this, because you do have knight f6 here.
More circumspect then.
Yeah, you do have knight f6. I guess the queen maybe goes to c3 for now, and we got or f4 somewhere, yeah.
You're still fishing for queen f6, queen d3.
Very much trying to invite you to play queen f6 in every single position here. And also
play some move here, rook e8, a5, knight f6.
Yeah, and then maybe before bishop b2 or something and pretend.
Yeah.
But this doesn't look like it should be a lot for White. Are there any other options? Can we play rook e8 here, for instance, and just wait for a move?
I would think so. Not sure how much it changes fundamentally. Like now, did you achieve something, or is this worse for Black?
Queen c3 again. I kind of like this for White a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be nice for White, but of course, this initiative can fade and then there's nothing, but it's not obvious how Black cleans it up.
Yeah. Obviously, completely symmetrical pawn structure. Black has no weaknesses. So yeah, if Black finishes development and White hasn't achieved anything, it fizzles, but you do have to solve some problems initially.
Can we go a bit crazier? Play f5? Probably not.
Yeah, I think this generally backfires. c5. I mean, my first thought is I add c5, bishop c7 to the mix, and then I think,
There's also always these themes where if White stabilizes, he's much better. Or I think in the equivalent position, rook e1 was the move. Yeah, probably it's still unpleasant.
Yeah. We generally don't want to do this to our bishop on c8 unless we absolutely have to. And Hikaru, I think, is reaching for e5 takes d4. At least that seemed like the hand gesture he was making. And
bad news for Hikaru, or it's maybe a bit too early to say, but you don't win a lot of those with Black, even if he manages to neutralize Bluebaum's initiative, so to get back into the tournament, because Hikaru is on -2. This might not be the day. But in general, also people seem to so far have accepted that, okay, Bluebaum is very, very solid with the white pieces. If he wants to keep being solid, make a draw, we're not going to go too crazy against him.
Yeah, so far we have not seen any attempts to play d4, g6 or any of that nonsense. People are treating it as a kind of a normal chess game in which draw with Black is a decent result. And
the h6 is a sideline, but it's not a way to go all in by any means. All right. We'll have Hikaru think a bit here, and
then the game I wanted to show, because here we are sort of in completely uncharted waters by move. I'm guessing maybe already 6. This is move 7, but we were out of theory by move 6, I think.
That's a new thing, no? Petrov, we will play the most ridiculous moves that can come to mind. Get guys out of book. that make them think, these Petrov theory sharks.
Yeah, not a good score for Andrey prior to this tournament against the Chinese Grandmaster. He's lost half the games they played.
And Wei Yi eliminated him from the World Cup in the semi-finals.
That was a very, very dramatic semi-final where Andrey ended up losing a completely winning position, which would have qualified him for the final. But
he still qualified.
He still qualified here, yeah, which is the important bit.
So let's have a look. D4, this is the second most popular move in this position after knight takes e5, knight takes e4, and here the main moves are bishop d3, d5, whatever.
Yeah.
There he goes, queen to e2.
Yep, I have never seen this before. Looks kind of absurd.
d5.
Yeah, d5.
Knight takes e5.
Now we go knight takes e5, so...
Threatening f3.
Yeah, black goes bishop e7, also very understandable. f3. The knight chose the d6 square, which is also, I guess, understandable because
maybe.
At this point you're expecting white to castle queenside and go for some kind of a pawn storm on.
Only justification of queen e2, no, to get these pieces out somewhere and
you would assume so. And Andrey goes knight c3, attacking the central pawn, and once again you need to finish development. We're assuming castle queenside, go g4, h4, and off we go to the races.
Is that more Paravian? Home cooking? I mean, it's home cooking for sure.
Does feel like it's very much in David Paravan's wheelhouse, these types of lines.
I'm a bit worried for Andrey here. I might be proven very wrong, and also Wei Yi is already spending a lot of time. But it looks like that's just what Wei Yi needed, someone trying to attack him sharply. But he doesn't have to do anything too crazy. He can just play quote-unquote normal moves and then use his calculation skill and solidity. So maybe this is a good course of action for him.
He shouldn't be too unhappy, for sure. Yeah, I think if you play the Petrov and you get a completely fresh position by move 7, where your instinct tells you that queen e2 cannot really be the refutation of your favorite opening, so you're probably completely fine. And yeah, you get to play. It's unlikely that your opponent will be blitzing for 20 moves here, although of course Andrey will still know the replies to most natural things here.
Most moves that cover this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, knight c6 is actually kind of attracting my attention quite a bit, but yeah, knight c6 in particular, because I do want to challenge the entire white setup, if at all possible. The question is knight d5, knight d4 anything for white or not? Because otherwise I think, very interested in playing knight c6. Because if you do take, obviously we've weakened our structure a little bit with black, but that knight on c3 now is incredibly out of play. And I want to play castles, bishop f6, knight f5, rook b8. I think actually it's sort of simpler to play with black now.
Interesting.
So far I'm struggling. I mean, you can play something like queen f2, I guess, after knight c6, but it looks, without taking even, I mean. I was making an argument that it's difficult for white not to take on c6.
Yeah.
I don't like any of the options. And I think getting rid of that knight on e5 and opening the e-file for our pieces potentially for the future, because it's a bit softer with
maybe I should provoke f6 at least.
Yeah, that I did miss. I'm not allowing this endgame, of course, so we do have to play f6.
No.
Yeah, but yeah, this
square.
Yeah, this instantly doesn't look anywhere near as attractive.
Your bishop, maybe f4, I don't know, or any square really d2.
No, bishop g5 changes my outlook on this.
Yeah.
It's still not unplayable, I don't think, but yeah, I'm no longer as interested as I was a moment ago. Very good spot by Jan.
Wei Yi taking his time, and this is what we've talked about earlier, that if you're not feeling in great shape, then sometimes it's very tough when you have multiple options, because you can easily start overthinking things. But he has played knight f5 after, I don't know, 25 minutes, which is still not excessive.
Yeah, okay, so
logical enough move as well.
Do we need to protect d4? Probably, yeah, it's very difficult to imagine being able to sacrifice it with a tempo.
So how do you
I guess queen f2, yeah, nothing else really makes much sense at all.
Can I keep chasing this pawn, or am I going nuts? f6?
I guess knight d3, knight c6. Yeah, no, this is I mean, if the move is knight c2, then I think we do this, right?
So knight f4, what can do the
Yeah,
same?
no, but the move clearly is not knight c2 here. Whatever the move is, it's not knight c2. Maybe the move isn't even queen f2, although I'm still struggling to.
Why is this so bad?
I mean, bad? No, it's not bad, but... No, this is like the rook e1 anti-Berlin lines, which you get sometimes. And
Queen f2 blitzed out.
okay.
Esipenko announcing he's still familiar.
Actually, although knight c6 now allows bishop b5, yeah, I was going to make an argument that my previous idea got improved by the removal of bishop g5 from the equation, but bishop b5 is now a move.
Another move. I guess I castle first. I'd be itching a bit to think about some c5, d4 business, depending on what white does.
Absolutely. Important to note that we would very much like to play g2, g4 here with white, but we cannot because of bishop h4 in every single position. Otherwise, it would be maybe first thing on our mind, driving the knight away from f5. It is on a very good spot there.
Funny stuff. Also looks like the Petrov used to be played to show 25 moves of good homework and then neutralize the mild white pressure. But nowadays, people know the homework is there. They're not even asking that it's shown. Instead, they're trying to get out of book as early as possible. We've seen Bluebaum thinking on move 7. Here we see Wei Yi thinking potentially on move 4. I don't know, but
arguably on move 4, yeah.
certainly on move 7. And yeah, it's the new chess. You're no longer trying to prove an advantage by quote-unquote correct play. You're trying to get an advantage by making your opponent uncomfortable ASAP.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, quick check-in with Sindarov, and then over to the women's section. Not
a lot of
dramatic
progress, yeah. Anish finally settling on something. He's gone knight c6, and then he's gone bishop a5.
Yeah,
which
now
is,
you bring the bishop here.
I think, one of the...
Here. Then you try to make draw.
Yeah, there's still a bunch of games from here, including a game between Mamedyarov and Carlsen. MVL had this.
Bishop b5
Bishop
played,
b5 main move.
Still.
Yeah, the strongest player to have played this with white is maybe Robert Rook, the Hungarian
chess
grandmaster.
legend. Knight c5, bishop e8. Anish is saying, I'm also familiar with this. Do not worry.
Yeah.
But yeah, these positions I've seen. I'm not sure about the move order, but white goes a3, b4, queen e3.
No, white goes d4, d5 in 7.
Unless white wants to force the issue. But
in 7 out of the previous 8 games, white has gone d4, d5 here, and yeah, this reaches some kind of an endgame, which I'm assuming Anish is confident he will not lose. I'm guessing knight takes b7, bishop takes a5, bishop takes b5, knight takes a5.
Let's see, once they stop blitzing, but yeah, Anish is clearly showing by playing instantly. I might have spent some time earlier, but I've seen this before. Young Padawan.
Yeah, and for white, I think your preference very much is for removing the dark squared bishop off the board and not the light squared bishop. So
Knight takes b7.
we're trying to take on a5 and not on e8 here. And the question is, Rook db8 played in the one game that still reached this position, which is still Robert Rook against Joran Dizdar in 2007, all the way back to 2007. So this is not exactly new. And that game was drawn, I'm assuming, with precise defense. This kind of an endgame is very...
Knight a5?
I'm assuming knight a5, yeah.
Yeah, this is a double attack too. Now this we can't do.
Yeah. So knight a5, rook b5, you are forced to go knight b3. I guess we go a5, a4 at some point. And you can see why it could, if black plays poorly, become quite attractive for white, because we have this gorgeous blockading square on d4. But a lot of pieces have come off the board. You probably end up trading the a4 pawn for your b pawn, removing even more material off the board. It's not enjoyable for black, but you have to assume black holds with decent defense.
But also, once again, nice opening choice by Sindarov. No position you can never, ever lose, and where maybe you can even ask a question. It's not like you're, quote-unquote, cynically forcing a draw with white, which he could have done with knight takes d4, but instead found a somewhat rare line where he can maybe put some pressure Although, first of all, I think Anish knows, and secondly, it's not where you typically beat Anish either, if he has to make some precise moves to neutralize mild pressure. He's taking a break. Let's jump over to the women's section. Which game do you want to start with?
There's some interesting quirky openings and also some very heavily theoretical discussions. And we'll begin, I guess, with the game between the tournament leader and Bibisara Assaubayeva, where the discussion in the women's tournament of Rosolimovs of all shapes and sizes continues. Bibisara still says, "I am not
critical of playing this every game, but somehow Bibisara is not watching the show."
Yeah. This lady is not for changing or some such. And today she goes in a different direction because I think she's played d6 against Zhu Jiner and she faced knight c3 against Kateryna Lagno. Today she goes for knight f6, which is a kind of a modern way of treating this position. Asking white immediately what you want to do. There's obviously a bunch of choices. Bishop takes c6, probably the most logical one, because the theory after knight c3, knight d4, as I understand it, knight d4, of course, not the only move, but appears to be okay for black currently. People have been doing it at least.
I thought knight d4 was bad, but queen c7.
Oh, queen c7,
survive,
yeah,
but
queen c7 followed by knight d4 is also a very well-known option. e7, e5 here.
I always enjoyed this line. Not the only thing white can do, but
yeah, people
aesthetically pleasing.
I had a feeling people were trying to kind of revive it a little bit with the black pieces recently. I think I've seen some games by notable players where this was tried. But regardless,
Who played this?
None of this happened. Let me check. Am I losing my mind?
Don't know.
We will find out momentarily as I feverishly click on my laptop instead of telling viewers something useful. But anyway, bishop takes e6, very logical, I think, trying to force black back into the territory you normally enjoy here with
Also
white.
in Anna style, she's saying, I don't want to debate this, I want to play a structure that I'm familiar with, and is also just as critical move. On to d3.
Yeah.
And bishop g4.
And as an answer to your question, Fabi played it in 2024, that line with 95, 95, and there was also a Caruana Carlsen game from 2019, so not entirely unheard of at the top level. And here bishop g4 is probably the main theoretical move. I always thought that when you play bishop g4 in the structures, you play it to trade on f3, but we are seeing in this game that it could also be connected with the idea of misplacing a bishop. I'm being a bit harsh, but I'm also somewhat confused as to why it's good to put it on g6, where it's going to not have much to do in the foreseeable future. Although
no, this looks like preparation, but
yeah,
it's once again another incredibly strategically risky position.
Yeah, main theoretical move in this position is bishop h5, so I'm sort of arguing against the established body of theory, but you are running strategic risks. I will stand by that assessment, that by placing the bishop on g6, you are absolutely giving white some things to play against and hope for. Muzychuk began with bishop f4. You could make an argument that starting with knight c3 is also okay, but
I guess black wants to go c4 ASAP. Yeah, this must be the only reason for putting the bishop here.
Yeah,
at least get rid of this guy. I don't know, b3 is maybe too much.
Yeah, b3 probably a little bit too slow. Yeah. So Anna just allows it by playing bishop f4, c4, knight c3. And then interestingly, after she takes d3, she says, endgame also good for me, and takes with the queen. This I did not quite expect, because I thought, after all, in this position, if you take the queens off, black's position is extremely solid, and she probably has time enough to solve the problem of what to do with the bishop on g6. I mean, I play, I don't know, knight d7, e6, f6, bishop f7, and it gets out.
I think Anna's just playing her brand of chess and like saying, okay, I know, because I'm assuming she knows, even though she spent some time. And again, who knows, but yeah, that this is safe and could even put some pressure. What do you think about this endgame?
Should be okay-ish for black, I guess.
how chicken am I? Knight h4 is bad, yeah, like this.
Well, if you're actually intending to take on g6, I'm not in favor. Yeah. I mean, e5 is. I would probably play e6 honestly, because if you play e5, it will go to f5. It will not take on g6.
Yeah. No, but in general, then the whole idea of knight h4 is probably a bit much.
Yeah. So
how does white play this? On castles?
I guess, yeah, because although. Yeah, maybe even begin with f6. If I get f6, e5, bishop f7, I'm already maybe slightly better with black.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming the moment the pawn arrives on f6, white goes d3, g4.
Maybe.
To at least stop.
Maybe just do it.
Yeah. But then e6, and you have to pay attention to bishop b4 ideas as well. Yeah. Once you have to start including moves like a2, a3. I'm instantly not as worried once the queens come off. I'm not saying it's a big mistake or anything like that, but it feels immediately a lot less critical because the one thing you had going for you is a slight advantage in development, and that is much less relevant if it's an endgame. Or I guess it's still maybe what they sometimes call a queenless middle game, but still you feel a lot less threatened when the queens come off. I guess we'll let it stew for a bit, and then in the other three games we have two, I think, heavily theoretical positions. One in Ruy Lopez and one in this Keimer variation.
Let's go to Divya versus Lagno. One draw so far. And this is, another Vincent Keimer system battle.
Yeah, this one very, very central, I think, to the assessment of the line, right? The cd5, e5, bishop b5 is one of the...
Yeah, in my expert course, I give knight c3 here for the very reason that b3, c5, I found very tough to crack. A lot of subtleties here, but basically black is not committing to bishop e7, but says these isolated pawn positions are a good version for me here. Knight c3 has other drawbacks, like allowing d takes c4 most prominently. But that's what I decided on. Divya has different ideas. And Divya is here with not one, but two super grandmasters or very, very strong grandmasters as helpers. So we can expect some ideas from these guys.
Absolutely. Bishop b5, bishop d6. Players, I think, used to play some sort of early d4 versions here until it was discovered. I think that's the correct position, right? Castles, castles, d4, c4, knight takes d4, which used to be considered playable with white until they found out bishop c7, queen d6 is unbelievably strong in every single position here.
Yeah, that
and this became
antidote.
Yeah, this became kind of unplayable sort of overnight once black began doing that. So Divya does something a lot more maneuvering for the time being. She goes knight c3, allows bishop g4, which seems very logical, and goes knight e2.
Yeah, once again, not the kind of stuff you cook up over the board. This has to be.
You would assume not.
Preparation.
Knight e2 appears to be a novelty. There are still some games, including some high-profile games. For instance, there's a game from 2015 between Niels Grandelius and David Navarra, which reached the position after knight c3, bishop g4. But yeah, knight e2 generally unheard of here.
Interesting concept, inviting bishop f3, gf, which I'm not sure it's bad for black. I would actually assume it's not, but makes the position a lot sharper.
Changes the flavor of the position a great deal. And Kateryna replies to this actually quite quickly by playing knight e4, knight e1. This has to be the whole plan for white, because now we are threatening this fork with f2, f3. All of this played extremely quickly by Divya. She's only now beginning to think. Bishop d7, d3, knight f6, and d4.
So with some delay, we got in the usual strategic idea to go d4 and isolate this pawn. And it's a slightly different version. I don't know if better or worse from the usual positions. So interesting stuff there from Divya. What do? You take?
Well, we should note for our viewers that knight takes d4 even exists, but it doesn't change anything, right? We're still getting this position which I am not entirely happy with black. Although I think people hold these types of positions quite confidently.
Yeah, I think you hold, but it's still considered a successful out of the opening for white. Sometimes you win, you have zero risk. So in general, if you play Vincent Keimer's system, you're happy with these types of positions.
That's the
Knight
best
b3,
outcome.
bishop f6, we don't want.
Yeah, bishop
Trying
f6
to win a
is-
pawn, but
well,
this looks
you actually
unpleasant.
will win material because there's queen g4 check.
Yeah, don't like.
Sorry, I have couldn't exist out. Anyway, other options for black.
Plenty.
Yeah, knight e4, rook e8. I don't really like playing a7, a6 because I think white generally quite happily will trade on c6 if given a chance.
Yeah, or take on c5 and go away.
Yeah, I think a6 is not really a serious option, but yeah, plenty of
Yeah,
other
any
stuff.
of them. These moves, but also
Put the bishop back on g4, maybe? Is this anything? Try to provoke f3 and claim that f3 is never a good idea in these structures.
looks
Although it
much,
might be,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like we're really
one, and you
overcooking it a
giving
little
me
bit.
some moves.
Yeah, let's not do that. And in fact, let's just maybe let Kateryna think here and show our viewers the final game of the round. In
Nice homework by Divya. 1:30 on the clock. They start with 1:30. Opponent thinking. Strategically dangerous position for black. That's all you can hope for.
Absolutely. We also have this very heavily theoretical, I don't know what you call it. It's some version of the Open, right? But I'm sure it has a name.
The bishop e7 Spanish. Yeah, this is the... Magnus wants to force a draw, but doesn't want to remember all the open Spanish line. There we see the score between Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner.
And Goryachkina, and these days nobody is really surprised by this appearing on the board. This has become a very serious option when black attempts to make a kind of a draw by force. So Goryachkina should have something against it, and she chooses the very, very kind of an old school approach to this entire line. After g5, knight e5, takes.
So yeah, we're not going to go through all the details, but this is a line that has appeared plenty in recent Grandmaster practice. And b3 is sort of, as you said, the first thing that comes to mind, right? I mean, you want to exchange these bishops, be positionally better. But if black knows what she's doing, b3 is sort of been deemed just a draw. Therefore, people have started experimenting with more fancy plans like queen e1 or queen e2, often involving some early f4, f5, knight c3, sharp stuff. b3 very classical, but if Zhu Jiner is well prepared, which we're assuming she is, because she's always been, it's not critical.
Yeah, supposedly very, very safe for black. Although, of course, you are still, you can absolutely play yourself into some difficulties here because you're going to end up in the position where your bishop is somewhat restricted by your own structure, as we will see in the game. If you imagine the white knight actually landing on c5 here, you're probably not going to be very happy about things. Although even those positions maybe can be held because of how little material is going to be left on the board. But my assumption is we take on e1, we play queen d6. We do control the a4 square, which means that getting the knight from c3 to c5 is a very non-trivial endeavor. And yeah, why are we supposed to be much better here is very unclear to me.
No, white is better on paper with a better minor piece and a slightly better structure, but it's just considered too little to have series winning chances.
Yeah, so Aleksandra, perhaps she did not expect this line specifically today.
And it's a very safe, quote-unquote, bailout. You're slightly better with zero risk, but you're not winning many of those.
No, not very many, no. The one somewhat pertinent question you can ask here is it possible that you're better after queen e5? That's, I think, the only thing that, there might be to discuss, which is, somewhat concrete. And then
would you ever be better?
I'm guessing no, but knight e4, like if black gets,
I want to jump here.
I want to get the knight to c5 and make the argument that the pawn on d4 is now an isolani to a certain degree, and I want to come up with the king and try to pick it up. It's concrete, I think if you don't do it immediately and black gets to play f6, king f7, you will just never touch the setup. I think this is the one chance you have to ask a concrete question. I'm still absolutely certain this is a draw somehow. But the only argument I'm trying to make here is it's now or never. Give black f6, king f7, you will just not, there's just nothing to ask. It's kind of gone. Yeah, but yeah, obviously 6 against 6, bishop against knight on a fairly open board, you are generally not worse very often. I guess bishop c6 maybe.
Yeah.
Just not allow the knight to go to a4 once again and play, I don't know, king f8, e7, f6. Or
yeah, I don't know.
No, still, like if you imagine white getting, I don't know, b4, f4, knight e2, knight d4 in, could become unpleasant. I am somewhat serious about this. And if she plays queen e5 quickly, you know, Tan might feel, oh sorry, not Tan, of course, Zhu Jiner might feel a bit uncomfortable if she hasn't looked at this in her life. Because it might indicate that, you know, Team Goryachkina actually studied this endgame and there might be, you know,
Team Goryachkina has spent half an hour and Zhu Jiner has spent 0 times.
Yeah. Well, even that actually
can happen still.
Stands for something, yeah.
Is she thinking about it? Yeah, no, d4 feels so correct, but I hear what you're saying. This knight is a bit annoying.
Yeah. I can't see any way to create counterplay against the a2, b3 pawns.
This is not
d3, I just
doing anything.
King f1, yeah. No, and also everything else is just so utterly equal that.
Just played this position.
Yeah, knight c5.
I don't know, feels like the bishop should be here, but
f3 or f4, I don't know.
No, it's surprisingly stable, this construction.
It's very difficult to actually get to that knight on c5 because the black king doesn't really have a way towards it that doesn't involve 72 moves. No. As I said, like I'm 100% certain it's a draw with precise play, but I would try it with white.
Yeah, no, it's interesting.
And we have one more game left, where kind of a familiar territory by move 4 became very unfamiliar by move 10.
What is this?
This is Vaishali against Tan Zhongyi.
That I'm aware of. Tan Zhongyi with a big plus score. She has a great score against everybody, but so far it hasn't worked out in this tournament.
Not really, no. And the first appearance of a quote-unquote incorrect opening, I guess.
Pirts.
Even though I played the Pirts a bunch in my youth, and I still have a fondness for it in my heart, Bishop d3, e5, c3 has never been, you know, a particularly attractive proposition for the Pirts players because you don't get your, you know, the messes you're hoping for.
In Tan's defense, maybe she wasn't planning to play the Pirts, but
maybe
go for the Philly door still after knight c3, e5.
Absolutely.
We will never know. But Bishop d3 is a thing.
Yeah.
5 c3.
c3. There's an argument here for the move d6, d5. It's a whole other discussion whether you want to switch it to the kind of open variation of the Spanish adjacent positions. It's playable, but you don't have to.
But if you think of it as a Petrov, then it's less tempting. Because just to illustrate, c3, d5, d, knight e4, knight f3, let's say. If you compare it to the Petrov,
we're just a full tempo down, yeah. Yeah, we're just
given up
okay,
full tempo.
Never doing that, yeah. Because this is not an MC line. This is
a line that exists.
Yeah, this is a line that people play very serious.
Which is helpful.
Yep.
Which is why they switch to knight b7, often intending to play d5 next, actually.
And here Vaishali made a move I believe I have never seen in my life. Bishop d3, c2.
Yeah, the point is to stop d5, which I think happens after a lot of quote-unquote normal moves. Like even, was it d5 here?
Yeah, maybe we can even go ge, ge. Yeah.
I think that is the point, yeah, because knight e4 would be the same position we don't want, but d e4 was holding here. So she goes bishop to c2.
And she also, yeah, go on.
d5, e takes d.
I guess e takes d5.
At least sort of complicated.
Yeah, although my initial reaction with black here would be I'm going for this in a heartbeat. I'm taking on g4, playing bishop c5 castles and claiming I guess you're not taking queen takes
I think
d4.
I'm going.
Yeah, you're not actually playing it in a stupid fashion. You you have an idea in mind. Unfair. Very unfair. This did not happen though, so we don't need to invest too much time in geeking out here. Instead, Tan played.
I know way too many things about this because I think Dmitry Kollars played this line recently, and he was foolish enough to tell me about the great bishop d3, bishop c2. It.
Yeah,
Could be wrong.
this is your Bundestrainer
Yeah, I'm collecting
experience.
great ideas like this one.
Yeah, and now the knight, as you see on your screens, has not even gone to f3, it's gone to e2, which generally is not an achievement, I would think, apart from the fact that it allows you to push f4. And this is what we have on the board currently. Black finished the double fianchetto.
By the way,
castled.
Bishop g7. I don't have an engine, but I can see the bar jumping here with every move. And after bishop g7, it says white is better a little bit, which isn't too surprising.
But I guess
f4 it says black is better.
Yeah, f4 is, I think, just
wrong, yeah?
not really a move here. I think the idea probably, and the reason the bar suddenly started becoming optimistic, I'm assuming it's d4, d5. And then c4, knight c3, and maybe it's claiming this is a good King's Indian.
If I do nothing, just crippling this, then d5 is still there, yeah?
Yeah, I think, once I castle, I will, I think it's the idea of d5. If you play c6 here, I think you run into takes, and knight c4, which might be awkward. Although d6, d5 still seems playable, actually. I'm not that worried about knight d6 check. Maybe we just play
thing with
c4
computers
anyway.
is they always think any King's Indian structure is good for white.
Yeah.
Well, if you're playing with white, especially if you're one e4 player, most of the time you don't really want those, even though you might know, okay, computer says whatever it says, plus 0.5, but you know they will go a5, knight e8, bishop c8, f5, and you will have this.
Yeah, I have a personal anecdote about this. In one of my early World Cups in Hanti, I progressed far enough in the tournament to get one of the OGs of the World Cups, Gatakamsky, who played some normal openings against me, and then in the rapid, he played, I think, maybe an enhanced Steinitz or something, some kind of an a6, d6, g6 structure. Beat me convincingly, knocked me out of the tournament. And then after it ended and we were collecting our overcoats at the entrance, he said, yeah, I noticed you don't understand this structure, so I decided just to play something that gives me this structure against you. And that is harsh but true. Was entirely true then and probably still entirely true now, frankly. Yeah, I am very much an example of a 1e4 player who doesn't really play the King's Indian with either color and struggles in those types of positions. So yeah, I absolutely relate to your theory.
Back to the position at hand. Why is f4 so bad? Just weakening the pawn?
I think it just doesn't do anything, yeah. And all you do is give targets. Like how do we continue? The knight from d2 cannot be developed because d2 is weak.
Neutral move, I don't know which one.
White to move for now.
She castle, yeah.
No. White to move for now. But yeah, what's your move here? I mean, you can.
Now it's too late for d5 because you're forever losing all the dark squares.
Yeah, if you want to play d5, you can, I guess, go fe5, d5, d5, but that also doesn't feel very attractive.
No.
Knight e8, d6 now exists, a very nice square which wasn't available a moment ago with f5 to come. It feels like we've sort of slightly misplayed it already, frankly.
If we keep pushing, then you'll break up the center eventually. Maybe even directly.
Maybe even, yeah. I think f5, we're just not prepared for it properly. We don't have the pieces for these types of advances in the center. Is nowhere near solid enough.
So f4, little overzealous. Maybe the more experienced Tan Zhongyi found a way, not to surprise Vaishali, because clearly she knew this c3, bishop c2 business, but to get a position where she could use her experience in these types of structures. Still, it's early. It's never too early, of course, to take a break, but that doesn't mean that you should go away. There will be a lot of fun content coming your way, and when we come back, we will dive right into all the intricacies of isolated pawn endgames in the Sindarov Giri.
And also social media with Zach. Never forget about social media with Zach.
I never do.
In March 2020, the candidates tournament began in a world that was about to change. The event was staged in Yekaterinburg under the familiar format: 8 players, 14 rounds, 1 challenger to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship. The field reflected a generational shift. Fabiano Caruana returned after his 2018 match. Ding Liren arrived as world number 3. Yan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, Aleksandra Grishuk, Wang Hao, Kirill Aleksenko completed a lineup balanced between experience and new ambition. The tournament was ready to begin, players and organizers making final preparations when the world abruptly shut down. COVID-19, a new highly contagious virus, spread across continents. One by one, countries closed their borders and suspended flights. The tournament continued for 7 rounds under growing uncertainty. Nepomniachtchi and Vaishali led the standings with 4.5 out of 7. The rest remained within striking distance. But the cycle itself was suddenly in doubt. When a directive came to close the borders, FIDE halted the event to ensure that the players could return home in time. For over a year, the candidates stood unfinished. Only in April 2021 did these same 8 players return to the same hole to resume from round 8. The long interruption had reshaped preparation, confidence, and momentum. Yan Nepomniachtchi emerged from the break composed and in command, collecting key wins and steady draws while Vaishali struggled to regain his earlier rhythm. Giri mounted a late charge, narrowing the gap at the top, but the decisive separation had already been made. With a superior tiebreak, Nepomniachtchi secured first place with 1 round to spare. In the final round, he lost to Ding Liren, but the result no longer altered the outcome. Later that year, Nepomniachtchi faced Carlsen in Dubai and lost the match. It would be the final World Championship match Carlsen chose to play. The 2021 candidates stretched over 2 years and became the longest chess tournament ever. It was divided by a global pandemic and yet completed over the board. And the FIDE candidate cycle endured.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, round number 7. In our top game, Sindarov Giri, we have a somewhat dry end game where Sindarov has the smallest of edges. But this show has the edge that we have Zach to fill us in on everything happening in the outside world. Zach, how's it going?
It's going well, Jan. What I have prepared for you all today is a beautiful segment on AI. Of course, the AI generation in 2026 is a very much relevant topic. Let's see what I found on Twitter for you all. Let's take a look at what Jakob Agad. Claude is unable to make a cross table based on the cross table from the FIDE candidates page, which I found was quite humorous. What are your opinions on AI?
I had a similar experience the other day. I did a video about the seconds that I spotted in the breakfast room, and I didn't double check. I just wrote down the names and I told ChatGPT, make this nicer. And it did call one of the seconds David Chirilla, who did complain to me about being called David Chirilla, and it also named Lagno, Aleksandra Lagno. So it's very useful for these tasks, but you gotta double check.
Yeah, you still have to rewrite everything, is what I'm hearing. So very useful is maybe, as the as the resident Blue Sky Elder, I think I should better hold my tongue on the topic of AI.
Fair enough. I also had a thing in which I was interviewing Judith Polgar, and ChatGPT had told me that Victor Korchnoi had lived in Switzerland for a long time, and so I said that to her in the interview, and she said, "Really? Victor Korchnoi lived in Switzerland?" And I was wrong. So moving on to our second thing. The team and I, we looked through every single AI to check what were the predictions for the favorite, the runner-up, and the dark horse of this tournament. This is what came up. Grok, Gemini, ChatGPT all responded with their favorites. Quite interesting. We have some unanimity with Fabiano Caruana there being the sole favorite almost.
I have a feeling that what this graphic represents is they were accurately able to actually pull up who has which rating, which resulted in Fabi and Hikaru featuring in every single graphic. And then maybe Claude actually looked up what the definition of dark horse is and then chose somebody who has the lowest rating. So yeah, this is very understandable.
I don't know. I mean, Hikaru does have the highest rating, and they didn't all put Hikaru in the top spot. But Fabiano was ahead of Hikaru on most of the betting prediction sites out there. So I guess it depends on the prompt if you tell them, check what's out there. But interesting to see that they have different opinions.
And how about that Grok and that co-pilot naming Sindarov the dark horse very nicely? I mean, the guy is on fire.
Very much so. I think most people also had Sindarov not just as a dark horse, but in their top 3, top 4. I mean, he just won the World Cup, finished second in Vaikanze. So I think he's past dark horse status. But 5.5 out of 6, still impressive.
Absolutely. I'm going to let you guys get back to the games. We have some spicy action. I'll let you to it.
Thank you, Zach. Peter,
yeah,
what spicy action you want to see?
Lots, I think, and that was a conversation we were having with Zach while we were still off air. The somewhat dry position in the Petrov in the game between Andrey, Esipenko and Wei Yi is no longer dry, and it feels like this is very much a case of Andrey's tournament situation severely impacting his play, because his very last move there is a move. A chess player as classical as he is, he must know this is wrong. And he still made it.
So we've seen this.
Let's get there. Knight f5,
F4, F6.
and now the sequence we were actually talking about appeared on the board with Knight c2, where he traded away the poor knight on c6 for a knight.
Wait, he went bishop back to d2?
Yeah, bishop d2 is just wrong. And Andrey, we keep on talking him up in that respect every day, and I think deservedly so. Yeah. He is a very, very strong, solid chess player who understands that in this structure, you normally work to be able to trade this
d2 to f4.
Yeah, yeah. If your bishop was on d2, you would very seriously consider bishop f4, exactly. And to play bishop d2 here, when you can take on d6, let's say queen takes d6, you play g4, queen g3, this would be normal.
But also, you can and you should play for a win, but you can play for a win in this position without going bishop d2, no? I don't know what the best move is, g4, long castles.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to go back is surprising.
Yeah, and this sort of smacks of I'm on -2, I'm kind of struggling so far, I must preserve material on the board. To the exclusion of like all common sense and all he understands about chess. And
basically, yeah, you have your pawns on dark squares, so what you want to do is exchange dark square bishops so that your remaining bishop, even though it's passive now, it will get out eventually, has room to operate. And for black, the opposite is true.
Yeah.
The pawn on d5. So yeah,
that's a very striking decision. And after queen e8, which is a very nice move, but I'm pretty sure not the only good move in the position, he is now deep in thought, and I'm guessing sort of he understands now that, yeah, previous move was a mistake, but it's very difficult to take it back.
Yeah, also.
You would like to castle queenside, but now you're getting hit with queen a4, which is going to be incredibly very awkward to meet.
Yeah, you can't go king b1.
Yeah.
a3 is already begging for
something, yeah.
Something.
Maybe an immediate something, in fact, yeah.
Whatever.
So you can't go queenside. If you play g4, okay, you drive away the knight to e7, but it stands well on e7. You probably still cannot really go queenside for the same reasons. Black maybe now wants to go f5, f4. If you play g4, g5 in response, you're just worse.
Yeah. No, this move is shocking, like anybody can blunder, but Andrey knows better.
No, and I feel like this is specifically just him feeling that he must do something to change the course of the game.
Do something.
Yeah. Yeah, castle or take on d6,
this
g4,
looks
queen
like a
g3.
perfectly playable position. This is sharp enough. Opposite sides castles.
Yeah.
You have a potential advantage with your bishop being slightly better.
There was absolutely no need to do any of that. And talking about spicy positions and spicy variations in the game between Pragg and Fabi, it's no longer that spicy, but it could have been very spicy earlier. We should actually show the viewers carefully move by move how we got here, because there were some very spectacular variations that got left behind the curtain.
Fabi played this sideline, which apparently was played by Bluebaum.
In 2 Blitz games, once in a World Blitz and once in an online qualifier.
I felt it was probably a Blitz line.
And thanks to our, once again, our viewers from Blue Sky who are informing me of all of these important details. Bishop e3 played.
Stops rook takes d4.
And there a very interesting moment happened a move later because a5 was chosen here, bishop c4, and here queen takes e5 makes an immediate draw.
Whoa.
And
I was going to ask about bishop c4. I'm assuming that's not forced. Yeah, like no, bishop e2 was a move.
Yeah, you could absolutely make other moves here as well. Let me briefly consult the oracle just on the topic of. Yeah, bishop c4 was not really required. Machine goes queen d2 or f4 or rook c1, lots of moves. But maybe specifically because bishop c4 allows black to equalize by force. And here the interesting thing is, I am pretty certain Fabi knew that this is fine. And the point is, we don't take on d1 here.
Oh, bishop c4?
We take on c4, creating a threat of knight d3 check. So if you take on f6 here, you don't get the same position because black will go knight d3 check, and then knight takes b2 discover check.
Wow.
And black actually wins the queen for the knight, not for the rook. And it appears that white has nothing stronger than after bishop takes c4 to play queen b1, against which we go bishop d3.
Draw?
Yeah, bishop d1, bishop c4, queen d1, bishop c4, or you can put the queen on c1, seemingly breaking the chain. Not here, but with the bishop on d3. And black just goes bishop a6. And it turns out that you still cannot do anything with the threat of knight b4, d3 check, and you have to play queen b1. And, you know, considering that Fabi has gone for this entire line and was blitzing pretty much up until that moment, I think he probably knew this is a draw and decided draw is no longer good enough. Which is also quite interesting.
One interpretation, I would go with the easier one, bishop c4, not in the top 3-4 computer moves that were in his file or that he looked at. But I don't know.
Also possible, yeah. And it would be interesting to ask, because I would not at all be surprised if this was mentioned. And also, if you see that line on your screen, you probably put it in the notes, just like with a note, look at this, smiley face, smiley face.
Yeah.
but he did go knight d7, and now after a somewhat forcing sequence of bishop takes e6, knight takes e5, now quite an interesting move here by Pragg.
So this is also all right for black. He's not doing anything too crazy.
It's fine, although the machine suggests maybe black is maybe a touch worse, and you're not really playing for a win as such.
And what's going on now? Castles?
F6, bishop f4.
Oh.
And you actually win the bishop back. Knight b to d3 was played. White.
Also, you're judging by Fabi's clock here. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're right. I mean, he has 152. He would have thought about stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, if he knows knight d7 exists, he must, I feel, know that queen takes e5 exists as well. Knight b d3 appears to be necessary here. White takes on d3 using the X-ray against the other knight. This queen trade happened. Black picked up the pawn on d4.
Black isn't timing here. This still looks kind of dangerous.
Yeah. But the knight on d3 is very strong. And you do get, I think, to play g5, bishop g7. I think g5 is the preferred way of developing there a little bit. Bishop a5 played. You can't take on b2 just yet. Actually, I was wrong about g5, as we can see on the video screen. Rook d7. Rook d7 played by Fabi because you need to protect the b7 pawn and also remove the rook from a somewhat vulnerable square. Pragg went...
yeah, he went rook d1.
Yeah, the other order, but it could have happened via any of those two orders. And now black is just fine because you get to play bishop g7 and white is not in time to log that bishop out with some kind of a 4e5 structure. So maybe it's even time for Pragg to think about making sure he's not worse, because the knight on d3 is much better than the knight on c3.
Yeah. Nice homework by Caruana. Yeah, that's the Caruana.
We know and love him.
We know and love, although, yeah, he does a forward of 6. Nothing has gone wrong, really. But him, yeah, picking slightly offbeat lines and knowing them deeply. It's always interesting to see. All right, how is the Bluebaum Nakamura clash? Not that much.
Yeah, feels like
happening.
Feels like black is now safely equal.
Did Bluebaum do something wrong, or is he doing the thing where he doesn't mind exchanging all the pieces with white? What's going on? The water's there. Rook e1. Bishop c7, probably a smart move by Hikaru. We didn't mention that. Just keeping the tension for one move.
Yeah, and I guess the idea is I'm assuming he went to d4 and knight e5.
Yeah, that's the trick.
Yeah, that is pretty...
Point being that you have a Zwischenschach.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can't take anything. Rook e5, queen d4.
Very nicely spotted by Hikaru, and appears to be quite comfortably equalized.
Solves all his problems if you get rid of this guy. Queen d4.
Hikaru takes on f3, queen takes.
King h1.
Whoa, provoking g6.
Very deep, or was he worried that he was losing a pawn after queen f3, queen h4?
He was still fine, but he was losing a pawn there, actually. So yeah, he is avoiding that by playing king h1. Black plays g6
to avoid the checkmate. Now queen takes. Same queen h4, threatening checkmate. But here h6 is hanging, so I'm assuming this was not a great idea.
Yeah, probably not, with queen f6 coming in. So Hikaru carefully finishes development with bishop d7, rook fe8, rook a d8. And as usual, if you can't really provide any direct threats with white in positions like this, you're just not better. And you should probably start looking into ways of treating trading everything down. And in that respect, maybe bishop takes a7 is something that you are
might be
somewhat interested in.
Overreacting here, but I've seen Hikaru win so many of these types of positions that I would even be, I'm not sure if worried, but Bluebaum has to be careful here, because there's enough activity and small tactics for Hikaru to work with.
First of all that, and secondly, even some of these endgames might not be entirely equal, because you actually, I think, in some cases prefer having the pawn on c6 to the pawn on c4, because it restricts the white bishops a lot better. Which is why I'm saying bishop takes a7, trying to just trade it for the pawn on c4 and perhaps trade some queens and simplify that way.
How does black do it?
Rook e1, queen c4, I think is the safest.
Takes, bishop b3, doesn't
Rook, queen
bother you.
f4.
Queen
Yeah.
f4.
We have queen f4. And that position nobody loses. Nobody wins as well. But
No, this should be a draw.
yeah. Importantly, after takes, rook e7 doesn't do anything. In fact, it probably lands you into trouble because of bishop e6, right? And mate on the back rank is being threatened.
Can still survive, but
Yeah, you don't.
why push on?
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah.
But you can't play any move here.
Rook g1, I think. Yeah, probably. Or g3. So seems like if you can go for this, you maybe should go for this because it no longer feels like you could be better here with white.
And we've also seen Bluebaum get into minor trouble. He didn't lose against Esipenko, where he tried to sort of exchange every piece in a similar position. But especially against Hikaru, yeah, you better be concrete here. He does have 1:45 on the clock, which I'm not sure if this was the prep or what is going on.
Yeah.
If it was, then yeah, he clearly doesn't mind exchanging all the pieces with white.
Yeah, if he knows of the existence of this position, he also knows he has nothing and might even know exactly how to equalize it. 145 is a bit shocking, frankly, because the moves we made to get here do not seem to be very forced. Yeah. Yeah, this one appears to be a kind of a quiet conclusion to the first half for Matthias. He did not maintain a clean sheet, losing that Petrov to Fabi, but -1 against this field is, nothing to be despondent about.
He's a businessman. 5K for every one of these draws.
Okay.
Not joking.
You're allowed to say that. I don't think I am.
Bishop takes a7 plate. But people are already speculating if he just kept the sweep for the second half.
Fair enough. And honestly, if he actually switches back to the first version of the sweep, he might give a bit of a scare to Javokhir, provided Javokhir doesn't win today.
Not there yet, but bishop takes a7 does look like a clean solution to there may be imaginary problems, but at least it clarifies the situation.
I think mostly imaginary, but still, why even bother? We're not better, so why not just make sure nobody is ever better?
No.
Solid reasoning.
Hikaru playing very solid game today, but also for him, particularly as bishop a7, must be a bit disappointing to see that it feels unlikely he's winning this game, and yet to end the first half on -2, of course not what he or his many fans have envisioned.
Absolutely not, no. Let's check in with our tournament leader, where the scenario I was outlining as we arrived at the endgame did materialize. The A and B pawns are gone, so we now have very solid moral advantage here for white.
More advantage, but not enough pawns to have actual advantage, or advantage maybe, but not enough to win most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to imagine how we win this. I think, it's not maybe the biggest problem, but also there is clearly one very good square for the white knights and two knights, and black is not going to be in any hurry to trade the knight on e7 for one of them to remove that problem. Even that position is probably quite comfortably holdable for black, but for the time being, you're kind of stuck searching for something to do for the other one. I guess it belongs on e3. If I were to nominate a square, I would maybe even go like knight h2, f1, e3 here. We have all the time in the world, so we might as well. Although once it conclusively departs from the d4
starting to be a bit tempted by trying to exchange
rook d6, knight in the bishop c6, sorry, knight c6 might be something which
just to wrap it up
attracts a lot of attention. And yeah, Anish I don't think Anish is particularly worried by any of this. He knows he's fine, and he will have enough patience to just stand there.
Perfectly normal game, first of all, yeah. Good luck asking Anish any more serious questions than this one, if he sticks to his main repertoire. And Sindarov does have 5.5 out of 6. He's not playing for draws, but him not playing the the craziest line in the book is also highly understandable.
Yeah, and also, I mean, nobody really knows how to refute the Rogozin, so
Also to refute anything, but particularly against Anish, very tough, because he also knows the small details in all these sidelines, like here.
Yep. So this is, I mean, the game will still absolutely continue. I think Sindarov will try to find a plan to ask a question. I guess if we're speaking about concepts here, what you would like to trade with white is all 4 rooks, I think. And then maybe if you get the king over to c3 and start pushing the b pawn, maybe you have a small bite, even though even that endgame is probably
winning. I'm assuming the black king also went to b6 in the meantime.
Yeah, but maybe that is something you can dream of. So maybe rook dc2, rook c7 is a kind of a beginning in that direction. But yeah, you just don't win very many of any of those, including the one with no rooks left. And also black is one I think we can trade. Trading the other one will be quite challenging because black is not obliged to cooperate. So yeah, something like bishop d7, and actually we start gaining space on the king side. I guess we play g5, h5, and yeah, remind white that if you leave the king side completely unattended, eventually maybe there will be some counterplay. Who knows?
No, not much going on.
No. And that actually kind of covers the open section for now. I think we've been
for updates here, but no, nothing going on.
Yeah.
Esipenko probably kicking himself badly for playing this very strange move. Bishop d2.
It's just not great. I think it's very much evidence of a slightly muddled outlook.
Yeah, and also, if we're going by engine, of course, he doesn't know this exactly, but he gives up 1.5 pawns in one move. He's a bit better here, and he's much, much worse after bishop d2.
It's just not good, yeah. Maybe as Jan just said, yeah, maybe you don't realize how not good it is, but you do know you're compromising your position by making it. And there's been some developments in the women's section, so maybe let's go briefly through the positions. This one featured a bit of a strange decision by Bibisara.
She did go knight h4.
Yeah, and black, first of all, did not play e6.
For e6, no?
But then after e5, bishop e3, which is still fine, I found the decision not to play f6 in this position very strange. Just play f6, and if you play knight f5, I will play bishop f7, and I will eventually smoke it out with g6. So we're asking...
Can black be sort of
already a little bit better, yes. Mm-hmm. Which is why I find the decision to go bishop e7 and go bishop takes f5 somewhat puzzling, because you're definitely not better here. You're not
also,
much
I
worse.
would be mildly worried. No,
Yeah.
White has nice pieces, the 4 square, some pushes.
Yeah, I would not be giving white this option. Yeah, as I mentioned, like it's not horrible, but I don't think there's any reason to invite white into this.
Yeah, and again the difference is kind of striking. No, here black is fine on the better side, here on the worse side.
Yeah. So that was a small moment I wanted to point out to our viewers as we're watching Anna's record in these candidates tournaments.
Second in 2019.
Mm-hmm. Elsewhere, actually, we have a position which is sort of a spiritual sister to the discussion we just had about the Giri Sindarov endgame in the game between Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner. I wouldn't even maybe have done that with black, but Zhu Jiner has just played c7, c5, inviting exactly the kind of an endgame we were just describing, sort of.
Yeah, this queen e5 business didn't happen.
Yeah, since we spent some time discussing it, let me show you what the engine says, because it's actually interesting. Engine says take. It says play d4. In this position, it says play, importantly, bishop c6. Knight c5, g5. Says
stopping what?
Stopping f4, very important.
This pawn is
d3, I think, and you lose the entire king side. It doesn't queen, but you lose the entire king side. And then it plays a6, a4. F3, I think it plays a5, and then it plays f6. e6, king f7. White probably makes a draw, but white is definitely the side making a draw with accurate playing. So yeah, I was wrong, and I wanted to own up to me being wrong yet again and show exactly why. g3, king f1, bishop takes g2. not fun.
We do not want.
No, we do not want, no. Just, I think, take on
Yeah,
H6.
just
And if King E1, I mean, it's going to be a race, but the bishop always enjoys those races.
Okay.
And this is Goryachkina's record. She won the candidates in 2019, where Muzychuk was second, and she came in fifth in Tirana. Not one of her better showings in recent years. She's normally placed in the upper half of the cross table. And here C5 is a kind of a striking decision because I would feel it's completely unnecessary. White is not really threatening anything. But yeah, I guess Zhu just believes this is completely fine and feels there is no need to avoid this endgame. I would not be in love with the prospect of playing this for the next 3 hours, but I guess there is nothing really.
I guess. Hard to envision losing this. No, you bring the king towards slightly more central squares. What can white do? Like a3, b4, but okay, we take.
Yeah. Also,
we wait.
I wanted to ask you, and then I switched to that moment and I realized, the question has become even less understandable. Okay, this is more interesting, but I want to ask you why is the black king on h8 in the game between Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner? And I just had no answer to that at all. Apparently, she just played king g8 h8 in some random position.
She went
h4 king h8 happened. a5, I think. h4 king h8.
Wow.
Which
king f8 looks more natural to me than king h8.
I have no idea what it's doing there. I cannot explain this.
Probably doesn't spoil anything, but
no.
yes, not the first move that comes to mind.
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay, let's check the Vaishali versus Tan Zhongyi game, where f4 castles, knight g3, bishop a6. Starting immediate action. All right. This move looks weird. I don't know. It might be good. It looks weird.
I'm not sure it's required. Yeah, knight g3 is at least an attempt to solve the question how we're supposed to develop our pieces.
This is already perfect at targeting this guy.
I would play something like rook e8 or queen e7 here before I even thought of rook bishop a6. But Tan goes for a very concrete operation. She provokes rook f3 and then just takes on d4 and goes c5. Turning this into a kind of a Benoni, I guess, because I don't think white can afford not to play.
White's pieces are a bit strange for Benoni.
Yeah. Can we, hang on a second, is e5 not a move at all?
Probably is, because I don't like this for white much, like rook e8, h5. Like black gets to have all the fun.
c4, knight c5, yeah.
So e5,
e5, I guess we just go knight e8 or something, and or knight d5, I don't know.
d5 maybe.
I didn't want to calculate bishop b4, but maybe we have good responses there.
Maybe not. I just missed it. So, knight e8.
Because the structure is probably going to collapse, but maybe we can find some kind of a fancy way of pretending we are Benoni classics.
This
like
is not
d5,
our Penrose power moment, is it?
Yeah. Like, let's go. But yeah.
The horse already ready to...
Should not work.
To jump, and e4, bishop d4 there. Probably e4 is just...
That's not going to work, but the motif does exist.
I always enjoy when you go d5 and the computer says best move is f5. Probably this is not one of these cases, but... So what do we think about the position? d5 we don't like, e5 knight e8 I'm not sure we like.
Yeah, we can maybe continue here. Yeah, like we can throw in bishop b4. Black probably plays something like rook b8 or c8. Yeah, rook c8, queen a4 might be awkward. Yeah, so maybe rook b8, and then look for a move. I don't quite know which move though, because if we go d5 f5 now, we've stopped d5 a4, but we also placed a completely wrong piece on e4, which
also really might no longer be joking about f5.
Yeah, here actually it looks winning. Yeah, absolutely. So. Yeah, no, it's an interesting concept by Tan, and immediately asking a very pertinent question of Vaishali, because d5 appears to just be bad because of something simple, like rook e8, h5, as Jan said.
Benoni.
Just a very, very good Benoni for black. In as much as such a thing exists. So let's try to figure it out.
F4 was just a bit overextended. Huh?
Let's try to figure this out. We play e5. We provoke, knight e8. We play bishop b4, rook b8, and then we need to find a move. Maybe knight b3.
Well, if I go queen a4 anyway, what do you want? Bishop b7, yeah?
Maybe bishop b7. But maybe this is not so horrible, yeah.
Still. No likey.
No, this is strategically incredibly risky for white.
Yeah.
Incredibly risky, but...
Also, these guys, if we had knight on c3, rook on d1 or whatever, we can do something, but we do not.
Yeah, that would have been a very different position, but... It is normally my job in this show to point out that with 3 more moves...
Wishful thinking.
With 3 more moves, we will be doing much better than we are currently. Yeah.
Fair point.
Yeah. I will just point out that the move I briefly suggested, knight b3, loses immediately to g5, g5, knight takes e5, so... That is not good. That you should not do.
Zwischenschach.
Zwischenschach. Okay.
I don't see a move.
Yeah, is it rook a3 after bishop b4? And then some queen f3 or something, I don't know. Maybe just rook a3 takes a7.
This, you want to take this pawn?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, and bishop b4 actually we developed.
Yeah, we're developing some pieces with
that is
empty,
cunning. Did not see that swing.
Yeah. Neither have I, no. But yeah, I'm being kind of forced into it by how much I dislike everything else.
Yeah, that's at least a source of some activity. Nice. No, but Vaishali, mainly by this f4 move, got herself into strategically very, very hot waters.
Yeah, and clearly this has been the idea because she played knight e2. She absolutely had the option of playing knight f3. I don't think bishop a6 was something she needed to worry all that much, although maybe.
Yeah, and you can still make a case for that. In these structures, you want the knight on c3 and you want to be ready for f3. Yeah, f4 apparently was way too much.
Yeah, f4 was... it's tempting in a kind of a naive way of thinking that in all of these e4, e5 positions, if you have the option of fighting for the center with an additional pawn, it should be good, but here it doesn't look good. You don't have the pieces for it.
All right.
Where do we go? Divya,
checking how this one's progressing, but yeah, normal.
Just a normal position. Black responded to d4 by taking and putting the rooks on the good
all
squares.
goes to the normal squares finally. And yeah, this is very standard isolated pawn position where I'd always take white, but black's pieces are all on good squares, so it's not a big deal either.
So if you give black 3 moves here, is it bishop b8, queen d6, and then something, or are we looking for bishop a3 and equality, or?
I would go bishop g4, f3, d1.
Okay.
Or I'm assuming h2, g1. It's not legal. Don't know. I guess it depends. 95 could also
95 is
be in the air.
A useful thing. Does white ever actually touch anything on the king side?
I was wondering about this. Like h3, I guess we don't want. So what do we want? I usually feel smart when I do something like rook c2, queen a1, but I know it's slightly weird, right? Well, how to put the pieces, queen e2. I'm also not sure what's confusing. Maybe it's just these knights, because it looks like such a standard setup, but I can't think of a move somehow.
Yeah, for me the entire structure is I very rarely get it with either color, and I just don't have a preset notion of what goes where.
Okay, let's make some random move. Is this a threat? Somehow this bothers me. Because I don't want g3, I don't want f4, I can't go knight f3.
95 queen e5 does look like maybe black has achieved something, so... I was wondering if we're supposed to, and this is kind of a dream, but if you give me 2 moves here, I want to play bishop b1 and knight d2, try to get it maybe over to f4. But black will do something about it.
Maybe it's still nice. How do you react to this?
It hasn't, yeah, nothing changed necessarily, right? And yeah. Just a very confusing setup because it feels like you should be sort of. I've had safely slightly better with white.
These moments sometimes where even when you do the course, you can always write plus equal, but then when you actually start thinking about what we want with our pieces, sometimes it's not so easy. Is knight b5 a move? Is that insane?
Should be 8.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if knight c3 or now some move and then a6, knight c3. Let's say some move. No, not this move. Here. It's like this old Larsen quote, Petrosian doesn't understand the isolated pawn. He's trying to block it with 15 pieces, when what he should be doing is attacking it.
Yeah.
I think there's some truth to that quote. If you use all your pieces to blockade the guy,
no, I just suggested 92, 94 e to f4, which is also very much the same
similar spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is Kateryna's results in the candidates. She tied for 3rd in Kazan and did not have a good one in Toronto at all.
I think I want to do this. If there's nothing.
I was trying to calculate 95 and kind of not succeeding. Yeah.
95.
No, I think 95 works. Yeah, actually, I did succeed because you have knight f4 there at the end. I was hoping maybe knight f3 queen d6 will work, but you have knight f4 and the attack appears to have dissipated, such as it was.
I also tend to blunder knight d2 in all these positions, but I have some
queen g3
some counters.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it's much. But I feel very uncomfortable with white here somehow. Also, something that I think has been true pretty much every single day. This is move 15, 16, something like this, yeah? Kateryna is down to less than half an hour against an hour for Divya.
She was hit by this idea early on. It's 92, 91.
No, this isn't even a criticism. I'm just saying that this is a very complicated position where pretty much every single move has some merit. Not so easy to autopilot.
No.
And half an hour for 20 moves. More than 20, actually.
Yeah. Weird. But it feels like white should do something to clarify this before black. Gets more time for either bishop b8, queen d6, or knight e5. Even the bishop returning to g4 at some moment. All right. No action here. How's our top game proceeding? Some pawns were exchanged. g4, h5. Still not much going on.
Bluebaum actually found a very beautiful little combo in the game against Nakamura. It's not going to change the outcome, I don't think, but let's show the viewers after bishop a7, queen c4. There's a really, really nice move here by Bluebaum.
We looked at bishop b3, queen f4, and draws. He went bishop b6.
Yeah, which is why white goes bishop b6. It also works. It also works even with the rooks off, as we will see, because bishop takes 6, bishop b3 is very dangerous.
The point is, once the bishop takes, you no longer have queen f4, and then Cure just wins the game. Yeah,
he must have known because he played it so quickly. It's not like he couldn't find it, but he played it sort of confidently and quickly, and this is move 20.
This is where his prep starts.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, and Hikaru is now, he even has to be a little bit accurate, and there are 0 winning chances for black. So yeah, not a fun day at the office for Hikaru.
Took.
Yeah, you have to take on c2, I assume.
Take here, because this is still...
Yeah, still very bad.
Problems. Let's just find a checkmate.
Just rook e7, there are no checks. Black has not a single check, so we just go rook e7 and yeah, you don't need anything smarter. It's good enough.
That is pleasant.
Yeah. So Hikaru
ended up take on c2.
Yeah. and go rook e8, and it even looks a touch dangerous because if white lands queen f6, bishop f5, he will lose. But you do have counterplay against that, specifically in the shape of queen c1 check, queen g5.
So it still holds more or less, yeah?
Yeah, it's basically zeros, but it's a pleasant zeros for Matthias. Queen f5 here, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, you're not going to lose this, but... Yeah, and here I think it goes queen c1, queen g5, and also holds reasonably comfortably.
Child's play for Hikaru. But yeah, nice tactic. Unfortunately not winning.
Yep.
Still a very cute shot.
It is, yeah. It is a very, very nice little bit of tactical awareness. In our Petrov, really strange things are continuing to happen. Although I did see that this was suggested as
King
maybe
to
one of
D1.
This was computer suggestion.
Trying to castle while keeping the rook on A1 to defend the A2 pawn.
As one of the things which weren't exactly losing, yeah. But you're still so much worse, yeah.
Might be good, but it's so sad.
It's not good. It's just the position is already bad, yeah. And the thing is, we want to play g2, g4, and once we play g2, g4, we're not threatening to take, which is incredibly sad state of affairs, because bishop takes f5 is just so strong.
So which Black could even, I don't know, finish development.
Yeah, bishop d7, g4, rook a8 is currently, or rook e8, yeah, and prepare for c5. Or if the immediate before b6, g4, c5 is playable. Yeah, which makes the whole endeavor even sadder.
What's going on here?
I guess we go, I don't know, queen b2, and then take on a2, and... I mean, we're not even that far behind material-wise, and the king on d1 is going to be a very, very sad panda for the rest of the game. Yeah, no,
yeah, that is a shocking move. You've explained it, but I can't get over it, how strange bishop d2 is.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't great. And for Wei Yi, who has been, frankly, not really shining up until now, this is a great chance to finish the first half on potentially a bit of a high, maybe re-establish some kind of confidence.
Also, that's what he needs. He had this, to some extent, in the World Cup quite a bit as well. He plays the Petrov, lets people show their craziest ideas, and then, if they're too crazy, he will punish it.
Yeah, so plenty of...
Game not over, but sad it is.
Yeah, plenty of decent options for black, as mentioned. Like you can even leave the knight on f5 and go for all of those ideas. As I'm sure he realizes, because that was also like my first reaction after seeing king d1, king c1 was, can I somehow sacrifice this knight and play bishop f5 here? Because I would very much like to. But there are no good jumps for the knight right now. We're not playing knight e3. That would be a bit too much. Yeah, the problem is, I think, specifically knight g3 here. Otherwise, we maybe would have been doing this, but knight g3 is a bit annoying. So yeah, very, very self-inflicted suffering for Andrey here.
There we see Wei Yi's record against the field. Not much happening really. Like 22 draws. Strikingly, out of his 3 wins, 2 came against Andrey Esipenko.
Yeah, and strikingly, I think mainly for the fact that it's not clear why they would have played so many games against each other. But
well, I have a World Cup match.
Yeah.
Not sure where the other games were.
But I'm guessing, considering that we all remember that tiebreak that they drew the 2 classical games, right? So these probably the decisive decisive results came from elsewhere.
We will never know unless we look it up.
Shall we? I could.
Do it. So Bluebaum exchange rooks. Yeah, there's not much here. could be a quick finish to this game, even though bishop e5, queen f5, take
I think
and moving back and forth is not
unheard of. Yeah, and Andrey Esipenko lost 2 games with white to Wei Yi in Aeroflot Open in 2016 and 2019.
I didn't even know this. I looked it up for the World Cup. Yeah. But he was a kid in his defense.
Yeah.
So was Wei Yi, but Wei Yi was an even nastier kid because Wei Yi broke 2700 at age 14.
Yeah. That is very true. So yeah, I think Matthias is understandably trying to figure out if he's actually better here, because it looks like he might be, and you absolutely do invest some time into all kinds of moves, like queen e3 now actually attracts my attention, trying, I don't know, queen e3, queen e7, and then bishop e5. All of these things do need to be parried quite accurately with black. I feel like it's very possible to misplay it and just suddenly find yourself in a lot of hot water. Queen d7, maybe I play bishop e5 here. I mean, it's all a bit annoying. But here, queen e7 or queen e6, I guess, yeah. All of these tries make sense and still don't win. But he has an hour and a half on the clock, and he is a little bit better, and why not try to find something? But yeah, Hikaru will defend this.
Move coming. Bishop e5. Bishop e5 doesn't look like.
No.
Too invested in keeping this game going for too long. Like he could queen f5, queen e3, but
here I guess even
better
g6 g5, yeah, even g6 g5 should be perfectly good enough. Although bishop c3, queen d4, you could still maybe ask a question or two, but yeah.
Be even more precise. Can go here still.
Yeah, queen e6. Yeah. No, this, yeah, I mean, it's just not a position you actually win in practical play, despite it being quite enjoyable to have. You know you're never ever losing it unless you don't know, fall asleep or.
Not sure how much longer he will enjoy it.
Yeah.
Hikaru taking a moment as well, but I think this is all easy for Hikaru.
Yep. Yeah, might be a pretty quiet day, honestly, in the Open. We have this, we have the endgame between Sindarov and Giri, which shouldn't really be going much of anywhere. And the game between Pragg and Fabi is also, it strikes me as something which could just end up in the entire queenside disappearing and the game being drawn. So
is that a thing going into the rest day? You hate losing even more than usual, so
I don't know. It's such a strange. It's normally I think you can actually sort of try to put on a burst of speed, because you know that even if you get very, very tired towards the end of that game, you have a full day to recover. And but I don't know. I don't want to oversell it, but I wonder if the gravitational pull of 5.5 out of 6 is kind of sapping the energy from players. Like everybody is kind of, what's the point? The futility of it all maybe is somewhat pervasive here.
Although, as we said, the one man who's currently in pursuit, Fabiano Caruana, I think did go out of his way to make it messy, chose a red line.
Yeah.
And the position they have on the board now, how dead is this?
I think if it continues, maybe black is playing. Not white,
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but I have a feeling there has to be a solution which just simplifies or makes sure that we're not worse. I mean, rook b6,
rook d2,
I guess,
rook b6,
just get control over the b file.
c5 you take.
Yes, I mean, with every parting. With every trade, I feel like I'm closer and closer to.
Yeah, a bit hard to believe.
It's just not enough. Yeah, I mean, black is very comfortable, but how do you win it?
If I do some expert shuffling,
I'm
taking shuffling. ED is not.
ED4. I'm jumping at the opportunity, and here. King f1, and I guess you want rook d2.
Let's see, rook b4 doesn't go anywhere. Yeah?
Not as far as here. I wanted just to go knight e2 and start carefully smoking it out. Actually, I'm self-mating a little bit. Yeah, this is maybe not the way to go.
Might still be fine, but
definitely not the way to go.
Questions can be asked.
Yeah, as we look at the only previous appearance of the young man in the candidates, where he was on 50% in this huge tie for 4th through 7th.
Yeah, 7 out of 14 doesn't sound spectacular, but if we discussed it earlier, he did lose 3 white games, which first of all is a lot, and then to still finish on 50% means there was a lot happening in this tournament.
He won.
Pushed.
He won both games against Nabastov, and he also won that crazy Spanish against Vidit in the first half. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, arguably, once again, it's always case by case, but he was overzealous in some spots against Gukesh, who was criticized, I think. It was early on, but he clearly played for first only.
Yeah, as someone who was involved in those choices, this wasn't my work specifically, but I was very much part of the decision-making process. Well, whether to play this and if to play this against whom. I think that was absolutely perfect. I think he got exactly what he wanted, and he was an hour ahead on the clock. And if you,
so it's mainly results-oriented talking.
I think people just see 0-1 in the cross table and think, why would you do this? But like by move 17, Gukesh already played some suboptimal choices, was no longer better. We're an hour ahead on the clock. Gukesh is clearly at least a little bit nervous because he is met with a very new concept. And then Pragg couldn't remember what the file said and somehow slightly went into his shell, which was sort of against the spirit of the line. You are supposed to just make every single move kind of forward. And he began winning some material back. And yeah, it was very painful because I honestly thought this was one of the most spectacular bits of specific preparation for a single player that I was ever a small part of. Right. And it backfired badly, but that is really no reason to criticize the prep, I don't think.
There we see Pragg here. He's looked well prepared. And I'm trying to think, mainly I guess this Sindarov game clouded his tournament a bit, where I think he won the opening battle, or at least got a pleasant position, but then, if we recall, there was this piece sacrifice, and mainly this queen c3 move really was very much influencing the whole tournament.
If he doesn't lose that, or if he, wins that, and he has a very good score against Sindarov prior to the tournament, he generally their personal dynamics were at least until here very much in his favor. So, both for him and for Fabi, this is just such a major point in the tournament where. You lose against somebody who is clearly going to be your direct competition for in the race for first. I'm struggling to. I think that's h4 probably, which is a
useful,
solid move, and also invites black to maybe switch to some kind of a 4 against 3, which we will never win if you take on b2. I'm pretty sure the plan is to take on d6, go e5. And then even if the pawn on e5 falls, as long as you take the c6 pawn off the board, you're never worse. Knight d4, g5 check, counterplay, all this kind of things. Fabi will never play this. It's completely irrelevant. Fabi will never play this, but just to explain why the pawn isn't hanging. What do you play with black? Do you want d6, c5 just to make sure this never happens? Or do you maybe want king f6, c5 in some positions? Or what's the...
I don't know.
What's the general plan?
Maybe there's just not much there. Knight back anyway. Somehow I'm obsessed with this move. Takes. It doesn't look like it's enough.
Yeah, it feels like there should be a way. I don't know, maybe rook a5 even or something. Make you put it back on d3 and then play b3 or something.
No, if I go here, rook c5.
I wanted rook c5, I'm trying to force that endgame.
You really want to get rid of that pawn?
Yeah. Although here, actually, e5, knight d3, maybe I have to work a little bit, Which, anybody... hang on. ED6... no. I was very excited by ED6. Knight takes e5, knight d4. But he takes d6 in response. We do not want that. We do not want that.
What we do want is to hear more from Zach and We shall after a little break. Stay tuned during the break. You might actually learn something about the history of the candidates. Always good stuff on the show there. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Which world champion would you like to have as a second?
Is this historical, like throughout history?
Yes, anyone.
In terms of world champion, who I would like to have as my second would obviously be my hero. He's still around. That would be Gary Kasparov.
Magnus.
I'm thinking about some, and I understand they have too much ego to be a second. No easy going. Maybe Spassky.
Carlsen would be interesting. Capablanca might be interesting.
If you had to compare yourself to an athlete from another sport, who would it be?
It's a hard question. I think someone who really don't like training a lot, let's say from footballers, I will say some Eden Hazard maybe,
Okay.
But he has very good talent.
Oh, you're talented as well.
Yeah, I think I will also.
Who are you rooting for in these candidates?
For Goryachkina. And for men's, Caruana.
Perfect.
Fabiano.
Sindarov.
Caruana.
Praggnanandhaa, I guess.
And you?
Caruana, Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru Nakamura. Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana.
Andrey Esipenko.
Javokhir, Sindarov. Caruana.
Andrey Esipenko.
Andrey Esipenko.
Hikaru Nakamura.
Nakamura. And is this what you made yourself?
Yes.
My name is, that's easy. So, candidate's appearance. This one we count?
Yeah.
Okay, should be false. I am from Ukraine. I like to do things that inspire. It will be a long one. I definitely don't like to fly. I don't like olives, but okay, I'll skip that. So this year I will be, in terms of what? I'm stuck. I hope life will prepare something good for me.
Hikaru Nakamura be easy player to play against?
I mean, obvious answer is no. Anyone who's playing here is not an easy opponent.
Welcome back to round number 7 of the FIDE candidates. Going into the rest day, we have a somewhat subdued round so far. But what has not been subdued is the comments on the internet. Zach, what did we miss?
Yeah, we have the meme of the day presented by us to you. Let's take a look. He's knocking at your door, Anish.
That is, I think, one of the more appropriate usages of the Grim Reaper meme there. And yeah, Bluebaum there towards the back end of that queue. Still safe in his cubicle.
Maybe that was the sweep all along. Bluebaum not losing to Sindarov. And in other news, speaking of Sindarov, we have the reactions from around the chess world from various grandmasters of what Sindarov's style is resembling to. Let's take a look. First tweet, Alex Kolovich, Grandmaster. Sindarov is the new Tao. He hypnotizes his opponents, and they zone out during the game, ending up in time trouble. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, it does happen, but I don't know if that's a direct comparison. And also, where are the shades then? I think in the period of time where Tal was accused of hypnotizing his opponents, he was wearing shades. And without the shades, I think the whole thing kind of falls apart. So we call upon Javokhir to show up in shades for round 8 and see how that works.
Wasn't that the famous Korshnoi shades story that his opponent or Karpov's team had hired a hypnotist in the stands, and he wore like this famous glasses?
That also happened, I think.
Yeah.
Is that the parapsychologist that worked for multiple people over the years?
No. I think the one that the Korshnoi team was obsessed about was specific to that particular match. And then the person you're talking about, Rudolf Zagainov, he was involved in the periphery.
It's a different guy?
That's a different
Nice.
person, yeah.
And we have our second reaction from the chess world, this time by Grandmaster Nigel Short. Sindarov reminds me of a young Boris Spassky, a classical player with an excellent feeling for the initiative who stays calm and trusts his own judgment in dynamic positions. Thoughts?
Is that a sport, like name a world champion from the 60s and say how much Sindarov reminds us? He reminds me of a young Petrosian. Solid, but wins when it matters.
This one I think pretty much nobody will buy, but it's very much in the spirit of the game, though. Yeah, like reminds us of Mikhail Botvinnik with his scientific approach to opening preparation. I can go even further back into the past.
Young Smyslov with his feeling for harmony.
Reminds me of Jose Raul Capablanca with his feeling for deep endgames, as he's showing in today's contest against Anish Giri. I'll leave you guys to the games. Best of luck with the rest of the broadcast.
Having played that game, the one name that maybe makes more sense is Ayekhin, no? He plays a bit Ayekhin-ish. Like aggressive d4, like seizing his chances.
Yeah.
Sharp, precise.
And that's a kind of a through line which I think goes Alekhine and then perhaps Kasparov and perhaps Spassky in between. But yeah, I don't know. I think in his case, what really stands out, I mean, he's obviously a well-rounded player, but I think his superpower in as much as if you have to select one thing, it would be, and it will sound boring and maybe slightly as if I'm kind of dismissing his play and simplifying it to one element, but he just calculates better than this field of incredible calculators.
He also plays faster, trusts himself, which also helps.
I don't know if I just dislike the genre, frankly. Go on, you.
And before we keep rambling, first of all, Zach, who's your favorite world champion?
My favorite world champion is Tigran Petrosyan, the Iron Tiger. as they say.
Oh.
One of my personal favorites. But speaking of world champions, near world champions, we have the opinion of the 4th player in the world, Nordirbek Abdusaturov, on his reaction to Sindarov's Cinderella run. Let's take a look.
Of course, I expected to do him well, but I think nobody expected, that kind of performance. But yeah, so far he's doing an incredible job. He's playing a very high quality chess. I'm very happy for him. Obviously, he's done a lot of work, obviously, before this tournament, and he fully deserves it. And if things go smoothly, then I think he will get first place, and he has a great chances in the match as well.
Uzbek number 1 commenting on the Uzbek number 2, because Nordirbek Abdusaturov is still number 4 in the world, ahead of Sindarov's number 5.
Yeah, the gap is closing rapidly, though. There, I think 10 points between them right now, if I remember correctly. And yeah, fantastic progress that has been made. Of course, the Uzbek team famously took second in the Manila Olympiad. That was the first Olympiad that they played in. But
92.
92. Yeah, the current crop is
Nenashev.
Yeah, and others. I think Loginov played for that team, and some people I used to know really well. Valery Loginov, he used to be my opponent in a lot of St. Petersburg championships when I was growing up. A very strong grandmaster, a lot of knowledge about the Nidorf in particular. But we don't need to go into that all that much. This current crop of Uzbek players are just amazing to watch. Going to be a threat for a very, very long time to come.
They did already win the 2022 Olympiad as well. They show no signs of slowing down at all. Shall we go back to the games?
Shall we? Yeah, I think we shall.
Is Bluebaum getting anywhere against Hikaru Nakamura? He did refuse to make an immediate draw. Queen takes f5, for example.
Well,
yeah, I like from him. I'm not sure how big his winning chances are, but losing chances should be slim, and he is slightly better with the dark squares on paper.
There's no reason not to continue. But yeah, Hikaru is defending calmly. He's gone g5, bishop h8, king f8.
Threatening checkmate.
Yeah, king
I
f8.
guess he was hoping to provoke queen g6 and then
maybe lock it out.
Yeah.
Although even here after queen f5,
maybe I need to finesse. I don't know, g4.
If you don't let me play queen f5, then maybe bishop f6, queen d8 could become quite an annoying threat. But yeah, the feeling is it's probably more than one mistake that is required from Hikaru for this to become a serious problem. But you can absolutely play on. And
I would try this, just see if he plays queen e7.
He probably doesn't, though.
If he doesn't, then we repeat. If he does, we win.
Yeah. That is what some people would call a free roll, but not a massively profitable one.
Probably not. Yeah, I guess it's not quite enough to actually win the game.
Yeah,
but he's in his rights to try.
Absolutely, yeah. Would this be... Once again,
could he make 2 moves story coming?
I am going to ask you, do you think the edge would be maybe actually quite significant if I had the f2 pawn on g3?
Now could you move pawn?
Yeah, because
sideways?
I think the fact that black has some checks here, if the queen vacates the perfect square on d4, might be relevant.
I would argue at some positions. Still, but probably could be wrong.
Yeah,
because even with the f2 pawn on g3, you have some checkmating counterplay.
Yeah, it's also it offers black some counterplay long term, but yeah, also completely irrelevant because the pawn will never be there. And we probably should leave that for a second because there's been some developments in our one promising in terms of high chances of a decisive result game, which is the Petrov between Andrey and Wei Yi. Wei Yi chose to play b5, not b6, not just b7, just immediate b5. Andrey responded with knight f4, which is also maybe not the best. And c7, c5 is a very logical follow-up, just trying to blast everything open in the center. And yeah, white is in deep trouble here.
It's so self-inflicted,
deep trouble.
Yeah, even the opening, I understand it's good prep, but I was slightly worried because Andrey excels at quote-unquote standard positions, classical play. It looks like he's going out of his way not to get them against Giri as well. But yeah, we keep coming back to it. Here, everything's still perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Bishop
castle
d2. It's just such a shocker.
Any move, yeah. And in the current position, like you can, what knight f4 does is it allows you to maybe play bishop d3, bishop c2 to include some more pieces in the defense, but the position after bishop d3 takes on d4, bishop c2, queen a6, she takes d4, I don't know, bishop d7, rook a c8. Like it's a symmetrical position in which you have your king is on c1 and your rooks are unconnected, and they probably will stay unconnected for the foreseeable future because you're not playing b3, you're not playing b4. So the rook on a1, it will stay on a1 and will not really participate in the game. It's just miserable.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Just so miserable.
Also, this is, the dream. I mean, it's the dream scenario for anybody with black, but Wei Yi in particular, he doesn't have to sacrifice anything or anything much, and he can make active, sound moves and use his calculating prowess, of which there is still plenty, I'm pretty sure, to wrap this up. Now, this is a total nightmare.
I guess, you know, if you somehow have enough time to play knight d3, knight c5 and kind of block it in, and perhaps, I don't know, somehow black has no good reply to it and you play knight c5, then you play before king b2. That position I can imagine white not losing, but I'm assuming along the way there are some tactics which refute it altogether, like knight d3, queen b... No, I don't know. You try this, I guess. Because otherwise I really don't understand what any of the white pieces are doing, Takes, d4, b4, I don't
push.
No, it looks horrendous, because once again, we're just not in time.
Before
you can play, but king b2 you will not be allowed to play, and then you probably lose.
And this, I'm not sure you're enjoying your extra pawn.
Yeah, there's also
all
takes
that much.
c5 check as an intermediate check as well.
Didn't see that.
Zwischenschach.
Wow.
Zwischenschach was pretty strong there, I think. Bishop c2 and then any move, rook fc8, queen c6. No, I guess rook fc8 is the simplest thing.
Yeah.
Game over.
Yeah, deep trouble for Andrey Esipenko, and we're sort of expecting 3 draws in the other games.
Yeah, we are currently.
Is Anish safe?
Well, Anish did one of the things which we thought maybe wasn't that great.
Change the horsey.
Yeah, exchange the horsey, leaving white with the one very useful horsey, but it's still fine, I would assume. He is, and I mean, he's made some progress on the king side in that his pawns are on the dark squares, and the bishop on d7 is covering the squares in front of them very convincingly. And also, you can't win this without the king being on the queen side. Like you're just not going to be able to push b3, b4 without the king. And if the king actually vacates the king side, you will get some counterplay against the f3 and g4 pawns because your bishop is on the right. Diagonals, so
we'll never manage to double our rooks anywhere, no, whatever active thing you do.
Yeah, rook
a7, we stopped. Or rook e3, rook e8, or even king f7 and then rook
king f7, rook h1 may be a little bit awkward, actually.
Yes,
maybe this is the one that is a bit awkward, but yeah. I mean,
How awkward is this?
Stylistically, maybe I would have chosen rook c5 here, maybe even, I'll ask a question. Although rook b4, rook d5, bishop f7 might be a draw, which is another problem we have here with white.
Okay, this such a position at least you can.
Yeah,
I shouldn't allow rook b4, man. I don't know what move king.
Yeah, maybe king f2. No, you absolutely play on, and you even win. I don't know 1 out of 10, but
I would lose this with black.
I'm not sure. I think you're underselling yourself.
No.
Oh.
And also 21 minutes for Anish. Now, if Sindarov wins this one too,
that will not be good for the general intrigue of the tournament. Will be very good for Sindarov, though.
Yeah, then we should take a 1-year break and then play the second half.
Yep. I think we may have briefly mentioned, or maybe not on air, that there's one game already over in the women's section. That game between Anna Muzychuk, the tournament leader, and Bibisara Assaubayeva ended in a draw. White at some point made the choice of trading the knights on f6, which I think was not necessary, but also understandable because she probably didn't like the idea of it landing on d5, where it is somewhat active.
I don't care.
Yeah, but after you take on f6, it's extremely difficult to make any kind of progress, and the game was, I think, quite logically kind of repeated, because nobody is really going anywhere.
Mutual agreement, rook d2, rook d1 is saying.
Yeah, and there's been a massive swing in the game between Kateryna Lagno and...
Swing in the Lagno game?
Yeah, shocker of the tournament. Lagno actually, and first of all, your knight b5 c3 did occur in the game, which was very interesting and critical. Lagno responded with a very interesting move, bishop g4, which actually works as far as I could tell. I only briefly checked, but I think it works. Knight d5, queen d6, knight f4, but she had to play knight g5 here. And had she played knight g5, I think white would need to do... I think the objectively best line here for white is very difficult to settle on, because I think it involves playing bishop c4, and then after queen h6, you take on g5 and you take on f7.
Just so I understand anything, if I play quote normal bishop e2,
queen takes
what's
d1, and then I have bishop takes f4 as well. It actually becomes kind of dry, but I will create triple f-pawns.
Triple pawns.
Yeah, you'll have a lot of f-pawns, more than you would like. It's probably a draw, but I think it's a draw that black is quite happily playing out. Yeah, takes f6 or something. And, I mean, it's still zeros, of course.
I'm a pawn up.
Yeah, and you are very much a pawn up. But
what do they call this? The Irish pawn center?
You will have complaints. I was trying to...
I've been there before.
I was trying not to do that, because you will have complaints. Address them to... and now no funny joke appears in my mind, of course, when I badly need one.
Take your time.
No. Anyway, knight g5...
Complaints at FIDE.com?
That is too dry. I wanted something with more sparkle.
All right, we'll wait. Anyway, queen h6 was wrong.
Yeah, and now very simply bishop b4 and h3.
We're down stuff.
Yeah, we're just a pawn down.
Also with a bad position, no?
Yeah. No, this is a... knight g5 would require some very, very precise calculation.
Which one do I want?
This one is just bad, yeah.
I take on g4, yeah?
Yeah, you would like bishop b4, but hg is very playable. You're actually not getting mated anymore. White will bishop, let's say bishop somewhere, we can play g5, queen d5 or something.
Yeah, queen d5 looks...
No, queen d5 rook takes g4, I don't want
yeah.
g5 and then queen d5, I think, yeah. There's just no attack.
White has some attack.
Yeah, potentially. So, yeah, Kateryna is now much worse. Maybe even objectively close to straight up lost.
We've said this before,
yeah.
But this also looks not that hard to play for white. All right, let's do a quick tour. Goryachkina against Zhu Jiner. Looks like the balance has not been disturbed. g6, knight e2, knight c3. For starters, d4, knight b5 doesn't work for black.
Yeah, the e-pawn doesn't queen, the king on g2 is close enough, but...
So we have to play whatever move. I guess she wants queen to d4.
Yeah. And then she wants black to blunder knight e4, but that's unlikely to happen.
Will not happen. And
queen e7,
black keeps the balance by not blundering that too. Fair enough.
If we could just briefly return to the Lagno game, because I think the line that actually happens there is very beautiful. Instead of queen h6, because I like...
sorry.
Yeah. So here, bishop g4, queen h6 actually loses to knight takes g5, so you play queen e7. And now after queen e7, shockingly, everything is bad for white, just straight up bad for white, apart from knight g5, bishop d1, knight takes f7. And white gives a perpetual.
Okay.
And that I thought it was worth showing to our viewers, because that is... yeah, I mean, pretty much never happening, but still. Yeah, bishop e2, knight h6 check. And, yeah, king h8 is better than king f8 for whichever reason.
My mind is still on bishop e2. But yeah, that is nice.
Yeah. All of this would have been quite spectacular, but Kateryna began by queen h6 and is now in desperate straits.
And Vaishali against Tan Zhongyi has progressed a bit.
Things happened there, yeah.
And your rook swing was played. She played rook c8, not rook b8. Still rook a3, knight b8.
Yeah, knight b8. And in this position, supposedly you could play, instead of that forcing operation that Vaishali chose, Now, she could actually play knight f3, cd4, queen takes d4, which the engine was suggesting was not that bad. But it's kind of miserable to do this, allow the destruction of your entire center. But with the knight on b8 now, you're not that worried. This is seemingly completely playable. Instead, she took on a6 and played bishop b7. And here, I mean, knight b4 looks honestly quite attractive. I wonder why.
Surprising.
I wonder why this wasn't played. It looks kind of normal and strong. Knight d5, even knight d3 maybe in some positions, followed by c5, c4. Black is at least a little bit better. Maybe you can still hold this, but you definitely pick black here. Instead, she went, I guess what she went for is the more quote-unquote ambitious option of rook b8 and b5, trying to catch that bishop on a6, to which Vaishali reacted correctly. She's gone a4, queen a5. The bishop does not get saved specifically because of queen a5. Bishop b5, rook b5, and we have the pin on the a file. But after knight c4 followed by b3, white isn't doing that poorly here.
What's going on? Black won an exchange
for a pawn.
White got a pawn and some
and we're also
time.
we are probably going to stabilize in the center. We play b3, and after rook b8 we have d5 actually isn't great, but bishop a3 appears to hold. I thought maybe d5 was playable, but d5 is bad.
Huh?
But after bishop a3, I mean, these are extremely computer-generated lines. I don't know if you can play like this. I think in practical terms, black is better. cd4, I think it goes rook c1 or something. It's just, yeah.
That's too much, but it looks like, yeah, black has the exchange and the white king is a little shaky. I mean, of course, these guys aren't doing much. But yeah, we pick black.
Yeah, we absolutely do, even though other options along the way were available, but done doing quite well. And also Vaishali once again down to 5 minutes. And this is move 21, 22.
We've seen that with Vaishali and Lagno in particular. There's a lot of
this is happening every day.
Living on 30 seconds going on.
Actually, she hasn't played knight c4 yet because she has knight b3. So she's trying to evaluate which is better. Knight b3 does win the exchange back straight away. But after rook takes b3, queen takes b3, black, I guess, includes queen e1 check, knight f1, and then takes on d4. And because you can't easily unpin your back rank, this looks worse than the other one, right?
Don't know. I like rooks, but yeah, if I'm lost here, don't want it.
Yeah. You have queen g3, but I might even play queen d1 and continue asking you how do you... I guess you can chase it around, queen g3, queen f3. And eventually I will have to take the
Isn't the endgame sort of
Yeah, but the endgame is also
too?
bad, yeah. The endgame is also kind of horrible. The bishop on c1 is not inspiring. Too much joy. And you're a pawn down.
Yeah, no, this also looks tough. Don't know, not a pretty choice. Should make it quickly.
Yeah, leaving yourself 4 minutes in this position is not a recipe for much happiness.
Yeah.
And I am, as we've established, a big
happiness expert?
Yeah, a big happiness expert. Life coach, you would even say.
What do you charge?
Very much depends. It's
I see.
There needs to be an initial consultation, and then we...
Is that free? The initial consultation?
Sometimes.
Knight c4 play?
I think she did choose knight c4, which is by far the better of the two choices, yeah. Oh no, she played knight b3. Ah, okay. Even my eyesight is going in my dotage.
Takes, and queen e1 check looks logical to tie everything up.
Actually, maybe not include that. Maybe she takes d4 immediately is even stronger, yeah.
I still can't move any pieces.
Yeah, because like, you would like to make a move of some description, but there aren't very many available. Queen b5, f1 might be the best. So we get a version of the same. Because you're definitely not playing ed6, knight d6. That position does look lost because you're just not going to get out of the corner.
Don't you just lose this position, especially on 4 minutes?
I think you do.
Seems hard to play for white.
I think you do, yeah. I don't see how you ever save this with white.
Doesn't look good for Vaishali. Let's check back in with this. Now Andrey Esipenko has not made the move, or at least we've had this position on the board. CD bishop d7.
Yeah.
Still horrible.
Yeah, we were trying knight d3 c5, which is the only positional idea I can think of. Like, we're definitely not spending a tempo on knight takes d5, rook a c8. That looks lost. At some point, direct threats begin appearing. Like, immediately rook c2, queen c6 is probably already a threat. Yeah. No, I mean, there's not a lot to say about this.
I hate this position so much, I don't even want to look at it.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Gotta feel for Andrey. He knows so much and he understands chess so well. Why do this to yourself?
Yeah. No, it's his first candidates and it hasn't started well, and now he feels pressure to have something to show for it. Yeah. But yeah, that's not the way. That's also not who he is as a player, as you keep correctly pointing out. It's just, it might work for some other people, but for him, forcing yourself to play positions you hate, probably. I've done this once or twice in my life. It never works. Just does not work.
All right, Matthias Bluebaum, not playing a position he hates.
No. Do you play queen d6 here?
He won't win either. How did we get here? He went f4.
Mm-hmm.
Takes, king e7, bishop g7, trying to pick up a pawn.
Oh.
I guess this is a draw, but...
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of a safe draw if white... Although, because it's not symmetrical on the king's side. Yeah?
Quick question for you.
Yeah, okay.
This, maybe an issue?
Maybe not a draw, yeah. Maybe actually not a draw at all. It's a bit annoying, actually, yeah, because...
What's wrong with h5?
Nothing. Queen b... no. Queen b4 check, then you do have queen d6, because it's also a check.
Then it works.
Then, yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, h5, f6 is what we want to achieve, actually, in this position, right? Once we establish some sort of control over the dark squares, we kind of never lose.
Good news for Bluebaum is after queen b4, queen d6, if he doesn't realize it's check and touches the bishop to give bishop f8 check, he's not losing, because bishop e5 still holds.
Yeah. That is very, very heartening.
Okay, queen d6 was not played.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why he hasn't played h5 yet. Queen c7 check, maybe? But then just bishop d7. We always have a perpetual if you take on b7. What's the problem? I mean, we're never losing this position.
Oh no, he's just checking. H5 about to be played.
Yeah, I think he's looking for it to play h5, and
it's mildly annoyed, but yeah, what to do? Yeah. Still don't think Hikaru's ever losing this.
Yeah, not a lot to add to this picture, frankly. Hikaru is also not going to be in any kind of time trouble. He's on 20 minutes, and it's move 33 in a position where, there really isn't very much to calculate, despite me immediately blundering queen d6, bishop f8 check the moment I had to make a move.
And yeah, h5 appeared on the board, keeping the h-pawn.
Yeah, this one will be a draw. Sindarov still pressing a little bit, but also not really making any kind of serious progress here.
No, but still. Sort of a dream scenario given his tournament situation. No, it's pretty much impossible to lose, but not sure how many of those you win, especially against Anish, but can't be completely ruled out, can it?
And actually, yeah, I mean, it's a weird one, because I thought, okay, what's the problem? I will play rook d6. If you play rook d6, white goes rook c7.
Yeah.
And it gets it gets quite awkward. Because king g6, now we have rook e2. And you have to allow rook e7. You can't play rook e8. Rook takes d7 wins a piece.
Before, how do we win?
Maybe rook b4 is somehow still available, is it?
Probably not. Trying to figure out why knight
c2 maybe simply, yeah. And rook e7, and you're kind of getting mated there on the king's side. Yeah.
Oh, that's dangerous. Giri, okay, move 36, so it's not dramatic, but he is down to 11 minutes, and he has to calculate.
Yeah. I guess the problem for Sindarov is that if I start by rook 8 b7 here, I don't think we're threatening to take on d5 because
yeah, that's what I was wondering. This is nothing, right?
Yeah, bishop b6 just makes an immediate draw. Yeah, even this, and just take on b3 next.
Okay, so how do we make progress? This maybe to hint at some check. I don't know. Like I said before, I would lose this. And I do think Anish made his life quite a bit tougher by exchanging the horse, I mean,
yeah, I liked h5, hg. I
place,
honestly liked all of those decisions, but yeah, I didn't feel like you needed to.
Maybe here was too late. You don't want to.
Yeah, maybe allowing knight c5 and giving all these jumps. Yeah, and he does go rook b7, so at least Anish is very much on point, realizing where the dangers lie.
Sindarov, as usual, playing quickly. Still has an hour on move 36.
Yeah, he wasn't very pressed until some was, I guess, here, because he obviously aimed for this endgame and kind of knew roughly what to expect and what to play for, and is only now trying to figure if he has any realistic winning chances.
Let's check in with Fabiano Caruana against Praggnanandhaa. h4 was met by rook b8 and rook d2.
Yeah,
not much to do.
Pragg is doing the thing where he says, please take on b2 and let's all head towards that endgame after e4, e5, which is unlosable for white.
Stop picking white. Maybe not if you
I think
don't allow this check, but
h6 is still solid enough, yeah, but it is a draw. If you want to avoid it, I guess you have to play e6, e5, which also limits your own pieces, so I can understand why Fabi wouldn't be such a fan of that.
Especially with the rook on b8 now, can't I even go, no, knight to the rim?
Yeah, or knight d1 and try to aim it towards e3, c4, g4 squares, I guess, also maybe playable. It's just nothing. I mean, it would be strange if this position was significantly worse for white. Yes, the knight on d3 is quite beautiful, but it's the rest of the pieces white has are quite sensible, and b2 is not such a weakness.
Well, also not supposed to be anything. He's black, and Pragg hasn't blundered anything. So what do we look at? h5, Bluebaum thinking this position is still hurting my eyes.
Yeah. I guess we could watch what I assume will be the finish of Vaishali against Zhongyi, because Vaishali is down to 53 seconds and is also now, I think, completely lost. So this might end sooner rather than later. Yeah, after CD4, I said nobody's going to play e takes d6, and she did play e takes d6, developing the final couple of pieces for black. Black threw in queen e1 check and played knight takes d6. She went queen g3. And now you play queen e2, and then you play d3 after queen f3, and that can never be taken. And then you bring in some other pieces and you win, I would assume.
A lot of arrows to draw.
Yeah.
No, it looks lost.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we've seen some massive turnarounds in this tournament, but so far, not a particularly great game by Vaishali and a very solid game by Tan. Kind of understood the assignment once White played 92-4, and all the structure changes she's gone for are solid, and calculation is solid.
Yeah, and good opening choice, Vaishali. Very well prepared, but she managed to get a play position that wasn't much worse. And yeah, d5, not everybody's cup of tea, as discussed. So no, she's very much on point today.
Yeah, Queen e2 not the only solution, but it seems to me like by far the cleanest. You can also go Queen d1, Queen c2, which is similar in spirit, and eventually White has to play Bishop d2, which will probably cost her the entire queen side. This is just bad. There's not very much to discuss. Every single piece is more active for Black, and the passer on d4 is very valuable.
We'll get back to this, but it looks like Tan is still taking a moment. In Goryachkina, Zhu Jiner, apparently still not much going on.
Yeah, you can throw in a5, a4, but
you can't really, or don't want to take here.
No.
Allowing this pawn to march. Also threatening a little check. I don't know, I guess White still survives something like this.
Yeah, but why? Why do
it?
it? Yeah. And in the current position, interestingly, you can even throw away the d-pawn just to activate the bishop, and the machine says draw, d4, knight d4, bishop b7. I think many people will be kind of less than entirely attracted to the idea of sacrificing a pawn and then making a backward move and passing the move to White. But once you establish the somewhat active bishop on the long diagonal, I guess king f2, queen d5 or something, it's just very difficult for White to make any kind of progress. But I would be a bit hesitant with this, right? It's not such a pleasant decision.
What else can we do? A4,
A4
B4?
seems to be fine. A4, B4, I assume we still play d4, right? A4, B4. Yeah, d4 is still a draw, queen e6 is a draw, queen e8 is a draw, but this is now, yeah, a3 is also a solid move. I think unless we're making some kind of a forced draw, what we don't want to achieve is White actually locking it out on a4 by playing a2, a3.
Yeah, that's why I went a3, just to keep it weird.
Very good business practice, too.
Yeah, it doesn't look like White can get complete control now. I mean, it's still a bit messy.
But yeah, honestly, I did not expect her to get even this much. Even though it probably still holds for Black. This is now, we enter in territory where you can imagine this losing. b5, some sort of queen f6, b6, combining ideas of, I don't know, f4, f5 with the queening of the b pawn. Black never actually gets to attack the pawn on a2. You can absolutely imagine this going badly wrong for Black.
Yeah, the computer will say 0-0 for a long time, because there will always be enough counterplay on the computer horizon, but humanly speaking, Speeder Leko likes to say, this is not so easy.
No.
Sorry. She went queen e7. What is this? It's, I guess king f2 parries both threats, yeah?
Yeah. Seems just like maybe a wasted tempo. So you're still playing bishop b7 next move, and king f2 is useful for White. More useful than queen e7 is for Black. Oh, honestly, by this point, it wouldn't shock me entirely if she didn't hold this.
Great. Yeah, keep going back and forth. I'm being impressed with Zhu Jiner, her prep, and she had some very clean games as well, but somehow she, yeah, can't put it all together in this tournament. And also today's line, I mean, okay, it works and it's a very sharp forcing line. We've always praised her prep. I always found it so sad. You have to know so much to survive this.
Yeah, and even against what Goryachkina did today, which is arguably sort of the least complicated and the most straightforward for Black, you still have to defend the position, which it seems like she slightly hates the way she's played it. It feels like she is not very much in favor of doing nothing for like 60 moves. And
She goes bishop e8. It's also not the most active square the world has ever seen.
No. Now I'm very curious about queen takes a5, queen takes g5, and some move. Queen b4, I don't know. No more checks. And then I have two runners now.
You do.
I don't know, I would be extremely uncomfortable here with
White
black.
still has a lot of control now. Queen.
Yeah.
Cover almost everything.
This isn't great by Zhu Jiner.
All right, back to Sindarov Giri, where we're already approaching the time control, but it did look like Giri has things still more or less under control. Rook c5, rook b7.
Rook b7 is a good move. Rook
h2, rook d6.
Yeah, and this is an interesting turning point, because the engine was suggesting you can, and maybe even you should, play king g6 instead of rook d6. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that rook takes d5, bishop b6, and I wanted to mention it even in the previous position. I think it's a draw even if you don't win the b pawn back. You just double on the b file, put one rook on b4, and you're completely safe, right? So you can pretty much always aim for this. And Anish apparently has now played himself into some potentially significant difficulties after rook cc1.
Which didn't happen. King f2 was played.
No, in the position after king g7.
King f2, king g7.
King g7 is not a good move, yeah. Rook c1 now actually creates significant threats with rook ch1.
So he managed, because I was dreaming of a way to get both rooks on the h file, but there was always some opposition.
Yeah, and interestingly, instead of king g7...
Oh, no, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Rook a5.
No, rook a5 is a very solid move. It creates fewer threats, yeah. But now...
Still unpleasant.
Yeah, you might have to play... yeah, no, this is not fun on... the good thing for Anish is that move 39, so 7 minutes is only for 2 moves, but...
Important 2 moves.
Yeah, after rook cc1, I would actually start worrying for his life in this game, and even after rook a5. I think in practical terms, this is just no fun at all. Yeah, rook a8 is a threat, rook a1 is a threat. The engine goes rook b6 and just gives up the pawn on d5 and plays on.
Which seemed like something he didn't want to do last move.
Yeah, and something we didn't show, but I thought it was curious, because another move that you just never make, but instead of king g7, I understand you like the arrows you draw. Yeah, f5 here apparently is an immediate draw. gf, king f6. But nobody plays like
doing that till move 38.
Yeah, nobody does that. But it apparently immediately equalizes, because we're threatening bishop takes f5, and rook h6, king e5 is completely safe.
Okay, that's not happening.
Yeah.
No, this... Yeah. Easy once again with hindsight, but impressive stuff by Sindarov, just playing for 2 results against Anish straight out of the opening. And I thought the winning chances would be small, but they've grown.
They've grown, consistently over the last 20 moves, and Anish now facing very real problems. In particular, if the best play involves just giving up the pawn on d5 for not very much, because you don't even get to play bishop b6 anymore, I suspect.
So after the best move is this,
and then just goes king g6 here. Yeah.
Oof, that's very hard to do.
Yeah.
Why not bishop e6?
I guess rook d8. I guess we're not threatening to take anyway. So.
Because now he has to get a check here.
Yeah. So this probably is just some sort of mate. Yeah, rook h7, king e6, king g6.
Can't say I'm in love with either. But
yeah, I feel you. I don't. No, this is very beautiful, right? No, it doesn't quite. I thought rook d6, rook e6, rook b7, but rook d6 there is king e5. You're not obliged to comply with my brilliancy, regrettably. I don't know. I don't see it, but
feels incredibly scary, but nothing directly winning, right?
No, I don't see how we conclude this.
Still not fun to calculate on even 4 minutes for 2 moves.
Yeah.
And also you can no longer just hang around, right? You can't go king g6 and make the time control. Well, maybe you can, but it doesn't look fun.
No, I think, oh yeah, in practical terms, if you do something like this, you lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is quite scary, frankly.
But Anish would let down millions of kids worldwide if he doesn't make a draw today, because then Sindarov wouldn't have 6-7. Oof. Think about the kids, Anish.
Yeah. I think the kids he's thinking about are his kids, and they're probably way too young for that particular flavor of brain rot.
I'm not so sure. Especially his oldest son, I'm almost certain is aware of that. I'm not sure he's endorsing it, but I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. Speaking of Anish's extended family, it's Anish's second birthday. Happy birthday to Jan Smeets, turning 41.
Yeah, still a whippersnapper compared to some.
Would easily make him the oldest participant in this field.
That is true. That is very true. And instead of perhaps watching Anish agonize over what he now realizes is not an automatic draw, let's briefly maybe check in with Wei Yi.
But he has 2 minutes. Okay. Quick.
Yeah.
Rook c4.
Yeah.
Who is he, Petrosian?
Well, he endorses Zach's opinion about the...
It's a nice move, but do you need that?
No, I don't think it was necessarily required, but it's a pretty good move, yeah. I think whenever you have an opportunity of making a move like this, it kind of draws you in a little bit.
How do you recapture it?
I think you don't, because white never takes on c4, and I think Andrey is reaching for knight e2.
Now you want to be classy by not taking the exchange?
Yeah. Bishop takes, I think both captures are incredibly strong. I wonder, because I briefly checked in with my overseer there, and after knight e2, apparently you can continue putting stuff on pre's. I saw the move bishop a3 briefly flash on my screen, and I don't know if Wei Yi intends to do that, but it's...
Come on, Wei Yi, you owe us some entertainment. Like, put some more pieces there.
But you can also play quiet or something like queen a6, b6 here. I think white just kind of never wants to take that exchange because the light squares are going to be so weak. It's... No.
I don't even understand what this move does, but...
Yeah, neither do I, which is why I brought it up, because it's just so outlandish. You put more stuff under attack, and also I don't understand what the threat is.
It's provocative.
We just park it there and
people going.
Yeah, it's annoying, yeah. Maybe it stops b3 followed by a4 or something. I don't know.
Now we go here, yeah?
Yep. I don't know. It's a kind of an artifact of too much computer screen time.
At least Andrey's managed the clock reasonably well, not fast, but he didn't fall into deep time trouble because the position looked so frustrating. He's actually ahead on the clock.
Yeah, don't know if it'll help him, but it's at least something.
Yeah, but having 5 minutes here would hurt him.
Yeah, that it definitely would, yeah.
Okay, quick tour. Yeah, not much going on in Bluebaum. Nakamura, Hikaru is running away, not giving up any pawns in the process. Praggnanandhaa, yeah, this knight d1 is on the board. Oops, apologies. And g5 was played, offering some more exchanges. Yeah, still equal, yeah? I guess Fabi's not trying to simplify, but trying to make something happen. But
yeah, this is just completely fine for white now. We can do all kinds of things. I mean, takes rook a5, provoke some kind of a weakening, then go knight e3 here. who is better and why. As
Yeah, why would white be worse now?
As they used to say in the old days, yeah. And
did Anish make the time control?
He did, yeah.
He did, but
he is now
paid a price.
He is now in trouble. Yeah, he went rook b4, king e3, rook db6, and as long as you don't take on d5, you're just much better here with white, apparently.
Don't think Sindarov wants that pawn too badly.
Yeah.
So
in particular, you can go
rook a1.
You can go king d3, c3. It's kind of stunning just how impossible it is for black to attack that king on c3. And once it is on c3, maybe you start entertaining the notion of being a pawn up. The immediate rook c2 is pretty strong. There are options now. No, this is beginning to look like it will just not hold.
Yeah, Sindarov does look very interested. He might just keep winning.
Yeah.
Reminds me of a young Kasparov.
We haven't gone in that direction yet, but maybe it is now time. What about the young Kramnik?
No, it doesn't remind me of the young Kramnik.
Hair too short, yeah.
There's that, but also stylistically.
Young Kasimzhanov, maybe?
No offense to our dear, dear friend Kasimzhanov, the first Uzbek FIDE world champion, and I'm sure he played a big, big role in inspiring these kids and making the chess boom in Uzbekistan happen. But, here comes the but, he's stronger than young Kasimzhanov already.
It is possible, yeah. I think it is possible that this statement is factually correct.
Well, you could argue, but these historical comparisons are always a bit iffy, that he's stronger than all the names that have been mentioned, but it's different times. Maybe not a young Kasparov. Who would win? Sindarov or young Kasparov?
Which age?
20.
No, I think Gary is still ahead. I think Gary is probably comfortably ahead, actually, but yeah, these are so difficult because the general conditions.
Yeah, they never make
so
sense.
Much,
yeah, but fun to do anyway. What about the young Anand? Confident, quick.
There are some parallels, for sure.
Incredibly sharp tactically.
Yeah, and we might have an opportunity to include the now somewhat grown-up Anand in this riveting conversation.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled. So let's sum up before we go on break. Sindarov with, we believe, significant winning chances against Anish Giri now. Win would put him on 6.5 out of 7. And kind of out of reach of the field. Caruana looks unlikely to win. Pragg went h5, not hg.
Oh,
that should also be good.
Playing for a win maybe now, yeah, 93 g4.
Dreaming of picking up this pawn. But yeah, looks balanced. Bluebaum, Nakamura also still balanced. Bluebaum is trying, and rightly so, to squeeze something out of this obstacle bishops. But looks very dwarf. Andrey Esipenko is still in trouble against Wei Yi. He's sort of hanging in there, and Wei Yi is doing what he's been doing consistently in this tournament. Overthinking. So especially in this position, I thought he would just make a lot of nice, natural, active moves, but he's playing slowly. Don't like it. In the women's section, there was a draw by our leader, Anna Muzychuk. First was worse, then maybe slightly better, but nothing that much happened against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Kateryna Lagno was completely lost and looks like is still completely lost.
Still is completely lost against against Divya. Yeah, taking on a7 and knight d4 apparently collapses the position completely because a7 is also hanging and you have back rank problems.
I don't think we'll see the daily swing in her game anymore. This looks too good a position for Divya, who's played very controlled game.
Yeah, and here Goryachkina should have taken on a5 actually.
Doesn't want any drama, but get the two passes, no?
Yeah, this I think limits her winning chances actually. Taking on a5 and queen b4 was, I mean, the engine still holds it for black, I'm sure, but in practical terms would have been a very, very decent winning chance.
And in Zhongyi versus Vaishali. We promised you the game would be over soon, and nothing has really changed. The game is still going.
Yeah, Black
Just Tan is spending a lot of time for some reason here on these moves.
Yeah, she wants to find the cleanest
clean,
solution. A lot of things are working here. Rook c8 is strong, knight c4 is strong, bishop takes b2 I think is pretty good as well. But and she's also doing what we, I think, alluded to during one of the previous broadcasts and as being sort of the correct procedure, which is making somebody who's on half a minute play it out over half an hour. You don't.
Yeah, keep them in time trouble.
Yeah. So I think it's sort of correct, and particularly if she's not entirely sure what the best move is. Yeah, keeping Vaishali sitting there on 57 seconds in a bad position is very, very unpleasant.
The worst is if you sit there for whatever 10 minutes and then a move is played that you didn't expect to. You were calculating bishop b2, but then you get rook e8 and you still don't have a good move.
Yeah, that would be.
Then
very
again,
painful.
everything looks like it's winning, so plenty choice here. We'll be back with Anand to ask him whom Sindarov reminds him of after the break.
See you then.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everybody. We are being joined by five-time world champion Anand in the studio. And Vishy, without further ado, what's happening in the Sindarov Giri game?
I thought Giri had killed it in the opening, and there was no, I mean, I really wasn't paying attention. But even that, Sindarov whipped up a pretty serious winning chance.
Yeah.
There were positions where I considered whether rook takes d5 is actually a threat, because if black just plays bishop e6 somewhere, you'll have to go for a 4 rook, or allow bishop b3 and hope that this knight f5 turns out to be decided. Something vague like that. I did not check it.
Yeah, here, for example, like if you take...
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably
Something
an immediate draw.
like this. Yeah.
We have a draw there in Bluebaum Nakamura. Bluebaum had a bit of pressure, but not enough, so we can get back to our top game. Let's bring in Peter, who's anxiously waiting by the big board.
Yeah.
Peter, rook takes d5 was played. That's wrong, question mark?
That is wrong, but it's wrong for a very specific reason. And although, I mean, I sort of saw Anish, I think, reaching for what I assume is the correct move here, but I don't know how easy it is. And this is where, you know, we keep on telling those young children who are trying to progress in chess, like, you should invest some time in basic endgames. And then they never do, and they never get punished for it. But this is one of those cases where it might be useful, because this is a draw. It's actually a pretty straightforward draw. If white plays f3, f4, we can't allow f5, but we take on f4, and g4 versus f6 is also a safe draw, specifically, of course, with a light square bishop, not a dark square bishop.
But we can also go f5 here. No, that's also a draw.
Yep. That is, that's a version of the same, I guess, different one against one, but also because it's on a dark square and there's a light square bishop next to it, you also don't press very hard here either. And shockingly, like even this somehow, you just keep the bishop on this diagonal, not allowing the king to reach the f5 square. No, this I lost already. Yeah, bishop h3. Yeah. I should maybe
go bishop g6 no, after the check.
Yeah. Go bishop g6 and then king g7, king f6. So white can't actually force the king away. Maybe you go forward. But how easy is this? And I think Anish already played bishop e6, seemingly. And now after rook d8, he might have to do it, because there's more than one thing on my screen which draws, but they all involve giving up a rook.
Yeah, like rook b3 here forces the exchange of rooks.
Yeah, and
because
here as well.
You either play king f2 and take that one and this one, but...
But the thing for Anish is, I'm pretty sure there are endgame books out there who state unequivocally that those types of endgames are a draw. And maybe this is in your mind, and then you go for it confidently. But if you're not, playing something like this and then losing without a fight because they end up being completely lost, you feel like well, somewhat stupid, right?
But what's the alternative? Like, he can... well, he has to do something? No? Yeah, he took already.
Yeah, he has taken on b3. So well done to Anish. And now he should save this, because if it's a draw, it's a reasonably straightforward draw. You don't even have very many traps white can try. Returning to Sindarov's decision to take on d5, as we were saying, something like king d3 was stronger. And one of the reasons it was stronger is that here, the rooks don't come off, actually, for some reason, king d4.
No, if I went back to b7 and rotated the bishop to g6, can white make any progress without exchanging rooks?
Again?
If I, king d4 here, take king d4 and I go back to b7 and I play bishop e8 g6.
Yeah, maybe this is
maybe you can't really make progress.
Yeah, I guess maybe that was always a threat, but at least with 4 rooks, maybe there are some additional chances which you have to pay attention to. And if you really wanted to, was there a way to completely not allow it at all, like rook c2? Does that stop it altogether? Are we losing this? Let's say king d4, rook b7 again, and then bishop d8 e6.
Yeah.
Honestly, 0.9 might suggest that all of these positions are a draw. And then honestly, we were overstating the danger, because if this bailout always exists and always saves the game,
then it was never a problem.
Then it was never really a huge problem. And then maybe Anish realized it from some way away. But yeah, we don't know. But the current position very much is a draw, because as Yavishi correctly pointed out, you can't keep the 4 rooks, because the king cannot go backward because of rook b2 check. And then both waiting and playing f6, f5 appear to be comfortably holding the game.
After, let's say, king e4, rook b4, rook d4, I can see there's f5, but if we do nothing, it's also draw. It takes, and
yeah,
move.
even going over to e7 apparently saves the game. Yeah, I mean, it is like completely unbothered here. Rook h7, just, I don't know, bishop f7, and then king e7, and back to f8, I don't know. All of these apparently are very easily drawn, which to me, I would be very worried here with black, because
the famous one I remember is g3 h4 against h5 f6, and the bishop sits on g4. It just bounces and king on f8 against king on d6.
Yeah, this was famously played in some
and that kind of left a trace, and then obviously you can remove the h-pawns and it's still a draw and so on.
Yeah. Well, you can sort of trace it back to the ones you've seen before and realize just how safe all of these structures are. But still, kudos to Anish, because as I said, I have a feeling he hasn't refreshed this very recently. And if you end up being wrong, people make fun of you, and that's
you're straight in the slaughterhouse. There's no way back. So.
But yeah, good on him for doing that. Elsewhere in the round, this is now a somewhat livelier position. I realize I'm not on screen, so I will wait until a current position appears on your screen.
Which one you want, Peter?
Well, this
there
one.
You are.
This one, yeah. This is. We left it after g5, h5, and Fabian understandably did not like the idea of the white knight ending on the g4 square, played knight e5, and now after this trade and black improving the structure somewhat, but there is now a weakness on h6, which means that we can play, as Pragg has just done, play rook a6 check, lure the king to the sevens, give a check from a7, and you can't really go forward, because then you will run into some kind of rook h7, knight e3, knight g4 check ideas. I can show this on the board, I guess. King f6, I think I can go rook h7, and if you play knight f7, you start wondering if maybe things have gone slightly wrong, because knight g4 is a big threat. So I think this will probably end peacefully as well. And the one that always looked like it will result in a decisive game still does look like that. We left it here, where you just played knight e7. Machine suggests a move like a2, a3, I guess maybe to stop b5 before. I'm not quite sure how we're choosing moves here with white. Everything looks miserable. But for the time being, I guess black has no direct threats. Andrey maybe somewhat understandably played g4, not to attack, but to stop bishop f5, because positionally, if those bishops come off the board, your position looks even more miserable than it does. But it's a waste of a tempo, and yeah, currently, this is on the board. Black is prepared to play bishop b5.
And what black is saying is, take the rook, play b3, because it doesn't matter. You can't take it.
This is...
No, I mean with b3. Because I have knight c1 as well. It's queen a3.
Yeah, we can just...
bishop b5, and the whole rook, it doesn't matter. It's totally gone.
We just break through here. Yeah. I mean, we are technically down a rook, but you know, the extra rook is on a1, so...
You also bishop takes c4, no? And then do stuff on the...
Oh, this is...
on the c5.
Yeah, this is even more brutal. Just give mate directly, stronger. Faster, at least, yeah. I like d takes c4 on aesthetic grounds, but this is faster.
Yeah.
No, this is just incredibly miserable. And it looks like, if I understand correctly, Andrey finally did take. No, he didn't, sorry. But what do you do? Like, he played g4, h4, but there's never going to be an attack on the king side. You're just never in time with anything you do on the king side.
Can you show Vichy this bishop d2 position?
Actually, if black plays bishop e8 here, is he threatening rook c7? Yes, he is.
How to... yeah, okay.
And yeah, rook c7. But I think maybe that's what Andrey is doing. He's playing h5 so that bishop never has a check.
to stop the bishop from arriving on g6, yeah. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we know what your take will be about the move bishop f4, g2, but go off king.
Yeah, well, I did see this happen, and I fell off my chair, metaphorically speaking, after queen e8. And then he actually ambled off king d1, c1.
Yeah.
And there was a second when it looked like a 960.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, though black with rooks confuses a bit.
Yeah, black somehow managed to resolve the problem of what to do with your king, and white hasn't, yeah. No, but my opinion, and I'm pretty sure this is like the only explanation for this move, is that it's his first candidate, and he feels like he must play quote-unquote fighting chess, and allowing this bishop trade is not fighting chess. But
play fighting chess, castle, queenside.
Yeah. No, I don't really have a good explanation for it.
No, I understand your point, that after bishop f4 he might have thought it was dead, but he does have the slightly better bishop, and you can play g4, h4. It's not zero, and what's he expecting in this opening anyway? So.
In his defense, I can see the computer line. The first computer line is long castles, rook e8, bishop d2. No, but there's a bit of a difference, right? Because I understand. We did manage to castle, yeah. And then we will play g4, and then maybe we'll put it back on f4 later, yeah. And that actually maybe changes our approach a little bit, right? If it's correct in some positions, maybe it's not as absurd. Maybe it's only absurd specifically because of queen e8, queen a4. Okay, then we should maybe tone it down a little bit.
Okay, so he went bishop a4, provoked b3, and went back to b5. If I understand the last couple of moves.
No, I think it's just...
Oh, he volunteered b3 and then bishop b5.
Yeah, I spotted this bc, bishop c4.
Yeah, b3, bishop... Yeah, now that things are finally happening concretely on the queen side, I think this is not long for this world.
Anna, it's been a sport online to say which world champion Sindarov reminds you of. Nigel Short offered a young Spassky. Kolovic said a young Tal. Which world champion does Sindarov remind you of? Young Anand?
I don't know. I probably want to say Morphy.
Oh, all that way back.
Well, also, yeah. But Tal, but not really Tal. I mean, Sindarov plays quite a bit different.
We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this position from the game between Vaishali and Zhongyi.
What?
Yeah, that was my reaction as well. First off, instead of all the good moves we listed, which is rook e8, knight c4, bishop takes b2, she played knight e4, which does allow white to liquidate into actually is just a drawn ending. And then in this position, I'm actually kind of shocked at how zeros it is on my screen. Black does have an extra pawn on the a file. But that's not the end of my shock, because somewhere here, black is now better. But she played king g7, rook a6, and in this position, instead of, I don't know, rook a2 or anything, she played rook a1. And yeah, that is very uncalled for, and also so incredibly uncharacteristic for Tan.
Who does that to put the rook on that diagonal?
Yeah, I don't know how to describe this even. She will now just basically resign. And yeah, a game she was winning very, very convincingly is going to be a full point swing. And Vaishali will end in +1 after this.
Let's have a look. Yeah, this is heartbreaking. But somewhat shocking as well. Maybe she thought she was at a Zwischenschach, but it's
no, I don't think she saw anything. Yeah. I think she just put the rook there and forgot for a second about the battery.
Nice. And okay, she is now trying, because she does have an outside passer, she's trying for something like king f5, king e4 here, but...
Yeah, I actually tried it, but the problem with g3, a4, bishop c1, and C1, it's just not going anywhere.
You get pushed away. White has infinite tempi to improve. I mean, it's probably the best try in practice. Everything else was even simpler.
Whoa! So Vaishali was lost against Lagno yesterday, won that game, was lost today, and looks like she's winning again.
Yes.
Which would put her on +1, half a point behind the leader. Yeah, just heartbreaking for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, she's really not having a nice event at all.
She's been so stable for so many years, but in this one, everything seems to be going wrong.
Yeah.
And it's even the right colored rook pawn, I mean.
Yeah. So just for clarity's sake, I understand it's completely winning. Let's say I go f5 here. How do we...
Bishop b2.
h4?
If I just wait to a1.
h3, b2, and yeah, once I get king d3, and it seems very simple. Yeah. No, I mean, obviously this never ever works for black, but yeah.
I didn't follow the line, but yeah.
h4 bishop a1, no, h4 bishop
anywhere.
But then a3 a2, which I guess maybe doesn't change anything actually, but bishop h8 a2 bishop a1 back. I mean, we just need the d3 square. yeah, I'd be a bit hesitant to allow h3 and then not win on the spot, right? I guess here we go king e3, f3, g4, and we win.
Yeah, we go that way. Oh, yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, no, but that is just heartbreak. The position wasn't winning anymore, which is already a huge shock considering she was winning by at least 3 different ways.
But yeah, if you had not gone to b3 and just go back a bit.
Instead, yeah.
Yeah, so king f3, king d3, g4 takes, king e4. Is that something? No, but I'm going to lose it when you have so king takes h3. Oh, maybe even bishop e5. You're right, because I can't keep the king on e4.
This apparently is a draw, which is.
Yeah, no, you can definitely imagine some scenarios where this is no longer winning, but yeah, you have to misplay it. And you at least try bishop e5 and calculate from there. And now I can take on h3, I assume.
This is no longer a draw. It's the right.
Yeah.
Right guy.
Very much no longer a draw. Yeah. Vaishali goes bishop c5, which is similar, I'm guessing.
So understanding you go g5, g4. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, and king g2 and a1, yeah. Just in time.
Okay, but she has time now. They're past move 40, so she should just win this. Yeah. Another stunning turnaround. I'm not sure Lagno has another stunning turnaround in her, but she did survive till here, which...
Yeah, this is actually an improvement compared to what her position should have been at some point.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing with the pawn on f4, but here there's actually some hope.
Yeah.
Even knight d8 is... No, it's not, but... should go slowly, but...
No, but honestly, even if you end up having to play f6, gf, gf, even those you occasionally don't lose, because no weaknesses and technique might sort of crumble under time pressure, which you probably end up having to deal with. Yeah, we could maybe... I was going to say show it move by move, but we do have events in Wei Yi, Esipenko Wei Yi, so maybe that might...
Yeah, let's go there.
More pressing, because Andrey did accept the rook sacrifice, and now he is just getting mated.
And bishop takes c4, played by Wei Yi.
Yeah, Andrey probably thought that...
Maybe also expected DC on a static ground.
Him, which was winning, but this is winning faster. Bishop c2, bishop d3, and you just cannot connect any of your pieces to the c2 square. Like rook c1, we take on c2 and go queen d3, and... I'm assuming. And yeah, this just falls apart.
Yeah.
You can put something on c3, but black will take and give rook b8 check, and attack does not stop. Yeah. Now this is not great for Andrey, and queen takes d2, and then here there has to be some sort of mate, yeah.
Rook c3, maybe? Where am I? No, that should be... Also knight c6 maybe was...
Yeah, knight 6 a5 was probably also pretty decent, considering how completely tied up.
No, it does look hopeless. Queen d3 also wins.
Yeah. But honestly, you maybe have to rework your entire impression of this game. Maybe he remembered he was playing bishop d2 somewhere.
That could be that it's like somewhere deep in the file.
Let me check the timings. So after c3 bishop d6, he was on 144.
Yeah, could still be in book.
Could very much still be in book, and he remembered castles rook e8 bishop d2 and just kind of slightly mouse slipped and did not get rook e8 anymore, and suddenly it's a whole different position.
Also, very often, if you see a strong player making such a strange move, it's that they actually know it's a move.
Yeah.
Not in that particular position. Did you ever mix up your preparation?
Well, the first game of Topalov.
Ah, this Grunfeld, yeah, that's...
Yeah, well, I'm supposed to... I played King f7 first, which kind of makes a difference in that opening.
Yeah.
That's the famous one, but I've done quite a few of those, I think.
Well, we're staying on that match. Was it game number 2 where you played Queen
I
A3
mixed it up
doubling the
again.
pawn. I think that was also...
Yeah, I'm supposed to do it after a rook move, and I played it first. And then I think my seconds just decided...
That game number 2 so was less fatal than Andrey.
From a busted position, but yes, sure.
There we see Esipenko by
Yeah, and actually in the line that we're
Resign-
showing, if bishop c2, bishop d3, rook c1, rook takes c2 is a bit stronger. Rook c2, queen a4. And then you no longer have to calculate very much.
Bishop c3 and all that stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Ends the game faster.
I think we can trust Wei Yi with either of those.
Absolutely, yeah. No, this one is over. It's just grief right now.
Let's check in with Anish. Yeah, yes.
Anish is fine.
Yeah,
King
so
on
he's
e8.
found the king on... So what is White's hope here? King d4 maybe?
I think we just go king f8 and
King c5?
bishop to b3 in the end. And
Oh, I wouldn't do that because...
you wouldn't?
Bishop b3... but and then you just don't do anything. Yeah, you wait.
Yeah, no, we chill, yeah. Yeah, we can absolutely allow the king to d6. It doesn't do anything as long as we don't allow it to e6.
I have 3 squares also, c4,
Yeah.
b3, a2, so you
Yeah,
can't
I
even
think we
go
have enough
back.
squares.
So is winning if White has a pawn on g3? No, still a draw, yeah?
I think it might be, because if you play f4, gf, gf, bishop f5, that's a draw, but with g3, I can't see any reason why
Yeah, there's
it
also going to
shouldn't,
be that
but-
plan of f4, like put the rook on f2 and go f4, rook takes f4, which...
Yeah, but I don't see how...
maybe
And then the pawn isn't on g4 being threatened, so that might...
Oh, yeah.
But then you don't threaten g5 yourself, so you can't kick my king out. I don't know.
Okay, so now it's a fairly straightforward draw. Good defensive job by Anish. Prague, you've shown us.
Yeah. Fabi is still thinking in that position, trying, sort of hoping against hope to find something to do, but I don't think it exists. I think it's just very safe for White.
Did you ever see this line before in your years as a Slav player? It was twice played by Bluebaum. I've never seen this.
I would be at least a little bit proud if I had ever considered queen c7, knight c4, knight bd7 as an alternative move order. But queen c7 with the idea of knight a6, well, I think you've gathered by now, queen c7 never crossed my mind. I think
Same here.
I might have seen knight a6, knight c4, but even then I would have tried e5 or knight d7 or knight b4 or something. I don't think
I think the problem is f3, right?
F3, yeah,
It's not even knight takes c4.
Or if you like e3, e6, bishop c4.
This one is done.
Yeah, there was a shocker, heartbreaking for Zhongyi to lose that winning position. Winning position, and Vaishali had no time on the clock. She had all the time.
20 against 50 seconds in a position which is completely and utterly winning for her, yeah. And she goes to -2 now?
I think so, yeah.
Was she already -2?
She was on -1, I think,
okay.
before today. Yeah. And Vaishali winning those two somewhat fortuitous games in a row is now half a point behind the lead, yeah?
As we know, historically, once Vaishali starts winning, she doesn't stop at 4.
Yeah. I mean, once you win these positions, that's the hard work. And then it's all downhill. I mean, what's the expression? It's all uphill.
Smooth sailing.
No, smooth sailing, I think we'll go with that.
Andrey decided to go bishop c2, bishop d3, bishop c3, but yeah, I mean, not a lot of hope here.
It's mate in 10, Peter. Show us how.
Well, just b takes c3, I think, and I wonder. Like, I think Wei Yi is looking for something that will, give maximum style points, because b takes c3 does appear to be winning on the spot. I don't see what the defensive resource even is. I guess knight c1 maybe is something he is worried about, but then actually, how do we? I guess that's the one thing that needs to be solved. Yeah, I'll switch it off. Let's try and figure this out. Rook b8, knight b3. No, that doesn't. No, okay. How is this mate in 9? I am very slow today.
I don't see it.
So if it's not b takes c3, what else?
No,
would it
this is
be?
correct. This is mate in
okay.
7. That's on the screen now. That's the information.
Oh, bishop e2 with the threat queen a3? No, but that doesn't make
Wow.
sense. You can play a4. It's not mate in 7. Or a3 even better.
Bishop e2 is a beautiful move, though. I kind of want it to be the solution, but it
Yeah,
doesn't.
but queen as well. Queen e3 is spoiling my.
Yeah.
How hard can this be?
Apparently very
let's
hard.
Just be direct for a change.
Ah, yeah, there's bishop 4 in the end. Yeah, we're.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Wasn't that hard, actually?
No, it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't.
So, Wei Yi is going to win. Nakamura, Bluebaum, and in a draw. Caruana, Prag, some intrigue, but most likely a draw. Sindarov, Giri, we can conclude, is now sort of a dead draw, with the bishop just chilling on this diagonal. What's your Sindarov comparison then? Which world champion?
Pick one.
So many.
He does seem to be sui generis.
Nicely done. Nicely done, sir. I think the correct answer is the one that Zach gave, because I think it's sort of the one that nobody else will ever give, because he said Petrosian. Which
No, he just said Petrosian was his favorite. I said Petrosian to troll. But Zach just likes Petrosian. No, I'm sticking with Ayekhin. Is there any intrigue left here? Goryachkina, Zhu Jiner?
It's still a game, and I think it's still possible to lose with black, but I think the danger, to a large degree, has passed, because I think even if the queens come off, you don't lose, although you kind of hate life for a while. I'm not sure you lose if you take on e3, go king e7, king d6, and just stay. I'm not sure there's enough to make progress.
Probably, no? King d4, king d6. At some point, you'll be playing f6, right? Because otherwise it doesn't work. And now I play a4. f4, a4, knight e5.
And then, well, eventually I might switch to maybe king e6, f5 and start. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Or I play b4 and rotate the knight to c3, get it to b5, and all that. No, I could play a3, b4, and then rotate the knight and so on. And
Other way.
I mean, f6 is always going to be the final resource there once it's down to one pawn, but could be something. But I think already black could have played king e6 and bishop a8 and just play f6, and that's it.
Yeah, I think at some point I'm just switching to the king side, in particular once the a pawns are traded, and I can start planning to give up the bishop for the pawn on b5. Yeah, this maybe will lose. Yeah, once it's on a8, it feels like maybe this one will lose.
But wait, bishop 8 is the plan, because I want to go f6, takes king e6. And the moment you play king c5, I chuck this pawn, take that. And then I don't think you'll be able to corner my bishop. You'll have to.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so mild winning chances, but consensus seems to be the worst is over for Zhu Jiner. Time travel is also over, so we will say thank you so much to Vishy Anand for joining us yet again. Tomorrow's a rest day, but Vishy will be back, we hope, day after tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vish.
Welcome back, everybody. Peter Svidler reclaimed his throne, as Anand put it. And let's jump straight into Esipenko versus Wei Yi, where it is mate in 6.
Yeah, bit h3 has been played, and Andrey now realizes that his idea of playing... I'm pretty sure he wanted to play knight c1 here, otherwise he just resigned, but regrettably it's just mate with checks. And a very straightforward one once you realize that you can continue giving up material along the open files with knight b3, queen a3. It's the only thing I think that wins cleanly, but it is very, very straightforward.
Yi will spot this.
He already had. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have played bit h3 if he didn't have a response to knight c1. Yeah, and for Andrey, yeah, I think I'm very much changing my narrative to...
was in the file. Yeah, that makes much more sense to me as well.
Wrong page of the file or wrong order, because yeah, it made no sense, and I should have considered the possibility that it was in some other similar position. Because yeah, no matter how poorly you do in a tournament, a player like Andrey does not play.
The hand just doesn't allow it if it's not tonight. Yeah, in there. Yeah. But also the move was probably more sensible than we made it sound, because it is the specific thing with queen e8.
Yeah, it's only because the queen is so strong on a4, and yeah, you wait for the rook to appear on that square, and then you do it, and it's a playable position. White is not better, but it's a playable position, and I guess this is what they wanted actually for today, this specific setup. Yeah, and Andrey is... yeah, it's been a bit of a disastrous first half. This is going to be the second wide game he loses. He also lost that very promising position against Anish Giri. Not very promising today, but still a white loss. He doesn't lose very many with white, I don't think.
No.
And I think the Prague-FIDE game must have concluded by now, but I guess we stick with this, awaiting a move or...
Yeah, it does very much look like also Sindarov Giri, there's not much to play for. Like, we will get 2 draws, and this should be wrapped up, not with a draw. Any moment now. Maybe, yeah. Also allowing Wei Yi back into the tournament. He did mention before the tournament that he didn't think the Petrov was a very drawish opening. He said, more or less openly said, yeah, I will play some Petrovs, but I think there will still be winning chances, and it was proven right today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, today is a very good illustration of exactly why you also get winning chances against the Petrov. It's because people will not play the main lines against you where maybe there are none. They will play something offbeat, trying to get a game, and then Petrov is just like any other opening. You just get a new position.
Open position.
Yeah, get a new position and you play it.
That has ended peacefully.
Mm-hmm. And they are now discussing, I don't know if anyone is really particularly unhappy about this. I mean, there's no particular reason to be happy about a draw either, considering you are definitely here to fight for first, and every draw...
Yeah, particularly for Prague, every white draw doesn't help, and Esipenko resigns, doesn't feel like being shown the mate on the board after knight c1, rook b8 check, which is also understandable.
Yeah, quite understandable.
We can show the line one more time, knight b3, queen a3, threatens checkmate, takes, and bishop f4. Nowhere to hide. Wei Yi picks up his first victory. Esipenko still waiting for his first full point. Yeah, tough day. Let's hope his second can cheer him up a bit. Maybe they return to their World Cup formula, go out, watch some football, change the scenery.
Yeah, absolutely, and he does have a very strong support system here with pretty much everybody in the extended family, and even some non-family members are here. But yeah, he would much rather, I think, got a point somewhere.
For sure. Yeah, Caruana can't complain too much. I don't think he missed any big chances. And that leaves us in the open section with Sindarov Giri, which is still ongoing. But I'm not sure. Of course, Sindarov is within his rights to play this for as long as he likes. But if there's not a single question you can ask, then what are you doing, right?
So just for my demarcation, if I go rook c2, f2, f4 here, the reaction is, let's say bishop b3, rook f2. It's just king g7, and then I run towards g5, right?
We want f4?
Yeah. Actually, if you play king g7 immediately, maybe I go king e7. So my question is...
Okay, king f7.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that actually is... And after f4, we take, and we go king g6, king g5, and that's always enough, right? Comfortably enough. Yeah, that makes sense.
What was that word you used? I'm always eager to learn.
Yeah, don't misunderestimate my ability to invent new words. Although I didn't invent that one. That was a person much more famous than I am.
Edumication? What was it? I genuinely didn't get it.
And now I can't remember what I said.
You said something like "just for my edumication" or some fantasy word.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fantasy word. Yeah, but I seriously, I am now unsure exactly how I finished that. I know how I began that word, but how I finished it, I am no longer sure. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. This is not some arcane knowledge that.
I'm not sure. I have a feeling you're hiding something. Illumination, I would have understood, but edumication. I know you read books and stuff, so help us.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's from books. Yeah, and I do know where misunderestimate is from, and that is definitely not from books.
But that just sounds wrong.
That's
I thought
a famous George W. quote.
Okay. Sindarov is chasing this bishop around a bit, but
yeah, I think he is playing a 4
I have enough squares.
I think he's probably playing a 4 here.
And then, how we do it? Takes.
King g7. We just had this, right?
Yeah. Now white is a tempo up, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but yeah, that's actually the position I wanted to ask you about. But it's also still completely safe, right? Because even if you could protect the pawn on g4 here, I could play bishop b3, d1, or whichever way we want to cut it. I think it was a demarcation.
Edumication.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I saw you furiously clicking, so you could probably look up that it's the word to them.
No. It's and now I will mispronounce the word portmanteau. But yeah, it's a combination of education and edification, I think, right? That would be probably the way.
Okay, let's start with the basics. What is edification? I honestly don't know.
The process of educating someone of...
Isn't that education?
I think there is a difference, and I think edification exists.
No, I believe you. I'm asking.
I've given you all I could on the topic, frankly. I really don't think I can provide any more hard information on that topic.
Okay, so what did we learn? Edification is a word that means education?
No, it doesn't mean education. Education is a sort of, I think, a more general process. Plus, it's. I'm not Googling. I think I have to.
Why are you so self-conscious about your impressive command of the English language?
I need
sort of sharing with us.
I need to drink
the unedificated.
No. You can't do this to me. Even though you clearly can and are doing this to me, you still can't.
Sindarov is weighing his options here, but yeah, it does look like there's not much else to do. Then again,
no, not willing to
play. You can also
not willing
take
to
it
play
for a few spins.
To play a 4 just yet. Yeah, he's pretending black could run out of squares, but they really
this
can't.
Is a square.
Yeah, rook f5. Is he? No. I thought, is he planning to go rook f5 and then f4 and g5? But that leads to an immediate draw, so that also isn't.
I can also do This, right?
Yeah.
I blundered.
Why?
Why did I blunder?
What did you blunder also?
I do not know, but I can see it's +7 now.
But why though? It looks completely fine. Why is this? What?
I don't understand anything. I guess rook here and f5.
Ah, yeah, and f5 and then rook a7 check and king e6.
That actually wins. Okay.
Yeah. That would be unnecessary.
Because if takes, the bishop gets taken. So there are ways to blunder. Always helps just to make 2 moves. But what you were saying was gf, g5, king g6.
Yeah, but that's just an immediate draw because the bishop is still on the correct diagonal, and also g takes. Ah, hang on.
I mean, we're losing this pawn, but this is still nothing, yeah?
Okay, this one I would be properly scared of, right? I mean,
I'm not sure we're doing ourselves any favors, but apparently this is still a draw. And I think I've even seen this in one of the dreaded endgame books.
Yeah, there was a recent game, I think, which ended like this, which drew my attention. But yeah, you
don't want this.
No. If at all possible, I think you would prefer not to make a draw this way. You would prefer it.
Oh yeah, this I think is a.
But you actually you have to allow it.
Draw.
So in order not to allow it, yeah. He can actually make king moves which are not king g7. All of them are fine. King f7 is fine, yeah. This does not allow what we have just seen.
It feels like he doesn't deserve to suffer that much in this construction. Yeah, king f7 played. If we give a check, king goes where? g6, f8. I guess f8 is more consistent, yes, stopping. Any king e7. Adventures.
Well, I think if it gets to e7, white wins, but we just don't get that ever.
No, apparently. There's just nothing there if we don't allow anything too crazy. Okay, Sindarov taking his time. Let's take a quick tour. Zhu Jiner against Goryachkina is still ongoing. But something changed.
Yeah, it's gotten somewhat sharper because white can try queen f6 now, which is not a ridiculous try at all. I don't think you can take, but I think the engine still holds if you play something calm, like queen c7.
c7.
Knight g4, g3, and it becomes very concrete because you can play knight g4 and now queen g4, I think it plays. And you have to worry about getting mated, but apparently if you play precisely, you aren't getting mated still, and this is still okay. But yeah, I don't know if I think it's still sort of 50-50 if she wins or not. I think white has decent winning chances now because you have to calculate some very specific things all the time, and it's a lot easier to create those threats than to parry them for an hour and a half or two.
I believe in Zhu Jiner, and I don't think Goryachkina wants any of that smoke. She avoided queen takes i5 earlier. I think she'll be worried to let the d pawn run. I don't think she will even create these threats when it means the black d pawn coming to d3.
Maybe, yeah.
In other news,
yeah, this one
will take a while. In case you guys were worried about a short show today, relax.
Yeah. First of all, it will take a while, and secondly, I wanted to ask you, would you even play before in this structure? Wouldn't you rather have them on light squares?
So black plays a6, yeah?
Yeah, I just feel like we are increasing drawing chances by doing this.
This whole a3, b4 operation, maybe she didn't like.
Yeah, and just to show what I think is maybe the cleanest simple win, go slightly further back. go to the moment where white took on g6. Yes, so rook e7 here. Instead of taking on g6, we can take on a7. And without giving black the luft on the back rank, we can play knight d4. And then just collapses move by move, because if you take, you can't really protect the a7 pawn properly, because you'll get mated along the back rank. Like bishop e5 here, maybe, honestly. Might be. Although, yeah, and rook takes, yeah. I guess you take on h5, on e5, and you play h6, and that's not as clean as I thought, but there must be something. Maybe we play, yeah, instead of this bishop e5, I guess queen d5 is just winning on the spot, right? Creating all kinds of threats. Queen a8, rook c7, queen d8.
That tactic Lagno is familiar with.
Yep. And not in a good way. And now you have to win a kind of a dry technical position where, yes, probably black will eventually have to undouble your g-pawns while undoubling her g-pawns, but those types of 3 against 2 and 2 against 2 on the other side, and particularly if the knights come off and you have these same color bishop endings.
I'm never sure. These are winning, and often you even make progress, you do sensible things, but then there are no pawns left somehow in the end.
Yeah. No, people hold these somewhat regularly. So Divya might actually regret not finding something that wins on the spot and kind of relying on the fact that she is a healthy pawn up, which of course she is, but you still have to convert this.
I do agree. Okay, let's check in with Sindarov one last time. Maybe not last time. But yeah, after king f7, he has not made a move. So we will give him some time to ponder this. Take a break. There will be plenty of action when we come back. Use the break, of course, to subscribe to FIDE Chess on YouTube. And hopefully you will learn something about the history of the candidates during the break. See you then.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 7 of the FIDE candidates. First half of the tournament is about to be over. The sole victor so far in the open group is Wei Yi defeating Andrey Esipenko. We have 1 game still going, which is our leader, Sindarov, trying to win a position and exchange up against Anish Giri. But Peter Svidler, his chances are limited, aren't they?
Yeah, we couldn't find any realistic chances. And the saddest thing is, even if you achieve the absolute maximum, which is, I guess, in this position, f4, and then black for some inexplicable reason decides to play king f7 and not king g7 after taking, even that turns out to be a draw after g5, king g6, gf, and back to f7. And if even that is a draw, you really aren't running too many risks with black. I'm sure Anish will not want to test this because king g7 is a much safer and a much simpler draw. But from a white viewpoint here, you can pretty much never get more than that. And even if that is a draw, then what do you even do?
Yes, Sindarov probably understood none of this is winning, so he's moving around a bit, hoping to fatigue Anish, but Anish just has to keep his bishop on this diagonal, which doesn't seem.
There's just enough squares in the corner there not to be not to be shifted away from this diagonal. If you play king g7 and allow king e7, those positions are instantly lost for, I guess, understandable reasons, because eventually we will be able to play something like rook c1, c6, and the pawn on f6 will fall. But of course, there's absolutely no way you ever allow that with black. There's just no earthly reason to.
After any check, the king can come here. So.
Yeah, and this is the point of keeping the bishop on b3, a2, c4, so that the e6 square is always covered, so you cannot really be shifted from that particular defensive stance. And Anish, of course, understands that perfectly. There's no real risk of him suddenly deciding to be adventurous with king g7, king e7. That's just
f4 draw here.
No. No. King g7, king h6. Yeah, regrettable. Yeah, I was about to say that maybe the winning chances are with black, because Sindarov might forget he put a rook on a light square and it gets picked up. People have lost games like this, but unlikely to happen today.
Rook to a1. Anish can just stay here. He's not going to be baited into any of this.
No, you never do any of that. You absolutely don't.
For the record, this does lose king e6.
King g7.
Just take.
Yeah. No, I actually briefly considered how playing bishop b2 and king g7 and wondering, then rook. How exactly? I guess
we got here, we can keep the pawn.
Yeah, rook a3 and then rook king e7, and then eventually we will be able to shift the bishop away from the good squares, I guess. Yeah, king e7, rook c3, bishop d1, rook e3, I guess. Yeah. And you either have to play king g6, which allows rook e6, or have to move the bishop away, which also allows rook e6. Yeah, those are very findable, but of course, as already mentioned, nobody ever allows that.
Never going to happen. He will just keep giving him the chance to do something wrong, but I think Anish is fairly settled upon his defensive scheme here.
We are also actually not that far progressed. They reached the structure on move 46. It is now move 66, so still a solid 30 moves away before Sindarov has to play f4. But yeah, Anish is not really very bothered by any of this. It's just a very solid setup. He knows it's a draw by this point and knows how to make it.
All right, let's check in with the women's section. 2 decisive results. Vaishali, somewhat miraculously, won a lost position, then a worse position against Tan Zhongyi. This might be, we've seen some blunders, but this might be the most shocking one we've seen.
That's absolutely egregious.
So
yeah, you don't see
A1, boom,
people dropping pieces in one move like this. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. But Tan, honestly, she's a fantastically strong player. She's been a stalwart of the women's scene for many years, but she's not had a good tournament so far. This is still much worse than anything she's done prior to today, but she has not been anywhere near her best self here.
Yeah. still. Okay. I'm sure I've done things like this, but there should be a lot of alarm bells going off if all your pieces all of a sudden are on one diagonal.
Yeah, this is the this is the surprising thing, is that, I mean, she's easily experienced enough to know that, like, your hand should put the rook on a2.
Yeah, and any 1600 would be very upset to do this, to see it happen
just
to her.
Yeah,
surprising.
Not much else to say about this. Yeah, and this position already wasn't winning, and she was completely winning like 10 moves earlier. But you can sort of imagine not winning the position she's had, but losing it is.
Also, this in practice, I'm sure you still win one or two.
Some of them, absolutely. Yeah. I'm not even sure why it's so even. I guess maybe white goes like g3, h3, g4, and starts counterplay, or something like that. And the a pawn doesn't really run very far because you kind of get stuck. You get to a3 and then you get stuck a little bit. But I guess bishop c5 and invite you to play bishop b2, and then how do you? Although, I don't know. I have a feeling I've already maybe progressed for black enough that this is now a problem for white. Yeah. I wonder why it's so completely drawn after rook a2.
Maybe this is as far as you get.
Yeah. You also could just not allow it to reach a3. After if you go all the way back to rook a2, we can begin by playing bishop c5 and then keeping the bishop on c5, and it reaches a4 and then doesn't go further. Yeah, like bishop c5, a4, h3, or something like that. And black is kind of stuck. I hesitate to allow h3, h4, but the engine appears to be completely untroubled.
Yeah, still you throw away whatever. 65% equity and make it 0 in one move. That is rough.
Yeah, that is.
Not speaking of that she was totally winning when the time
honestly,
trouble
94 is a bit of a shocking decision here after bishop e3, because you are immediately allowing queen takes e2 and knight g3, and you have to feel that you're selling it short. Bishop takes b2 is very strong.
This was very good.
Yeah, that does seem very, very solid, because I guess she didn't like the idea of white at some point being able to take on a7, and you have to play a position with equal material. But the d pawn will eventually cost white a piece. It feels like knight c4 or bishop c3 or something. Bishop c3 with take rook c1, right? This we probably don't want to allow, because that seems like an improvement for white. Even here after rook c8, maybe we'll lose now. Come to think of it, maybe it is good. Rook c8, knight e3, bishop d2, or rook c2, bishop d4 check, and I'm pretty sure black wins this. Yeah, just 94 already kind of a massive step in the wrong direction, kind of simplifying into something you can never lose, seemingly. And once again, we know from experience that actually you can lose this, but also why even allow any of this? This is obviously a dream scenario for white. You never get anything better than this.
Yeah, rough day at the office for Zhongyi. Let's check in with the game still going. Goryachkina against Zhu Jiner. Yeah, progressed down the lines you pointed out. I was wrong. She did allow the d-pawn to advance, but so far, apparently black is still hanging in there.
Black is still holding, but it is tricky. I think you can miss. I think bishop a6 is a mistake.
Wrong already?
Yeah, I saw bishop d7 and somehow I think bishop e8 as the suggested moves. Bishop d7 I can sort of understand, but bishop e8 seems very strange.
How do I lose here?
Check on f6 and take on a6, and you don't actually
lose
queen
the bishop.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, why is this still a draw? I'm not entirely sure. Queen e3. I would not want that. Bishop d7 at least attacks the knight, so
this is lost, so we just need to.
No, but in practical terms, I think you lose this.
Yeah, I agree.
Now you lose this. So, no, as I said, this one actually is sort of quite nicely handled by Aleksandra. She did have objectively an opportunity to maybe create more problems, but she is doing the right thing. She's keeping the game afloat, creating new problems for black, and The fact that the computer holds it quite comfortably is, frankly, for the birds. Yeah, it's irrelevant to our discussion here.
No computers allowed.
Yeah.
Divya still trying to convert her extra pawn against Kateryna Lagno.
I don't like rook c7. I don't know why, but I just don't like rook c7.
I think changed.
I am worried I will allow something like knight e5 followed by a4 b5, and it might be painful. No, but I guess maybe not. You have rook c8 in the end. I thought this was strong, but rook c8 solves those issues convincingly. Does it? I think it does, yeah. I just did not understand and did not like removing the rook from the open file. But I guess we're kind of running out of moves with black. Kateryna does not want to play f6. I think I probably would have pulled the trigger by this point. I've just played f6 because I don't think we can avoid it forever. But Kateryna clearly is saying, this is not in my favor. I would not like to trade a pawn on the light square for a pawn on the dark square. And that leads her to making these kinds of very awkward moves.
Yeah, but for now, no imminent breakthrough, so Divya still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Do we go e4, put the bishop on e3, and that frees our knight to do something? Yeah, in some fashion, yeah, like this, or bishop b5, f4, or something, yeah. I don't know. Is this a plan? Is this any good? I don't think Kateryna wants to play b5, right? I think pinning yourself like that on the c file and removing protection from the knight on c6 is probably not great. Now, yeah, e4, bishop b3, knight d2, f4, and once that happens, yeah, once I free up the knight to do things, this begins looking a lot worse.
Nice plan. Yes, Sindarov is still taking his time with that endgame, but status quo remains unchanged. It will remain unchanged until he decides to go f4, after which position will be simplified. Of course, both sides understand by now, or maybe always understood, that this is a draw. So you will only have 6 out of 7 going into the rest day.
Yeah, I just got informed by some of my virtual friends. We should go back to move 44 in this game. It's actually stunningly beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Bishop takes g4 here. It's an immediate draw. Check.
No way out.
And then very, very many checks. But you just don't spot it.
Funny.
It's just such an unusual shape, yeah?
Yeah, this is odd.
No, it is very beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm very grateful for my chat for informing me of this. We completely missed it because we realized black doesn't need it, but yeah, that would have ended the game on the spot, because without the g4 pawn, there's no winning chances whatsoever, and
that's funny.
It is a very funny move. Also has the advantage of saving you like 2 hours of life. You will spend sitting at the board still thinking about things.
What are you talking about? Time at the board? It's time you're forced to be away from scrolling on your phone. This is the most productive time you can spend. You and your thoughts. So you have your own chat?
Well, I have a Discord channel, which actually is just a group chat, yeah. There are a lot more channels inside the channel than there are participants in the chats.
How can I join your Discord channel?
Do you actually want to?
No, just asking if anybody wants to.
Yeah.
Is it invite only?
It is just closed, I think. Whoever got in is in. And
what's it called?
It's called Balloon Party Never Sleeps.
Balloon Party Never Sleeps?
Yes.
Internet. Do you think?
Yeah, why did I answer that question? That is such a rookie mistake. I really don't know. Bishop d7 played by Zhu. She is defending patiently and well.
Yeah, once you spot the bishop was hanging on a6, like, had to move it. We should mention in other news, in other chess news, Vincent Keimer on, I believe, 6 out of 6 in the Freestyle Grenke Chess Festival, defeated Hans Niemann after a less shocking blunder than the rook a1, but still a big blunder from Hans Niemann. Vincent now on 100%.
Yeah, and playing white against Magnus, a kind of a messy game in progress.
Magnus did score 9 out of 9 last time around.
But already dropped...
Not this time.
I think 2 half points. He drew Sarana and somebody else. Yeah, is Goryachkina now giving a perpetual, or is this just a fake out to gain time on the clock? Do we have anything stronger after King of Fate?
Can go 95, what happens then?
Bishop f5 simply, I think, right?
You cover everything. It's unfair.
Yeah, I think that's solid enough. Now you kind of have to worry if the d-pawn is about to queen, yeah?
Yeah. Good defensive job by Zhu Jiner.
Yeah, this one is going to go for a while because obviously Divya is a bit unsure how to proceed. Her position is very enjoyable. Black has no counterplay. I'm really against the idea of playing b7, b5. I think it probably worsens your position quite a bit. It's good strategically, but I think you probably lose, like, once your pieces lose support.
Need to keep that knight.
Yeah, it probably...
firm.
Yeah, she does play 3-4, which is yeah, a thing I thought was quite decent. And a couple of repetitions already in the other one, so maybe we could switch to that for a second and see if maybe they conclude the game while we watch. Yeah, it feels like once Bishop g7 was found, there really isn't very much left. Oh, she goes Queen e5 check, but that is basically...
Whoa.
Ah, no, it's not a draw of her, because I thought Queen e5, knight e5 is an immediate draw, but then after Bishop e6, White actually has some winning chances, because there is knight c6 check, there is knight c4. And, I mean, it's still a draw, but shockingly...
So you're saying King d8 is the move here?
King d8 is cleaner, weirdly. Yeah. But they are similar. No, this is a good spot by Aleksandra, actually. I thought it was just absolutely nothing, but you're forced to calculate. So take...
Why is this better? The king is better on c7 for whatever reason.
Yeah.
That's complicated to me.
Yeah, and the line after queen takes c5, knight e5, bishop e6, knight c4, specifically knight c4, by the way. Knight c6 check is a mistake. King d6, king c5, black immediately gets enough counterplay. You might have to be careful, because if it lands on c3, you kind of have... Yeah, this probably loses already, right? Because, yeah, this one is a queen. So you play knight c4, and apparently you have to play bishop d5. Knight takes a5, d2, then you take on f3, and then you play king e6. And you're just in time to generate counterplay against the white king side. But this is tricky.
No, this is tough.
And also, I don't think you're entirely sure if you get here that you're drawing this position.
Kudos to Zhu for thinking here. Not blitzing out takes. And realizing king d8. It's an option.
Yeah, and also kudos to Goryachkina, who on 4 minutes continues pressing. She's doing absolutely the right thing, but some of these positions have a whiff of slight risk even, you know, I mean, maybe not very many, but...
So many kudos. Is she gonna do it? Nah, sorry, we don't have to switch. Nothing happened here. What do you think? Queen takes or king d8?
I don't know, king d8 looks kind of awkward, right? I think if you can calculate, in particular, I think what might sway your decision is you might miss knight c4. You might think it's knight c6 check, and then you will confidently and correctly assess it as completely safe, and you just take, and then knight c4 comes as a bit of a blow.
She's gonna do it. I believe. Still don't understand why, but I do believe.
Yeah, what's the difference? Why is this an easier draw than the other one?
So the king was here, not here. Can go here.
I guess just
sorry.
I guess now we go king 6, king c5, king b4, and that's a pretty safe draw for black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it wasn't reaching c5 in the other line, the knight on c4 was in the way.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
They move 53, so that there's no more time control. And king d8 played. There you go.
Very nicely done by Zhu Jiner.
Very, very strong move. To even think about it. Very impressed. Okay, this should be a draw now. Things could still happen.
Yeah, we would assume
for now.
Yeah. We're slightly running out of
topics.
Not topics, but runway in this game. Topics we have plenty, I'm sure.
Like what?
I don't know.
See, you keep saying these things, then you get nothing.
Yeah, but I am trusting in my old partner to ask me about words or.
I don't know. At this point, feels like squeezing blood out of a stone.
It does feel a bit like that, yes.
I did look up edification. It's nothing to do with education. It means construction.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I needed...
I don't know anything, but I have the internet. You can't bluff me for long.
I wasn't bluffing you. I was, like, genuinely just ignorant. It's much better.
All right.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, make a draw, Sindarov. 6 out of 7 is good.
They will. Just
Bishop
maybe.
c4, Anish. Oh no,
Maybe not right
didn't
now.
find it. Why
Did not find it. Yeah, he likes.
Maybe it was on c4.
He likes.
Oh, it's been
longer
cut off.
moves. Yeah. Zugzwang, but
King
not
f8.
quite. Yeah, not quite.
It's not a Zugzwang. Yeah, that's the construction. This bishop moves between these three squares. If it can't, the king moves between f8 and f7. And f4 finally played. So we get this final sequence takes king g7.
Anish is not going to play king f7 here, even if he realizes. Even if he realizes.
Apparently is a draw, but of course a tougher draw. Then king g7, king e7, king g6. Takes king g5. White can't hang on to that pawn. I don't know how we do it. Let's say here.
Yeah.
And draw.
Along these lines, yeah.
And as we all know, such endgames, you run to that corner. You don't look back. Need to get my bishop out of the way in order to run to that corner.
Before you can run to that corner, yeah. Yeah, I think you probably actually do look back, but you can also just run to the corner. Yeah. I always feel like, you know, if you get this position on 10 seconds, you might like reflexively put the bishop on the wrong square and lose somewhere, or just blunder it or something. But yeah, it's a very solid construction.
The point is, this is the best white can reach, but we're being stalemated. Therefore, waiting in the corner that is not the color of your bishop. It's fairly fail-safe. scheme. I'm also always panicking that there's something can happen, but there's really not that much that can happen. And yeah, all this stuff is on the board. King g6, rook f6, king g5. What do you think? Is Sindarov going to play out rook versus bishop?
No.
I think you will. Why not? We've come so far. You can't lose. But do you win 1 out of 1,000 against Anish? Probably not, right?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think this particular one is just a waste of time. I think you play out some rook versus knight if it's in the corner. You definitely play out rook and knight versus king if it's towards the edge of the board. But
rook and knight versus king, I've won plenty.
Ah, yeah. Rook and knight versus king is strong.
No, that you play out, sometimes not 50 moves, but you do it for a bit. Rook bishop, no. Obviously, you play out versus rook. Rook f2, Anish picking a square, but b3, so he's in striking distance to the g-pawn. Looks very sensible. Rook g2, bishop d1.
I think he's snapping on g4 once it appears there, but I don't know. Maybe he goes king e6, king e5, because he does get to push the king to the edge of the board there.
Bishop d1 plate. King e6 takes, king e5 will also be played. Still dangerous, yeah, of course he does this.
Yeah, it's slightly more annoying than I thought, yeah, but of course still a draw.
We can't get to the corner so easily. This is already losing.
Yeah. So Anish had a 50-50 shot here of...
He did find it, and yes, Sindarov is not asking any further questions. That's interesting. Rook takes g4 plate. Interesting. I thought here with the king, he makes some moves. But it's a draw, and Sindarov on 6 out of 7, still full 2 points, no, full 1.5 points ahead of Fabiano Caruana. But Anish Giri held his ground today. I don't think he enjoyed it much, or he might enjoy the final result, but once again, very mature, nice opening choice by Javokhir. Sindarov seems well prepared everywhere. Got a completely risk-free endgame with some chances. And he did come close somewhere in the time trouble.
Yeah.
Haven't checked with the computer if it was ever lost, but it wasn't like
no,
it
definitely became a very serious problem for Anish, and kudos to him for first of all surviving until move 40, and then once he got there, realizing that he has this bailout with rook takes b3. And that concludes the first half of the open section with Sindarov on 6 points, Fabi on 4.5. Nobody else above 50%. We now have Andrey Esipenko on -3, which is 2 out of 7, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Wei Yi back to 3 out of 7.
Yep.
And let me see if I can work this out. Prague is on 50%. Who else we got? Bluebaum
Nakamura is on
-2.
Bluebaum's on -1. Sindarov has a lot of the plus. Giri's on 50%.
Giri's on 50%, yep.
Yeah, and Fabi's on +2.
Yeah, and as this is the bird's eye view of the tournament hall, the other game between Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner is still ongoing. There's only one move there that makes a draw, but you also make that move without thinking, because you can pick up a pawn, so why wouldn't you? And yeah, black now saves this without too much bother.
It's quite better. A5, or what do you want here? A5 plate?
A5, yeah. I mean, it gets to A7, but also black king will be on C2, connecting with the passer on D3, so you never lose. Yeah.
You don't chase it, yeah?
No, I think I go king C3, king C2.
Gimme.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is also probably a very, very safe draw. Yeah, no reason not to do that either. But the one with the king on C2 is also entirely safe, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, king E3, king C2, put the bishop on A8, and you're not making very much progress here either.
Fair, good defense by Zhu. F6 finally played by Lagno.
Yeah, Divya kind of faked her out a little bit. She went e4, bishop c1, lured the king out from f8, got it to d7, and then attacked the g7 pawn again.
Waited for king d7.
Yeah, which provoked f6. So we are now entering the second phase of this endgame, where black finally goes f6, gf, gf, and we have a pretty clean 3 against 2 on the king side. But as mentioned, you do occasionally, somewhat regularly actually, not win these types of positions.
We have 3 against 3 on the clock.
Do you, if you have a chance, you immediately snap the rooks off, right, with black? That's the trade you want.
Do I? I don't know. I was taught I need to exchange pawns, not pieces, as the defender.
Yeah.
Probably I want to get rid of the rook.
Yeah. No, I feel like, you know, with the pawn back on f7, I think the bishop ending is just straight up drawn, if everything but the bishops comes off. With the pawn on f6, I'm less certain, because I might get that pawn on f6 fixed. We can actually discuss this, yeah, like king e3. I guess we can make some waiting move like rook c7, knight d4, we take on d4, you take on c7, take on d4, I go king d7, a6. I'm pretty sure if the pawn is back on f7, I'm just not losing this. But here, yeah, I have to make a decision. It's either give you the passer on g5, which gives you a lot of scope to maybe enter the position with your king.
Does it? Isn't this just...
bishop b5, king e4, d5, or king e4, d5. I don't know.
I can sit like that.
Yeah.
But maybe I can sit like this.
No, I think...
No, any move I make, I lose instantly.
Yeah. No, I think this one probably is lost. G7 here. No, this also doesn't work.
So how is this a draw?
Is it?
Yeah.
Apparently it is. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea.
I don't get it. Must be something direct. No. I don't understand. Should stop guessing moves. But apparently this is a draw.
Yeah, I was wondering, but it feels scary, and I couldn't see exactly how we stand, because with white the plan is very simple. I want to play, I guess, maybe bishop d8, and then I'm giving a check from b6 the moment you move the bishop from d4.
Ah, that's the construction.
Because I think if I allow the king to g5, I will lose.
Yeah.
But I guess we can stop the king from ever arriving on d5.
As exciting as it is, we will.
Will we?
We will not. We will keep looking at it. It is too exciting. Producers decided, okay, this is a draw, let's stick with it.
Yeah.
Rook h8.
Yeah, Kateryna is going for quote-unquote active counterplay, and this, I have a feeling we've actually maybe allowed something, like takes g5 is interesting, takes knight g5 check is also kind of interesting, and then rook d2 check, and then I get some squares for my piece.
Should I be so unhappy? This is following my rule to exchange pawns.
Yeah, but I think any kind of an asymmetrical structure change, I'm wondering rook takes f3. Okay, that explains many things.
I have some tricks.
Yeah, I guess I go rook c5 here, maybe this is still... But then maybe knight d4, maybe you make a draw in the rook ending. Yeah, knight d4, rook takes f3, many of my things are hanging. Okay.
Not sure, but stuff's happening. Yeah, what else could be the idea now of this?
No, it has to be
activity.
And knight g5 check is absolutely nothing as well. Yeah, I thought maybe knight g5 is clever. But you go, I guess, king d7, king c8 or e8. I wanted rook d2 check here, and then knight e6, and I thought maybe it's something, but just king e8, I guess. Knight e6, you give this check, and then you just play king f7. Yeah. Divya played
knight d4.
Yeah, and that appears to be a mistake. Yeah, this is very, very swiftly entering the territory where it feels like all the wrong pieces are coming off for Divya.
Yeah.
Bishop d6 here. A lot of activity. We've never been this active in this game.
Also, g4 didn't really help here, like giving that h3 square.
Yeah, and the rook will be roaming pretty free on like h3, h1, b1, b3 squares. Yeah, it feels like maybe
King d7 is all way too subtle for me. Why on earth would you want to much weaker pawns?
That is, yeah, that is a.
I don't understand anything.
Bit of a shocker, yeah. Yeah. There's no way I can explain this decision.
What are they? Might still not lose, but
yeah.
Who wants your pawns on c6 and a6? The king in a worse position instead of pawns on b7 and a6. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, if the rook was immediately entering via the c file, you might have taken this decision. But you do have bishop d6 here, and the rook goes nowhere. Why are you even worried? You want your structure as healthy as possible for all the future endgames.
Yeah, and there's no tactics here.
No, this is very mystifying. Yeah. After defending very patiently and very nicely, actually, and Divya kind of returns the favor there by not...
F3, Divya also refuses to take a... I really don't understand anything anymore.
Yeah, and now knight e5 is back to being closer to a draw, I guess, than anything else, because b5, knight c4 ideas start appearing on the board. Yeah, this is...
In what world are these pawns better than the others? I just don't get it.
Yeah. And knight e5 instantly found by...
Yeah, that's another thing. Now you leave the choice to black if she wants to keep the knights or exchange in a better version.
Yeah. But no, it's... yeah.
To allow the capture and then not to do it, it's...
Some kind of a mutual blindness type deal where Kateryna confidently doesn't take on d4, says, I invite you to take on c6. And Divya thinks if she wants it,
understands.
Yeah, if she wants it, I don't want it. But yeah, that's not really how it works here. You absolutely do want to weaken the structure on the king, on the queen side. Yeah.
GF.
Oh, no. Yeah, now b5 knight c4 is a very serious.
Who's the favorite now?
Well, draw, but
yeah.
I mean, if she goes knight b3, allows knight takes f3.
Rook h3, we're threatening to take on g4 with this square.
Actually, knight b3, knight f3 is not that strong. I was trying to create a variation in which black will have winning chances, but there is knight c5 check there.
Ah, you're saying this? Yeah, this is your trick.
Yeah, but then knight c5 check, and we're still worse actually, because f6 will be hanging.
Are we?
Yeah, I think so. No, I think rook takes. Yeah.
Ah, rook takes.
Yeah, I think rook takes. Yeah. We're still a little bit worse here, at least, right?
Black.
Yeah.
White.
Black. Although it probably is just a draw now somehow. Rook h3 and knight e5 discovered check. Yeah, and I can't go to f4 because I drop an exchange. Yeah. She's gone knight e2, which was the supposedly the only move that gives anything at all. But now even simply b7, b5, or that. Yeah.
I'm winning, by the way.
Yeah. Good spot. Yeah, I did not see that. I did not see that. And we have the final results of the poll on our YouTube channel, and apparently people were...
What was the poll?
Who are you rooting for in the game between Sindarov and Giri? And this is the first one which was conclusively won by one side. Apparently...
Anish?
No.
Where is Twitter followers when he needs them?
Maybe he didn't post the link to the poll.
People want Sindarov to win every game and the intrigue being gone?
I am a bit confused by this, yeah. I very much understand being hugely impressed by the young man and wanting...
Of course, we all are.
Wanting him to do well. But yeah, don't you want to have some sort of a, storyline by round 10? If not 14, Yeah, strange. Yeah, this is just fine for black now. You have the better light piece. The majority on the king side is somewhat devalued by having the pawns the way they are. A3 is consistently slightly weak.
I'm team white again. We're still pawn up somehow.
Rook h1.
King goes here, horsey comes.
Yeah. Rook h1. Rook a1. Horsey doesn't come.
Poor horsey.
Yeah. And now I have a feeling already like rook a2 might be directly a draw, or maybe I play b5 and then I play a5 and I play for a win.
You're getting ambitious.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think maybe I should be playing this for a win here.
Yeah. We waited for.
Yeah. okay, maybe not really playing for a win here.
Ambition's over.
Yeah, I'm just not a very ambitious person by design, so it doesn't come naturally to me.
I'm not sure that's true.
Well, it is true now. It maybe wasn't true always, but it absolutely is true now.
Rook h1 plate.
Yeah, trap, knight g1, rook h2 check.
Wow.
Very cunning trap there by Kateryna.
Maybe we go rook c1.
Rook h2 check.
We don't have a great square.
No. Not really, no. No. Somehow the only thing that even keeps the game afloat now is rook d2 followed by the immediate f3, f4 apparently.
Let's go.
Yeah, rook d2 and wait for the king to move somewhere and go f4. Let's say here, but rook h3.
Who plays rook h3, allowing f5?
Well, we know who. It's our friend, the engine.
Yeah?
King f6 here, I guess. I don't know, king f6, knight g3, no, I don't know. Yeah. Our friend, the engine, is much stronger than me, is the issue
I don't doubt. Our friend, the engine, holds this, but there's still a lot of potential intrigue.
Yeah,
did the other game end, by the way?
It...
Nah, they still
did not, no.
Still at it, but
yeah,
they have this position you mentioned, which is a draw. We don't need to switch, just checking it.
Not
Should
a
be
lot
a draw.
going on there.
Divya has been playing more slowly than Kateryna. 44 seconds.
Yeah.
Of course, all these young players are very used to playing with 30 seconds per move. Still. Rook h2 check.
Yeah, you can't go forward, I think, because after king e3 you lose the f3 pawn.
Trap.
Yeah, it's a trap. You know, black is just not worse anymore. If you have to play king f1, you're just not pressing. Bishop comes to g5. Black is completely fine.
King e1 plate.
Yeah, but then we can give a check on h1,
or you keep checking.
Yeah, because I might want to play bishop g5 with check. Will this be her first draw, if she makes it? It will be,
I
right?
haven't kept track. She hasn't made a single draw?
I don't think she has, no. Yeah? Oh, no, she drew against... No, she drew the first two. I'm completely...
I thought so.
Yep.
We kept saying she was lost in every game, but she didn't win all of these.
Yeah, honestly, I thought she won all of those lost positions somehow in my mind. It's the legend grew in the telling. Yeah, and thanks for our production team for immediately pointing out the folly of my ways. Bishop g5 immediately is also very solid.
Looks like a classy little move.
Yeah, well, this
Stopping f4 for good.
Yeah, you do have...
I'm not sure who's playing for a win, frankly.
You do have rook d3, knight c3, which, you know, livens up your setup a little bit. But black rook is... So the black rook is so active, you're just not really in any trouble. The king might actually be better on c6, weirdly, to
enter?
Yeah, maybe run towards the white king side if allowed. Yeah, like rook c2 here. If you want to play knight g5, I will play king b5, and I will start maybe thinking, you know, this game could have something good for me in store.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a turn up for the books if she actually starts playing this for a win without even any huge blunders, just because...
I'm no longer surprised in any Kateryna Lagno games, but she does go to e6.
Yeah, I think it's logical and understandable.
Limits the winning chances.
Because you're supposed to keep the e5 pawn protected, and it still, I think, holds reasonably comfortably. But yeah, if she wanted to introduce the element of chaos into the game, maybe king c6 was stronger.
The horsey gets to the center, and now white has a fairly stable setup at least.
Yeah.
Not sure if we can ever have our king enter, but
Yeah, this is now very solid.
There's still somewhat constructive things to do, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm switching to... Divya has good chances again. Rook. Oh, don't play rook a2.
I think she wanted rook b2, and then she realized knight a4 c5 is coming quicker than she wanted. Yeah, I mean, rook c2 is the move, so touching the rook here is by no means a mistake.
No,
but
no, that's fine.
Yep. Also, something interesting I've noticed by... Whoa, she did go rook b2 even after... Yeah, and now she is worse after knight a4. This is a very strange choice. Rook c2 was right there, one square over.
Maybe.
That is a very strange choice.
Knight a4 spotted by Divya. She's back. And king c6 did make a big difference, eh? Even defending the queen side.
Yeah. No, but really, having realized rook b2 is maybe not entirely great. Why would you not play rook c2?
I don't know. After this sequence, knight d4 check, king d7, f3, I'm frankly no longer shocked by it.
Yeah. I am somewhat shocked by how bad this is, because I didn't... Yeah, and this one did end in a draw now, finally, the game between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner, meaning that Goryachkina is still on 50%.
Sounds correct.
And so is Zhu Jiner, although she was at some point in a co-lead on +1, but then lost that game to Anna Muzychuk yesterday.
Yep. Back to the last remaining game.
Yeah.
Knight a4, bishop e7, knight c5. Am I not winning?
Knight c5, we are close to winning, but maybe not winning. But king d2, shockingly, is very strong. Getting the king over to c2, b3, and so on. This one is also very threatening, but somehow, after rook b2 check and then rook c2, the engine gives +1, which I suspect in this endgame is probably a draw.
No, my operating theory is normally stronger side always wins these rook endgames with little time, but didn't happen.
Yeah, and she made a kind of a non-committal move.
c3? What's that about?
I
want to go to d6.
No, yeah. This gives black time to do something proactive. For instance, a6, a5 is now a move, ba, rook b5, which probably increases our drawing chances quite significantly.
She wants rook c7, or what's she hinting at?
I'm not quite sure.
Or give a check take with the rook? No, that doesn't help.
I'm not quite sure, yeah. King g2, king c2, king b3 was very, very strong. Was probably just straight up winning, but it's not that easy, I think, to switch to that plan. Yeah. And now a bunch of reasonable moves, I think, are decent. Rook a1 very much included in that list. Knight c5 is not as good because the king gets to d7 and c6.
Can still repeat. Go rook d3.
Well, bishop takes b4 probably,
doesn't happen. That's the problem.
Yeah. White has knight b8, knight b6, knight d5, but black sort of stabilizes. I think she will go knight b6, yeah. Knight b6, but black plays bishop d8.
Lost the momentum from knight a4, knight c5. We're back to this.
Well, I think we can conclude that black probably isn't winning this anymore, but she is back in territory where she probably has decent drawing chances objectively, but what is that to do with anything?
This point becomes a battle of focus, endurance, willpower.
Yeah, Divya above the half a minute she was playing on for a while. She now has a full minute on her clock. Kateryna just dipped below 2 minutes. Rook a2 check. I'm not quite sure why we're driving the king towards the squares it probably wants to occupy anyway, but
we're going for checkmate.
Yeah, but it's not checkmate, which is a drawback.
See? Worked.
It did work. Back. Yeah, it did work. Interestingly, those two moves were roughly the same the same quality. I would have assumed king d3 is much stronger, but no, they are pretty much...
She wants everything protected.
Yeah.
What keeps an eye? All the pawns.
Eventually you have to park the knight on d5, and then everything looks very beautiful, but the old question of how are you making any progress is going to be the biggest issue for Divya. Black also might want, but I think that will be a very difficult decision to make, because I noticed that in many positions here the all-seeing eye goes g6, g5. But that do not like either. I really want that square to be available for the bishop. I also don't like restricting it, putting more pawns on the squares the color of my bishop. But I guess maybe at some
reason some f4.
Yeah,
more
probably.
It's never happening.
Yeah.
Like g5 is never happening. f4 might.
Yeah, no, I think I would struggle to make that move in a game. It just goes against sort of everything you hold dear.
Now this is gonna come to the wire. We move 68. No slowing down inside. I was hoping to finish Invincible Season 4, Episode 5 before dinner, but I don't think that's happening.
Probably not. Daredevil Born Again has restarted.
He's born again in Season 2?
I mean, anything with Vincent D'Onofrio is obviously great, but you seem less than enthused.
I never trusted that Kingpin guy. Strikes me as sus.
Probably with reason, yeah. I have a feeling that you might be proven correct long term.
I'm not sure he has the best interests of New York City at heart.
But I'm probably binging that anyway, which means that there's still a ways to go.
Should we 7 back?
She missed bishop takes before? Okay, that
was that finally missed?
Yeah, that improves Black's position quite. Unless she thinks rook b3 is very clever, but I think she just missed it.
She missed it.
I think she just missed it. Yeah.
Also, rook b3 is not very clever.
It is cleverer than a takes before, but yeah, any move really.
That is a stunning tactic. Take the pawn.
Leave the cannoli.
The horsey.
Was not spotted. Was not spotted.
So back to square one. Even Matt Murdoch would have seen bishop takes before. It's blind.
Yeah, as we've discovered over the course of many seasons, he's not entirely blind. He sees shapes, and that would be a very large shape in front of him. Yeah, those pawns on targetable squares. I think he would have spotted it. Yeah, now we start shuffling all over again, put the bishop on d6 and wait for something, I don't know what. It really did seem like she was kind of lining up that shot, and then when it finally appeared, she did not take it. It's a bit mystifying.
Knight comes back. No, once again, I like White's winning chances. No,
yeah, but what's
stabilized?
What's the strategy, though? You just make
what do you
moves.
Mean strategy? We make moves and see what happens.
Fair enough.
The horsey in the middle.
Yeah, the horsey in the middle doesn't actually attack very many things, and the rook is very tied to the protection of the f3 pawn, which is
all right.
Well, knight c4.
e4.
Very deep. I guess we want knight a5.
Very good.
Yeah. We can go king f6, g5, f4, and restart our playing for a win strategy. We might even have to.
Stakes is high.
No,
Bishop
but she
d8 played.
Bishop d8.
Trying to cover the squares.
Yeah. Very curious that after rook d3 the bishop doesn't go to c7 for some reason. I have no idea why.
It will.
I no longer understand anything about anything. And now I guess the plan is a4, b5 and so on, because the bishop on c7 presents a kind of a large target, but...
I like it.
You know, is she happy with the idea of doing anything with her rather stable structure on the queen side is...
This is good.
Anyone's guess.
Come on. A4 is doable.
Yeah, and also if you allow b5, black should now play b5 next move. Yeah, she does play
A4 played. There you go.
Nicely done by Divya. And you would like to play b5 here, but it instantly loses to take stakes, knight a3, bishop d6, rook b3, regrettably. And you lose the b5 pawn for not very much.
White is just going to win this now. b5 coming. Will be taken, b6, but that construction does not look stable. Like, I don't know how we win, but rook a3 and something. Rook
yeah.
a7.
White is definitely now, I think, probably above 50% to win the game, but...
Well, maybe after b6, the knight goes back to d5, and then rook c3. No. Something's going to give.
Also, Kateryna, I guess running out of moves, has played g6, g5, which cuts down on some of her
Still don't like it, even after
options.
you informed me. Compy does.
Yeah.
Okay, you go b5.
Yeah, there is also potentially maybe a long-term plan involving playing a5, putting the rook on b3 and playing b5, but that's
too subtle.
Less stable and too subtle, maybe. Yep. Too subtle. Up to 2 minutes, by the way, now ahead on the clock for the Indian Grandmaster. Against a minute and 20 for Kateryna.
The reigning World Cup champion. Pawn to b5. Divya Deshmukh recently entered the top 10 of the women's ranking as well. And this won't be the end of the story. Take some b6 played. Now we need to find some reshuffling. Well, it should be there. I don't know which way. Rook c3, rook a3. Bring the king to e1.
Yeah, maybe bring the king to d1, d1 first for general reasons I don't quite understand. Although...
No, just we can go knight e3, knight e5.
Yeah. Yeah, with their somewhat contrasting fortunes in this tournament, Divya has just overtaken Bibisara as number 9 in the world even.
But they're both still in the top 10.
Absolutely. Yeah. Check. I guess maybe we put it on b3 and then we might look into some knight e3, king c4 ideas even. Yeah, this now looks like it probably shouldn't hold in practice because everything is so firmly protected on the light squares and...
Yeah. I think White just wins.
Yeah,
Compy says it's still
a
draw, quote-unquote, but it's tough.
I was kind of reluctant to even bring this up because it doesn't feel like it should be, but yeah, the evaluation...
Well, king is here or do we make progress? We can't go knight e3.
Yeah, we can't go knight e3.
This guy's hanging.
I don't know, knight b2...
Why can't I go king d1? I want to...
I was worried about rook f1, rook b1, but I guess you always have rook d5 at the end there.
Maybe that is the issue. Rook d5, I don't want to.
Yeah, it's a square we probably want to preserve for the knight, but maybe we can move forward from here somehow. I don't know, knight e3, f5, and then.
Well, these checks are actually
onwards.
good defense. Yeah, she put the king on d1. Another check.
Rook b1. I don't think there's anything tactical here that we're missing.
This
means that rook d1, rook d5 has to be played. And now we go, I don't know, rook b4.
Now we go active again.
Rook b4 and try to get the bishop over to c5, yeah. And restart.
Switching sides again. Now black is okay.
Yeah, restart the...
Black is better.
The impressive counterplay.
Oh, that's serious.
Yeah, rook f1 check, and she was reaching for the king and then put it back and decided...
d2, that's the worst of both worlds.
Some kind of an in-between move. Well,
rook f2 or rook b1.
Yeah. I mean, in the line we were just showing, after rook b4 we now have king c3, but I guess we begin with rook b3 here. Yeah, rook d5. Apologies. Rook d5, rook b3.
That's
provoke something and then get to play.
Bishop comes.
Get to play our bishop d6, c5. Yep.
Okay. I don't mind missing the Omni-Man versus Conquest fight for this.
You even know what's in the episode.
Of course. Conquest is not really dead. We thought he was.
Don't spoil it.
Mark should have finished the job. Now he's back. He's angry, very strong.
Knight a3, by the way. I don't know if
covers the pawn.
If Divya is angry, but she is very strong because this actually shifts the rook away from the b file.
Yeah, it's the best under the circumstances. But we haven't made much progress, and this bishop is still coming.
Yeah, you could try rook c3 here, but after bishop d6 you will have to play the very awkward knight c2, and that probably throws everything away. How do we do it? Maybe we just
let's make a draw, knight c4.
Yeah.
Watch Omni-Man.
How does he do it?
He's good now.
I began the first season of Mr. In Between, but...
What's Mr. In Between?
It's an Australian series about a kind of a semi-retired hitman.
Are you in your Australian phase? You're following up your Australian lesbian cop show with a semi-retired Australian hitman?
I'm always in my Australian phase. I am very much hoping to, at some point, make it all the way over there and get stung to death by some part of their fantastic fauna.
I forgot, Flight of the Conchords, of course, is Australian too. I'm joking, New Zealand, I'm joking.
You take that back. You upper state or some other word.
Okay, do we do rook d5? Do we make a draw? Like, what are we up to here?
A minute and a half against 3.5 now for Divya. Feels like we've maybe let some advantage slip. I'm not entirely sure where, but
I'm
now
sure.
Tell me.
Okay, I'm not that sure. I like b5. I kind of like king c1. Okay. Where did it all go wrong? Maybe? Yeah, it wasn't that simple. Maybe you were right again and we should have gone more methodically. b5 looked very logical.
Yeah, she does play rook d5, and now after rook b3 it does feel like you're, well, also very easy move to play, because rook b4, king c3 would be actually an improvement for white. Now we are...
Two will be played.
Rook b4 will be played. Knight e3, bishop d6 will be played.
And then?
And...
who's better and why?
I mean, nobody, but... yeah, this is a...
anything can happen now.
Whole new story, yeah. I mean, knight g7, knight h5 makes an immediate draw in that position, but who's counting? very tense.
Time is ticking.
Yeah, she is back to playing purely an increment, down to actually 20 seconds on our screen. A move needs to be made.
Who won in Kaima Karlsson?
I think it's still going. Position is roughly
E2.
Yeah, we play rook c3 here. Oh no, rook b4, sorry. No, we don't play rook c3. We wanted on a more active square to attack the b5 pawn. You can bail with king d3 here if you really are not believing in your chances.
Played for now.
Yeah, I guess
Check,
that wins a minute because you can do that very, very confidently, and that just.
And do you continue? 'Cause I'm not sure who's has better winning chances after 93 bishop d6, frankly.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on that. I mean, still nobody, but
I understand. But
you probably start looking for bailouts there with White because you like with the bishop activating and b5 getting picked up. Yeah,
I think we make a draw here.
Yeah, Divya will be bitterly disappointed with that, of course, because
she's been more or less winning the entire game. Like the last 30 moves less so, but she's always been the side to pawn up at least.
Yeah, after a slight miscalculation in a very sharp position by Kateryna, Divya by move 20 was pretty much winning.
Probably showed some impressive prep as well. Like I have to check the details, but this fresh idea, this 92, looked very nice.
Yeah. Couldn't really have asked for more, but then, Kateryna defended very tenaciously. 27 seconds again. And you can no longer play king d3 because that would be a claimable.
Ah, you should probably.
Claimable draw.
93 and then refusing to make draws, how you lose these things. But 93 played. Divya is a fighter. Bishop d6 blitzed out. Now it's 3 results. Knight f5 played, bishop c5. Unless there's an immediate repetition.
And yeah, there is, but
if she takes it,
you probably have to take it by this point. Like if you go something like rook g8, and black starts pushing the g pawn.
But you just refused it 10 seconds ago. But yeah, she does go for it.
Maybe she's just gaining time. Yeah, we will see after something like, I guess you play king f6 because you don't want king f7, rook d7 check. That might be, additional provocation. Yeah, you go king f6 here.
Well, of course, Lagno would also be within her rights to start thinking about ways to keep this alive. But no, I think for now we play king f6, king e6, see what she's up to.
Yeah, Kateryna up to 5 minutes. Untold reaches, considering where we were.
Must be nice.
A bit earlier.
We should explain that you do get 30 seconds per move. So if you play quickly for a while, you can add some time to your account. What's she thinking about? Maybe traps like king e7, rook e5, king f6. No, king f7 played.
Yeah.
Allows rook d7 check. But also...
Yeah, it doesn't really change very much, though, anyway.
I have a feeling both sides are playing for a win now, which is fun.
Sort of, yeah. Sort of. Although having played king f7 after rook d7, maybe, like after king g6, bishop knight d6, you're not really playing for.
I'm not saying anybody's winning. I'm saying both have an interest to keep the game going.
Yeah. Divya checking that she still has time to think, and she does have about a minute left. Yeah. Position is no longer better for White. She would be absolutely within her rights to cut it short here. But it feels like, they're both very, very interested in finding something that would justify continuing. Objectively, it isn't there anymore, but who cares?
case you're wondering why we're not switching games, all other games have ended. Long time ago, Wei Yi, the sole winner in the open section. After Andrey Esipenko, we currently think, mixed up the move order in his preparation, got a very strange looking position because of that. In the women's section, Vaishali won after maybe the biggest blunder we've seen all tournament from Tan Zhongyi, who in this position went rook to a1, allowing rook takes f6, followed by the dreaded skewer. That leaves us with the game between the World Cup winner, Divya Deshmukh, against the legend, Kateryna Lagno, where Divya has been better pretty much all game, but we currently think she's probably no longer better.
Yeah, although there are actually now some difference between moves. If you play King f6,
King g6.
Yeah,
play.
King 6 is a correct move. Yeah, King f6, Knight h5 check would actually have given White some hopes. This is very solid, though. There is no real way for White to push anymore. Although you can, the ambitious try here would be something along the lines of, I want to try to get the king over to d5. I don't know how, though. Yeah,
e6.
Yeah.
Hits the bishop.
Now I guess
takes b5. I guess
on
we
b5.
do.
Yeah. Yeah. You really should. There's no way to.
Then knight takes c5. How do you take with the pawn?
I think both are very comfortably drawn, but I think there is no real reason to give up the pawn on c5 before you're absolutely obliged to.
We can't actually win the e5 pawn.
Not immediately, no. And then we start giving checks, and yeah, no, this is just a draw. Yeah, this is not very exciting.
Maybe she's considering moves like bishop g1, but that feels slightly excessive.
Yeah, like rook d6, and you may have done damage to yourself, actually. No. Black still holds if you play rook b2 check and then take on b5, but once again, why would you ever do that?
Why exactly?
Yep.
She does take. I'm assuming knight takes c5 will also follow. Rook check would be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you can try something like rook c7, rook c6, but it just doesn't do enough.
Rook d5 also doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Ugh. A bit worried this could end soon. We're not even at move 100. Knight takes c5 plate.
We'll get there. Yeah. I have full confidence in move 100. Maybe we don't get to the third score sheet, but move 100 we will definitely get to.
Tomorrow's a rest day, Peter. What are you going to do all day?
Well, there's been, I've heard tell tales of a paddle tournament.
Yeah, but what are you going to do all day?
Maybe participate in the paddle tournament.
Oh, that is surprising. Have you played paddle before?
No, but I have played some related games, and I'm very curious. You know, clown shows still possible, and I think probability of clown show in the paddle tournament populated
King
by chess
D3,
players.
can I have a check?
Yeah, she's trying to
entering.
create problems for us. I guess there are no problems. Yeah.
No. I feel I want to get to the big city. We've been here for a while. What's the next big city? Paphos?
Paphos, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of need to do some shopping, but I've been putting it off and kind of hoping the need to do some shopping will dissipate.
You can give me a list, and I will bring you anything from the big city. Unless I have to inconvenience myself the slightest bit.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, the list probably doesn't work if this is one of the conditions. I have a feeling, yeah, that's not happening.
So what do you need?
I appear to need a second suitcase because I've slightly overpacked and I'm bringing back some packages.
I also had 27.5 kilos checking in. They said, "You're only allowed 23, sir."
Yeah.
I said, I need it. I'm in Cyprus for 3 weeks. And they said, "Okay, because it's you, sir." They call me sir.
Which airline?
Lufthansa, I think.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Whoa, Rook
B4 plate.
Playing for a win. Somehow. I don't quite understand this move, though.
Threatening Rook D4?
Yeah. But hang on, Rook D5, Rook D4, King C3?
Who's outsmarting whom here?
Yeah, are we creating problems for ourselves? I mean, no, but because we can give up on C5 and still not lose. But why are we doing this to ourselves? Yeah. She made a move on 2 seconds there, maybe even 1 second.
That was exciting.
Maybe this is why we're doing this.
0-31.
Yeah.
She didn't set the trap, although she set the reverse trap. King C3, Rook D4, Rook D5.
Yeah.
Why not Rook B3 check? That was.
I really don't know. Yeah, I have.
Maybe she didn't want the king to enter.
Well. I don't think you can avoid it necessarily without giving up on C5.
Move 95.
There's apparently a lot more life left in this position than I anticipated. I really did not think there was any left. But clearly I just don't understand anything.
King F6.
Yeah, now check on Rook D5, you have lost the C5 pawn.
This is going.
Yeah, I mean,
up and down.
It is a very comfortable draw for black with the king on f6 and a rook anywhere, really. But you could have taken the pawn f3 off the board, which seemed logical.
King f6 plate. I think now she's abandoning winning attempts. Rook a4.
But we are reaching the second score sheet now, I'm pretty sure.
Let's move 98.
Yeah. White will give all kinds of checks from c6 and c7 and maybe even c8, although c8 is unlikely. The black king will not go all the way down.
Oh, if the rook reaches f5, it keeps an eye on both these pawns.
How does it reach f5 though?
Give check.
Yeah. King f7. If it reaches f5, I will begin worrying.
How do we make big winning plan? King here does not help big winning plan.
Yeah, I think we move the king to g3, and then we realize this does nothing, and then we move it away from g3 back to c3, and then that also does nothing.
I think we have to give up f3. Let's go. Rook b4.
Yeah.
Check, king c4.
Forcing Kateryna to do the thing that she
Rook f3,
refused to do earlier, yeah. Which is such a straightforward draw that I really can't figure out why it wasn't.
Both sides have been playing for a win.
Yeah, but
now black can't anymore.
Very difficult to play for a win and rook ending a pawn down.
No, she wasn't a pawn down earlier. She wanted rook d4 check and win the pawn endgame. Rook a4 plate. I think you go rook b4. King. King.
No, this one actually
should be a draw, but we take the moral high ground.
Yeah,
sure.
we lose the g5 pawn, which we weren't earlier. But okay, rook f1 here. This is not a very complicated, not a very complicated
fairly known
draw.
construction.
Yeah.
But what else is there to do?
Important? I guess not that important anymore. I was going to say important to keep an eye on the clock, but she has 2 minutes. So. And my screen is informing me that everything including f3, f4 is a draw in this position, which is...
Ooh, I wouldn't want to go f4.
A dispiriting thought, yeah.
Bunch of checks are given.
As promised.
Oh, man. I love rook endgames. There's always new nuances to figure out. Like, king could go here. Or not.
Or not, yeah. Those are the nuances. So, after king g3, or that, yeah, rook f3, king d5, let's play a new game. How many moves in a row White has to make in this position for this to become a problem?
2.
I mean, you're not allowed to attack the rook or give checks.
You have to tell me the full rules. Then.
Yeah, let's say the position is king d3, rook a3 check, king c4, rook takes f3. You are allowed to take on e5, but you're not allowed to attack my rook.
What am I allowed to do?
Well, progress past king d5, king takes e5. Like, at what point does this actually become dangerous?
Oh, king d7, e5, e6 check, and
yeah,
we're close.
But let's say king d5, we go king g7, king takes e5, king f7. Is that still a draw?
I don't like your game.
Okay, let's not play my game then.
And what was it? How many moves I'm allowed to make here or not before with the?
Yeah, I'm not taking on g4. I'm like giving you a bunch of moves after king e5, rook f4.
Okay. Still,
rook d4 check is comfortably a draw.
I know.
You could have thrown
asking how many moves I have.
Yeah. Actually, maybe
here I might be winning.
Here you might be winning. Yeah.
Oh, king d7. Yeah. Yeah, this I'm probably winning. So there's your answer.
Not very many is the answer, I guess. Not as many as you would like.
So, Divya just made a move with 1 second left on the clock. Who's the record holder for losing games on time in the candidates? And how many games did they lose on time in a single candidates event?
I know the answer to the first one. The second one is slightly tricky. I think it's 3, right? Not 5. I think he lost maybe 6 in total and 3 of them on time. Unless there is somebody else who's beaten it since, but I really don't believe that.
So who's the answer?
I think it's Vasil, yeah?
Yeah, correct. Which tournament?
London 2013.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
your answer is 3.
Yeah, is it correct?
I was informed it's 5.
I thought some of them...
Sounds like a lot.
Yeah, even 3 sounds like a lot, but yeah, if it's 5, I'm very surprised. One of them absolutely to me, so I was there.
You were there?
Yeah, in the case of our game, he was completely lost by that point, but I think some of them he may not have even been in that much trouble, or at least a couple of moves prior to losing on time. I think there was a famous game against Timur where he was kind of fine 2 moves before losing on time. Yeah, that was a kind of a typical Ivanchuk tournament, typical kind of poor Ivanchuk tournament where he loses a bunch of games but still wins quite a few, including some which decide the course of chess history.
Why did they decide the course of chess history?
I mean, I guess the assumption is that Magnus would have been world champion eventually, but he wouldn't have been world champion in 2013 if Ivanchuk did not beat Kramnik in the last round.
Ah, that way, yeah. That is very true. I misremembered. I thought he beat Magnus in the last round, but someone else must have beaten Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Very rough spot, obviously, for Vladimir there, because you're playing against somebody who is such a joker in the pack. Like on the day, he just played a very solid game of chess, no mistakes, and just very cleanly from start to finish. But against much of the rest of the field, it was markedly different.
King B2, we're still doing stuff.
We are, doing stuff and things. Mostly things, but also some stuff.
So this position is a draw mainly, because white can't make a lot of progress without losing the f3 pawn, after which the black rook will always be in time to go to f4, attack the g4 and e4 pawn, and the position will simplify. Best white can hope for is being left with the sole e or g pawn, which results in a draw since the black king is in that neighborhood. King f6, rook b6 check, king f7. We had move 109. What's the over-under for how many moves we shall get?
No, I'm on the record for saying they will need a third score sheet, which is 121. I think they're reaching that comfortably, but much further above that.
Rook d6.
Why not?
Yeah.
It's a move as good as any other.
Literally, not literally. Much better than rook f6, e6, g6, c4, a6. Don't know about f4, but also look bad. No, f4 you're also losing. Rook c4 plate. General rule of thumb is you want to keep your rook. I don't know if that's even a rule of thumb here. As far away from the action as possible, so it has more scope to maneuver. But here it really doesn't matter with the king on b2. Also rook b4 check was perfectly fine, and then returning to a4. In the end, it doesn't really matter.
Indeed. Very true. Rook d8, trying to scare black into some sort of an indiscretion, but not very threatening. Yeah, king f6 would sort of change the course of the game a little bit, because the rook gets to f5, and then you have to
hoping for.
You have to start thinking about things.
We might lose. Like, why allow the rook here? Rook a4, rook b4.
It is losing, yeah. Rook gets to f5, you lose, yeah. But it doesn't.
Rook went to c6.
Yeah, Kateryna is saying, okay, your king is now cut off, and there's also, maybe you can blunder the f3 pawn somehow.
Yeah, we can always go rook d3 and rook c3 and go for another round.
By that point, that round is on them, I think. I'm not paying for that round.
Harsh. Oops, that did not happen. Sorry. What's the situation in the standings there? Anna Muzychuk, of course, remains in the lead with +2.
But there's now a clear second.
Vaishali in close pursuit after winning 2 losing positions back to back.
Yeah. They're somewhat different because yesterday she was, of course, at first completely winning and only then losing, and today she
true. Yeah,
was kind of losing from very early on in the game and until that fateful blunder around move 13-9-ish. But they were both at some point definitely completely lost. So 2 players in plus, Anna Muzychuk on 4.5, Vaishali on 4. Then I'm assuming a bunch of people still in 50%. And who's in the minus? Zhongyi is now on -2. And somebody else is on -1. Bibisara.
The rooks went to squares again. King went to a square, the rook as well. Now the white rook went to another square.
Overprotecting.
Probably the black rook will go to one of these squares, then the white rook will go here. Then we do more stuff.
Yeah, how do we prevent the king from appearing on the d5 square? Very important.
Could put our own king here, that prevents that.
But then we get checked from the 6th, maybe.
See, there comes the king.
Yep.
Rook c3 shall be played.
Is this pawn ending at any point drawn? I mean, not here, but is it ever drawn? If black plays king takes e3, king c5, I'm assuming this is a draw, right?
Looks like, no?
Yeah, not even difficult.
Right? You factor it.
Just a very, very comfortable... Yeah.
The opposition.
Yeah, and you can never lure the king far enough that f4 is somehow queening the white pawn, but not the black pawn.
No.
Yeah.
Rook d8, she's making another go at rook f8, rook f5.
Yeah, angling for...
King e7 does stop that.
Another chance to do that, but not going to be given. Might not be, although probably is still lost. Yeah, I was going to say might not be lost with the king on e6 and not on g6, but actually with the rook on f5, yeah.
Yeah, king f7, that was spotted. I think she'll just try again. She'll give a check and go rook d8.
Maybe Kateryna will forget to play king f7.
If at first you don't succeed, you dust yourself off and try again.
Try again.
Move 115?
Or thereabouts. It is 115, yeah.
Position is still a reasonably dead draw. But as usual, of course the stronger side is entitled to try anything she can think of to change that status quo. Rook d8. But seriously, she should probably go rook d3, rook c3, and hint at king c4 business if she wants to keep this going for a bit.
This appeared on the board on move 98, so we are nowhere near. Kateryna now checking the score sheet, I think for that precise reason. She's trying to figure out if she's anywhere near the 50 move rule, but no. We are 17 moves into the 50 move cycle. No claiming, just patience. No give, just throw as the meme you're obviously entirely unaware of because it involves dogs.
I don't know many memes. A lot of fun memes being sent back and forth in your chat group?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Although these days it's mostly just screenshots of things which look like memes but are actually world news. Which is a sad indictment of how things are.
What's the appropriate reply to a meme? Do you have like a...
There are emojis you can use.
I understand, but I mean, your random run-of-the-mill meme. It's a laughing emoji that you use as an answer?
No, that never gets used. When I still streamed, I had some channel emojis, so there are some preferred options, like there are two emojis which, when put together next to each other, form a phrase, "You, sir, are an idiot," which is...
But for the average Joe, let's say, me, someone sends me a meme, I don't really care, but to not reply is also rude. Like, what do you do?
Click on a random emoji and it'll be acceptable. I don't think there is a wrong answer for that particular test.
Like fire, maybe?
Fire is excellent.
Fire sounds good, no? Because thumbs up is a bit condescending.
Yeah. Fire is excellent.
Thanks. should have asked Zach, but you're the second youngest person I know, so...
Yeah, Zach might have drastically different opinions on this topic, because he does belong to the generation which thinks that if a sentence is ended with a full stop, it is passive-aggressive.
Is it?
Are you aware of this?
No.
This is not even a joke.
So if you write dot, it's passive-aggressive?
Yeah, like any sentence being being.
So when I was calling out for not having any punctuation in his silly tweet, he was actually being polite.
Yeah, I think so.
Rook d3, are we claiming a draw? What are we doing?
I think she has. I don't know if this position. The king wasn't on b3
We
for
haven't
very
seen
long.
that position that often.
Yeah, I think that's just. I don't know why she's done this. I think she's bored. Or maybe she asked how many moves or something, or asked for a second.
You have to write down every move. You can't.
Maybe she's asking for a third score sheet because she clearly isn't
Yeah,
claiming.
that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't claim here. This is a very new position. The king hasn't been on b3 for anywhere near long enough. Has it? Wait. No, I don't think it's a good claim. There's been some shuffling, but I don't think it's a good claim.
There we see the arbiter, Anna Srebrenik, asking the players to leave the board.
Yeah, I think maybe so that it's a tactical claim to maybe visit the restroom or something. Because I don't think it will be successful, and it will give Divya an additional 2 minutes, right? Am I up to date on rules?
I would think that's correct.
Which is also entirely irrelevant in this position, but maybe it does give Kateryna a chance to stretch her legs a little bit, which is not without value.
So if you want to break, you just claim a draw, and then you chill while they're spending an hour going through these 120 moves that have been played?
Well, not 100.
Is that allowed?
Not 120, though. Like the king.
We need harsher penalties for discouraging that strategy.
Yeah, that is very much an angle shot. Must be.
If you're wrong, and then you draw, you don't get paid for that game.
No, that's very harsh. That I think will never get adopted as a rule.
I'm sure we have tens of viewers, and now they all have to wait for another 10 minutes.
It will be faster, though. They do have a computer, so I don't think it will be that long. And also, it's such a preposterous claim that they only really have to check like the last 7 minutes.
Did they even repeat that position twice? I think it's the first time that position
It's
has ever
possible this is a fresh position, frankly, which I think is taking the mickey a little bit. But, I mean, then again, nothing much is happening here, so...
But the good news is we have endless content to show you. We have a bunch of interviews. Go watch those. And then we will be live back with you with move 117 till 147 of this game.
We're live with Javokhir Sindarov after his 7th round draw against Anish Giri, one of only 2 draws in this event. It seemed to go a little slower than usual, but prep was in your favor. You're on the clock. Tell us about this game.
Yeah, today I think we played a very nice game. Probably some moment I have a good advantage, but the position which I go is like looks like from first like should be winning, but when I think a lot, I understand like he's like surviving everywhere, and what can I say? Okay, draw is not bad for today, and tomorrow I have a rest day.
You pushed until the end. At some point, it looked like it was going to go until only 2 kings were left on the board. Did you know that this is theoretically drawn, or were you still having some hope for a result?
Yeah, actually, from first, I think like I have some small chances because we have like 1 more pawn. Let's say if there is like only 1 pawn, I understand like it's theoretically draw, but from first I think like I have some small chances, but then when I analyze, I think he was surviving in every position with the only moves, and yeah, I mean, and moves was really not so hard, so I think a lot to do some tricks, but I mean nothing here.
I think this is the longest you spent thinking in a game, which is different for you in this candidates. How was that, like spending 20 plus minutes on a move?
Actually, yeah, I think today probably a lot after go to the same game. Yeah, I don't know. Like from first, it it looks like for me winning, and I really played too fast. Maybe I just need to take time at some moment and play a little bit better move. But I mean, I played really all human moves, and what can I say? Like last position is also draw, which is for me really surprised. And yeah, okay, it's not bad. I'm fine.
You said that you think you play too fast. Do you think this has become kind of a natural reaction to your opponents, like being in time trouble against you and you wanting to put pressure on them by playing fast?
In general, I really want to do some small pressure, but I mean, today we got, theoretical position after move 20, and in my opinion, I cannot do any pressure from time because it's not so hard to do. Let's say like 20 moves in this time trouble. So yeah, I don't know actually. Okay, it's not bad result. I'm just too tired today.
And when your opponents are thinking so long, Hikaru an hour, and today even Giri was behind you so much, don't you get bored? I remember seeing you in World Cup pacing up and down. Here we have photos of you lying on the couch, sitting there. What goes through your head in these long hours, like for an hour, not sitting at the board waiting for your opponent to play?
Yeah, in general, I'm thinking about position and I'm calculating in my mind everything. And like normally, I'm checking some, how to say, I don't calculate, I'm checking some ideas, and that's all. I'm always try to calculate everything over the board, but if my opponent thinks too much, I really like to sit somewhere and think about some ideas in the position.
Okay, so I was always thinking about chess.
Not always, but normally, yes.
And final question, we're halfway in the tournament. You have a rest day tomorrow. First of all, what will you be doing? We'll be seeing you in the gaming room, as you've been telling us that you love the gaming.
I will take, first I need to sleep very well, and probably next I will play some tennis. Yeah, also some games, why not? I need to really good rest.
And welcome back to this endgame in which Divya now has 3 minutes, well, not anymore because she's back to thinking about things, but she was given an additional 2 minutes for, frankly, an absolutely spurious claim of a threefold. I think it was a one-fold. There wasn't even a second time this position was on the board. But honestly, it is entirely irrelevant. Additional time for Divya here does not help her in the slightest. There's nothing to calculate. There's no tricky plan to implement which would instantly create problems for Black. None of this is a criticism. She is absolutely within her rights to continue playing for as long as she can. Eventually she will either have to trade e5 for f3 or perhaps allow 50 moves to expire, and then we'll get another claim. That's still, I think, 29 moves away. So not going to happen just yet. But yeah, that claim by Kateryna was genuinely, I think, the most outlandish claim of a threefold. If that's what it was, we don't have sound here. We're just assuming that her asking for an arbiter and then all of them leaving to check something elsewhere, that sounds like a threefold claim. That was probably the most absurd threefold claim I've ever seen in my life. I like absurd things. If anything, this is a compliment. Bring more of that stuff. We are absolutely in favor of it, in particular when we're watching this endgame. Yeah, the king is now going to go on a walkabout. I guess if Black allows it to reach like g7, Black could be in trouble, but one has to assume an emergency break will be pulled at some point and the king will not reach the lofty heights of g7, g6, g5. But yeah, things are progressing apace.
So, I had to break up with Sydney Sweeney, was getting too demanding. When are we going back on air?
We are on air.
Oops. Hello and welcome to round number 7 of the FIDE candidates. We are still watching the Divya Deshmukh, Kateryna Lagno game.
Yeah, the game is still very much ongoing. I honestly, like, if you give a couple of checks here and get the king to d8, maybe white actually does become a little bit interested, because then there are some hopes of getting the king to really interesting active squares. But even that probably doesn't lose. And of course, you're never doing that with black. I mean, keep it on b6, and there's not going to be. Although now, hang on a second, rook a8. Ah, okay. The point is rook b1 check, and maybe black wins. Yeah, this is a very nice trap. Very nice trap by
Playing for a win
Kateryna.
again?
Yeah, okay. Divya
King b7
did not fall for it, so maybe not. Yeah, like here, if you go rook b1, rook c1, and white goes king d8, have we lost? Is it anywhere near us losing, or no?
I don't know. Can I give a check?
No, we're not discussing good moves. We're way past the point where we're discussing good moves. We're discussing bad moves. Check, check, king g8. The third is rook a6 check, and then king e7.
Right.
Probably still a draw after king e6, though, right? This probably loses, yeah. I have a feeling this now, like, straight up loses.
We enter.
Yeah. Talking about things I've recently watched, the quote is, "We're a million miles away from good decisions." Have you watched?
I've heard that quote somewhere.
Yeah, have you watched The Task? Or just Task? Why did I say that Task?
Not only have I watched Task, which is a good crime show based in Philadelphia, I also recommended it to beloved German grandmaster Dimitri Kollars, but he understood that I recommended the movie Tusk to him, which he then went on to watch, and that apparently is about a man trying to transform another man into a walrus against his will. So Dimitri was very upset with my recommendation.
That story is entirely believable, even though
It's true. It's a Kevin Smith movie. He was very disturbed by it.
That is a mishap, for sure.
I did say Task, not Tusk.
You should have spelled it.
Mm-hmm. It's a good show.
It is
great, but pretty good.
Yeah, solid. Very solid. Did feel like they, I don't know, once again, I'm not enough of a TV critic to say those things, but it did feel like they borrowed a couple of storylines from Sons of Anarchy.
I thought they were doing Heat. Cop versus robber, but who are we rooting for, really?
Cop?
I mean, FBI agent?
Yeah. No, I'm answering your question.
You're rooting for the cop?
I'm rooting for Ruffalo.
Uh-huh. I like the robber guy.
Yeah, he's sound, I guess, is the way to describe it. In a biblical sense. An eye for an eye and all that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the motorcycle gang stuff, I wasn't that into.
Oh, specifically the storyline about the elder generation having a problem with the spouse of one of the main players.
Warning, there might be more spoilers for Tusk during the remainder of this broadcast. So as for the position, still drawn.
Yeah. Spoiler alert. Progress has not been made, despite the king being very active there on b7, attacking a lot of
squares.
Squares it is. By the way, if your king is all the way there and you now land the rook on f5, it's probably now a draw, right? Because you can't get back to the second. I will keep my rook on a3 and the king never crosses back to the bottom 3 ranks, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your attention.
Good point, Peter.
For your attention to this matter. I also suspect we can go rook c3, rook e5, rook b3 check, and then take on f3, and that is probably just a very easy draw as well with the king on a6. But
why not go here?
Yeah, we're not going to. That is not a thing that will happen. Although it could, yeah. And despite the additional 2 minutes that Divya received after the claim, capital T, capital C, she's back down to increment.
Do we have intel on if it was a tactical claim or what went down there? We probably will never know.
We don't, but we can make assumptions, I think. Rook c3.
Rook c3 played.
Amazing.
Let's go.
Kateryna decides, okay, I am not actually playing this game for a win anymore, so let's just make a draw. Let's throw in rook b3 there.
Don't want to.
Okay.
I'll throw in rook b4 eventually.
She is throwing rook b3 in, though.
That is wise.
King a6, I guess we take on f3, rook g5, rook f4. It's just an immediate draw, yeah. It's just very comfortable. e5, king e6. Rook e4, rook takes e5. Nicely spotted by Kateryna.
And I feel like we're being robbed of some more maneuvering that could have ensued after king e6.
Let's try to figure out who is. I mean, after this game, it's clearly one of those two. But who's made the most moves in this tournament? In the open section, it will be one of the Giri Bluebaum, and in the women's section, it will be one of those two. But in the previous 6 rounds, who do you think made the most moves?
I don't have any clue whatsoever.
See if we can figure this out.
You do some quick math.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to, regrettably. I was hoping.
Rook f3, rook g5 played. Divya looks a bit upset by this turn of events. Yeah, rook f4.
Yeah, I'm guessing other moves are also available, but yeah, why not rook f4? Pretty sure king e6 also holds.
Question is any move that's not hanging the rook losing? Say king c7.
Do not want, but might actually be okay.
Probably a draw.
Might actually be okay. Yeah, still a draw. Very much still a draw. What have we
played?
What have we come to? We're 2 pawns up and unable to convert this obvious decisive advantage into a
king
full point.
King is too far away.
It's safe though on a6. Why should that matter?
e5 has to be played. There we go. King e6.
Yeah. Has to be doing a lot of work in that sentence.
Divya has to be careful to manage the clock properly here.
Yeah, losing on time here would be, although, yeah, it's...
Nah, you're not getting a draw if you lose on time.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering there for a second if maybe this is actually completely safe, but it's not, no.
And she does make a move with 3 seconds.
3 seconds. 3 seconds on the clock, yeah.
Rook e4 looks like a good move.
Yeah.
Maybe rook c4 to cut off the king.
Nah, I don't think. I don't think she's aiming to prolong this any further.
Dinner is closing in 30 minutes, just so you know.
That is important information. It might actually impact me recording a recap for this.
King 7, rook takes e5.
I suggest you take on e5 here, Divya.
Ah, come on. Rook g8. Let's go.
Divya, come on. I'm very hungry.
There you go.
King f7, king d6.
No, rook a8.
No, but then you lose this pawn, which is regrettable, right? Rook e4.
Try to defend it.
Well, you're not going to succeed, though. You can try all you like, but no, it has to be king d6, which also loses that pawn to rook e4, I suspect, but no.
It's a good move. King takes g8, king e5.
King g7.
Actually, practical problems.
Actually still holds, yeah, even that, yeah.
So at this point, it's worth trying.
Absolutely.
Yep, she's gonna do it. Very nice.
I think Kateryna is not taking. I think she's going rook e4, rook a4, because I think that wins the g-pawn.
Personally, I would go rook a5.
Yeah, or rook a5 is pretty good as well, and then king f6, king g5. Yeah, that is also pretty solid. Oh,
see?
Nicely spotted. Yeah, Kateryna is not about that stalemate life.
No.
She does not want to end this game in a draw in a position where moral advantage can be claimed. We will be even when the score sheet is signed, she is saying.
Rook e8.
Rook a4.
Not sure.
I think probably rook a4. Yeah, there we go.
A4 played. Okay, g5. What else?
Well, yeah, just make a move. 30 seconds to make a move here.
g5 played. Now it's interesting. If rook a5,
rook a5, rook a5, very
rook
clean.
a5 looks more technical.
But actually, rook g4 is better because I think it brings all the pieces off the board quicker. Rook b5, king g6, and then you trade on g5. Whereas here, white still has to find a way to get the rooks off the board somehow.
G6 played.
And she is thinking.
King g7, I like keeping
control. I like the pause, yeah.
And draw agreed.
There's,
what was that gesture? Slow down a bit?
There's some... that seemed like a bit of a needle there, didn't it?
I'm not sure what happened.
That looked like maybe there was some needle involved. But we will never know once again because we are not wired for sound.
That's a pity.
And they have to sign 3 sets of score sheets.
Hard-fought draw in this last game of the round. There's a rest day tomorrow. So let us have a look at the results, standings.
These are the results, with Vaishali winning that very dramatic game against Zhongyi. And as for the standings, they will be on your screen in a moment.
How about the results in the open section? There we are. Wei Yi has entered the chat, winning with his beloved Petrov. Other games were drawn, especially Sindarov was pressing quite a bit, but Anish Giri stood his ground. And that brings us to the standings.
In the open, Wei Yi's victory did not bring him up all the way up to 50%, but it did drop Andrey Esipenko into the sole position there at the bottom of the cross table. Javokhir still leads by 1.5 points ahead of Fabiano, Caruana, the only 2 players in plus. And in the women's, Anna Muzychuk is on +2, leading after the first half of the tournament, with Vaishali now joining her in the positive column on +1, 4 out of 7. 5 players on 50%.
I do not understand this, because if Anna has +2 and Vaishali +1,
yeah, Bibisara
Tan has -2, the math does not add up.
Yeah, the math is not mathing. I think Bibisara is on 3 points.
Yeah. Cannot fool us. Now, let us get to the player of the day. I'm not sure if Sindarov won this time. No! Wei Yi earning his first player of the day. Graphic congratulations to Wei Yi. The very nice victory, the black pieces against Andrey Esipenko. This will mean a lot to him. And we have arrived at the end of today's show, Peter. We, of course, would like to thank the hosts and partners of the FIDE candidates, the beautiful Cap St. George's Hotel, where we are, the Republic of Cyprus, Chess Federation of Cyprus, long-standing partners of FIDE, Freedom Holding Corporation, and the Scheinberg family. Peter Svidler, you have the last word.
The first half is done, and well, what a half it has been with one player garnering all the attention in the Open tournament, and still everything to play for in the women's.
Matthias Bluebaum has been amazing.
He has. That haircut, though. And we are, just as the players are, off for a deserved day of rest. And we will be back with the second half of the tournament, which will involve 2 breaks instead of 1. Players.
Well, I said the last word. I meant something quick. Dinner is closing.
Well, I don't know why you thought I would pay sort of any attention to your non.
See you guys in 2 days or something. Same
Yes.
time, same place. Good night.
That is the case.
Playing in the FIDE candidates is a huge mental task, which is why it's important to have a great support structure around you as a player. And our players do have that. They've got family, seconds, people who have come along to support them in this journey. Let's sit down with a few of them and find out what it's really like behind the scenes. I'm joined by Hikaru's wife, Atusa, who is also the mother of their child. Such a big role in the family you have here, also supporting Hikaru. Tell me what that's like, the biggest tournament of his life and also being family here.
Yeah, it's not that easy to be a mom, especially the first few months. But since we had this important tournament, Hikaru wanted us to come. So we just came with him a few days earlier. And it's really great to be here. I mean, I was with him for 3 candidates. So this is a beautiful place. I really like here. And yeah, everything is fine.
So you have some experience about kind of dealing with him at the candidates. What is something you've learned along the way?
I mean, as a chess player, I know that when you have a major event, it's usually stressful. So it's not that easy, especially if you're playing a long game. It might be easy for people outside, but it is not actually easy for the person who's playing, and because everything is on that person. It's an individual sport, so you have the responsibility for the whole game, and also it's not just one game. It's a long run, and I think usually candidates. Okay, it's the second important. I think the most important tournament after World Championship match. So everyone is. I would say it's a stressful event, at least for me.
I'm here in the VIP area with Bibisara's mom, Liana. Liana, you are here with Bibisara at her first FIDE Women's Candidates. Tell me what that's like.
Да, на самом деле это первый кандидатский чемпионат, в котором Бибисара участвует. Мы очень рады здесь присутствовать, рады ее поддерживать и очень надеемся, что она выиграет. Я как мама, естественно, и как ее менеджер прикладываю все усилия, чтобы она хорошо себя чувствовала, чтобы у нее все в порядке было со здоровьем, чтобы питание у нее был график, чтобы все, как говорится, было в порядке и в норме. И чтобы она была с хорошим настроением. Это самое главное.
And as a mother, you must be so proud of seeing her growth over, the last few years. Tell me about that.
Конечно, я рада ее результатам, и мы с детства, с 7 лет шли к этому турниру, и я считаю, что на самом деле Бибисара может больше, и я уверена, что она покажет еще больше лучших результатов.
Спасибо. Пожалуйста. I'm here with Divya's mother, who has been part of her journey in this chess scene for over 15 years now. And you're here at the candidates. We want to know a little bit about what happens behind the scenes, what it's like being here with a candidate at her first tournament.
Thank you for having me here. Actually, it is a privilege for us to be here in the candidates. It's first time for Divya. So it's altogether different experience for us. And I feel that it's great. It's a privilege to be here.
And tell me about how you support her behind the scenes. While she's focusing on the chess, what are you doing?
Actually, it is a teamwork. And though the player is in the limelight, but I feel the whole bunch of family, coaches and everybody, they are involved in that. And we've been doing this for 15 years. So family do play a great role, and it is emotional support and also the other support the player needs, the food, the sleep, the mental relaxation and many other things, that little things that matter. They can be very well taken care of if the parent is there.
And it's been quite a journey seeing Divya grow from our side, but from your side, you must be so proud of her and how far she's come.
Yeah, I am proud of her, and also I feel that a lot of hard work has gone into it, not just by Divya but also as a family. Everybody has put in a lot of hard work, and I feel right decision making is also very important, that you take correct decisions in life. So still long way to go for us, but we have also learned and by all the experiences, and also Divya was proving it time and again, so it was all the more easy for us to come along.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck to Divya.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Andrey Esipenko's dad, Yevgeny, who has also brought the whole family along to support Andrey. You came a few days later after he had some not so great results. Tell me how you supported him, what energy you had to bring here to Cyprus.
Ну, всегда, когда семья находится рядом, это, я считаю, поддержка для спортсмена, для Андрея. Начало, конечно, получилось не самое лучшее, но, надеюсь, Андрей сможет показать достойную игру. Вот. Он серьезно готовился к этому турниру. Вот. Надеюсь, что все дальше будет хорошо.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Welcome to the Round 7 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm joined by Vaishali Rameshbabu, who just won her game against Tan Zhongyi. Vaishali, another crazy game, a second win in a row. What do you have to say for us?
I mean, it was a horrible game. I don't deserve this point at all. Okay, she just blundered towards the end, and yeah, it was just a bad game from me from the start. I think everything went wrong from the beginning.
Yeah, it was a topsy-turvy game. You managed to equalize after being worse for a lot of moves, and then your opponent sadly blundered. Take me through your emotions of the game from opening, middle game, and then end game.
Okay, she surprised me with this, I don't know what they call this line.
This old Philidor?
Yeah, some Philidor, and I just knew some ideas, but I don't know what this b6 is. Probably I should just play knight f3 and okay, I saw bishop a6, but it shouldn't be anything. Yeah, I can just play some a4, b4 or something. Already here I was not sure like how to put my pieces. I wanted to play rook e1. Try to get like this, knight g3, knight f3. It could be like a normal game. I mean, I was thinking something like this. Not sure how it will go. Okay, f4 was already, I was not sure, yeah. Like all our pieces are developed, I'm still yet to develop. I mean, my pieces are not yet in a good squares, and it's a bit of risk. I felt I was not sure.
But with a move like f4, you're telling her you want an absolute dynamic fight, no?
Yeah, I hesitated a lot. I spent some time. Yeah, in the end, I just decided to go for it. Yeah, here I had some options like FED, d5, but she gets c6, and FED, knight g3 also, she gets c5. And she breaks the center, so I played knight g3. Bishop a6, I was not sure. I mean, if she wants to do something like she can do, I mean, e4 I thought was better way to play. Rook f4, and I mean, something like this I was checking. I was not sure. Some bishop h6, rook h4 was there, and knight g4, h3. The rook on f4 felt odd. I mean, I'd prefer to keep the rook on f1, but I was not sure, and she played bishop a6, rook f3. This c5, e5.
And now the game gets really crazy, kind of like a Benoni type of structure. What was going through your mind here? Like,
yeah, if I play d5 here, it's just a better version of Benoni. She has like so many moves, tempo up, and okay, I play d5, knight e8, and I had many tempting options here. I spent, I don't know, most of my time here, and like what I played was kind of a backup option. I was looking at some rook a3, some knight h5 ideas, but I was not, I mean, it was not really working, yeah. And bishop e4, I thought this was also an interesting move. I should play rook a3.
Oh.
Okay, but okay, she, like rook a3, bishop b5, queen b3. So if knight c5 I take and go b4. Because I thought if cd4, bishop a8, queen a8, this is some interesting position, yeah, good compensation. Maybe I'm not sure. And okay, she played rook c8. Yeah, maybe I had something better to play, but I just did not see. And okay, I went for this bishop b7. And okay, when I went for this line, I totally missed queen a5. Yeah, I realized only when she was thinking for rook b8, yeah, basically, and I didn't know what to do. Bishop b5, rook b5. I saw knight c4 here and maybe some dc5. Like, okay, I'm exchange down and this queen is kind of stuck, and I was trying to find something here, like to keep some compensation and play. Like if f5, she gets bishop h6, and okay, I cannot move the pawn bishop d4, and I don't know what else. So I just played knight b3. I know it's just very bad. ed6 and okay. Okay, if I don't play ed6, I'll also be in a tough position with a pawn down.
Pawn down, yeah.
And okay, this is also very bad. Like she can play queen g3. Even this should be like just rook c8, rook c2. Yeah, I mean, my bishop c1 is stuck, and I don't know.
And then that d-pawn is rushing down as well.
Even queen e2 is very strong. Queen f2, d3.
Yeah, and did you know like that this knight e4 felt funny? I mean, now you can see that it's a blunder, but did you feel like here that the tide turned?
No, this is a forcing line. Yeah, I already saw queen f2, d3, bishop e3, and for knight e4, I was counting on knight g3 trick. At least it looked better than it was. I was still not sure if maybe there is. It's still bad for me, but I thought this is something I can hope for, and I don't know what exactly is winning here or anything. Maybe for bishop b2, I was planning to play this and d8. Still, this d-pawn is quite tricky because if knight e3, she gets bishop c3. Yeah, rook c1, d2, and knight e3. This is bad.
Conclusive, yeah. So yeah, back there, just yeah, instead of knight e4, rook e8 is the move.
Rook
which
e8,
I don't know if
bishop
that was
a7.
apparent to you.
No, I thought I'll take the pawn a7.
It's kind of like an innocuous move, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw some rook c8, rook c2 and all, but everywhere I thought I at least take the a7 pawn and okay, I'm not losing immediately. Maybe, I don't know what's... rook e8, bishop a7 and then bishop b2.
And what's the difference compared to taking on b2 immediately?
Because here I don't get rook e1.
Oh.
Maybe I don't know, something like this. I think it was not clear. She went knight e4.
Yeah, very difficult to find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But earlier there should be like more simple ways to play. I mean, like all my pieces are stuck. Some queen d1. I don't know what my next move is actually. I was planning to play b3, but even knight e4 it should be just lost. Yeah.
And how do you, like, you're suffering through this like worse position, right? How do you mentally prepare yourself to just find the best moves and try to fight?
Okay, I had no other choice. I was just, I got into worse position. It was just a bad game from me, and okay, I have to play whatever is left. Yeah, so, like for me, luckily, none of the tricks works. Like rook e1 and I don't know, some knight g3, h3, rook e8, rook e2, bishop d4, king f2. Like everything is protected, and yeah, there were some lines, but okay. I mean, okay, it was everything was saving by one move. Like she tried rook e8, king f2. Yeah,
and
this
so now you've equalized
something. I still was not sure,
Still
but I think I can. I thought at least I can defend for some time. I mean, I can try to hold. Yeah. Okay. I think. Yeah. Okay. It's hard to say this.
And describe the moment where you saw rook a1 on the board.
No, okay. When she played, rook a1, I think she soon realized. Yeah, she could not press the clock. I mean, she saw it, and it's very tough. Yeah, I just feel very bad. Okay.
And then you have a very pleasant endgame of a bishop.
This is probably the best position I got in the entire game.
But it's still, like, you still have to maneuver a little bit around. What did you think about this endgame?
No, it should be winning. I mean, I just stopped the pawn on a4 itself, and I'm a full piece up. Can't complain about this.
Can't complain. Very good game. Okay, we're going to open up questions to the reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand. And a mic will be sent your way. Yes, over here. Here we go. Please turn on the mic.
Okay. Congratulations, Vaishali. I would like to see your thought process on why choosing knight b3. Okay, I understand you're in a time pressure. However, I mean, okay, I don't want to say knight c4 was kinda obvious because okay, it's not, you're not putting in a forced position to your knight. So I would like to see your thought process on knight b3 and what you saw and maybe why you take that decision.
Yeah, exactly. I showed like knight c4, queen a6, a b5, queen a1, and I didn't see what to play here. I mean, maybe there is something I missed.
Okay, yeah, because knight b3 like takes and...
No, knight b3 is bad. It looks, I mean, it's obvious it's bad, but I also thought knight c4 is also equally bad. I was not sure.
Okay, yeah, but have you seen all the queen e1 check after knight b3, right? Or you just play instantly knight b3 considering that?
No, I spent some 5-6 minutes. I thought I have to make some decision. It was already, I mean, I was very low on clock and okay, if I don't see anything here, at least knight b3 and play on. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Jafar from Prime Chess. Vaishali, obviously looking at the game, it looks completely chaotic. But in real time, what's actually going on in your mind? When you're in that time pressure, your opponent blunders, you have to capitalize on it, and you have to convert that into a win, which sometimes can still be hard. So are you like calm and collective, or is it, what's really going on in your mind in those final moments?
Okay, this one, when she blended, it was a full piece, so it was not so hard to convert with less time. Okay, there are games where it's very difficult with less time, so I think this one was just a full piece blender, so it was easy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Other questions from the floor? If not, I'm going to rest you a happy rest day. Do you have any plans?
Don't know. Try to play good chess in the remaining games.
There you go.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome to the Round 7 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm joined by Wei Yi, who just won his game against Andrey Esipenko. Wei Yi, this was a great game by you. This is a one-sided game that never went against you. How do you feel despite your difficult start with this game?
I feel, so happy to win again before the first half part of the event and also before the second rest day.
Yeah.
Yes, and after a tough start, yes.
So you get your win, you have rest tomorrow, yes. Now you can relax a little bit.
Yes.
Let's look at the game a little bit. By the way, this is the only opponent who you had played very recently, Andrey Esipenko, and you had two Petrovs in Goa in the World Cup.
Yes.
Did this knowledge help you coming into this game, having played the Petrov so much against his style?
Yes, in Goa he played some like interesting idea in knight c3 lines, but today he comes like by even more interesting idea.
It was knight c3. It was this line twice,
yes.
right?
Yes.
This one. And then castling long?
Yes, he played bishop f4 idea, which was not the most common line, but very interesting line. Yes. Yeah. And today he played queen e2. Yeah, it was the surprise.
Yeah, a huge surprise. How surprised were you?
Yes, I was shocking because
shocked.
Yeah, like the surprise in first move is not, not usual.
There's not even one
Yeah.
Grandmaster game in the database from move 4, which is astonishing.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yes.
So Queen E2, what was going through your mind here as black after this?
Yes, I think after Queen E2, White has some ideas like shot lone castle and play for the attack maybe on the king side. Yeah. So I think after this, Black need to play carefully. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I played like a few safe moves after that. Yes.
So knight d6, is this one of the safe moves?
Yes, because if you play knight f6, then sometimes White has g4, g5 idea. But
in the future, yes. In the future, yeah.
Yes. So I don't like this move. Maybe it was the best. I don't know. Yeah.
Nice. So knight d6, keeping the small edge for black.
Yeah.
And a few moves later, I want to ask you a question on this moment here.
Yes. I think he want to win again. That's why he's decided to save pieces and try to push. But I think maybe he missed Queen E8 because after that White cannot go castle because Queen A4 was so powerful. Yeah.
Let's show this. So let's talk about this moment first.
Yeah.
So you saying bishop d2, he wants to keep pieces on the board, and this signals to you that he wants an attacking game.
Yes, but for me, like the same. I also want to try to win.
So you see bishop d2. Does in your mind you think this is a mistake?
Yes, because after Queen E8, I didn't see any good moves for White. And suddenly, White cannot play, cannot move the knight, and also cannot castle. So.
And on castles, it's really scary, right?
Yeah, and
there's
even,
maybe some bishop f5 in the future.
Yes, and also White cannot play like the moves like g4 because, I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a very interesting line. This bishop d7, correct? Oh no, it was later. Sorry, if a3, bishop d7, g4, rook ae8.
Okay, I didn't see this, but I feel like after a3, White was in danger.
Even maybe some ideas with bishop takes.
Yes.
And so so you were happy to see bishop d2. You already knew Queen e8 was better, and you didn't see any move for White.
Yes. Also, he cannot play g4 because after 97, Black always has f5.
Oh.
Yeah. So his king cannot castle.
Castle short, can't castle long.
Yes.
So the king is stuck in the center, and your advantage is based on the weak king from now on.
Yes.
So Queen e8, and now Esipenko plays King d1.
Yeah, and now
did you think this was a acceptable move?
Yes, okay. I don't like this move, but I didn't see any, better moves for White. So yeah, but of course after this I felt like Black has to be better. Big advantage.
Yeah.
So I decided to go attack directly.
Oh, sorry.
E5. Yes.
Sorry. So you go Queen a4 here.
Yeah, here I was. I was calculating b6 or b5, but maybe b5 was more dangerous for White.
So your goal is just to open up on this king.
Yeah, Black just wants to go b4.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now you go c5, and this is very exciting stuff.
Yes.
You're going for one result. The king is open, and you're just.
Yes, and also White's rook on a1 was bad placed.
Do you tell yourself in your mind that you're up significantly in material when your opponent has a dead rook on a1?
Yes.
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 Yeah. So bishop d3. And when did it get from bad to worse for your opponent? When did you feel?
Maybe after Queen b1, because I'm not sure how good Black was after c takes d4. Yeah, Queen a6.
Wait, what moment?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I knew that black was much better, but I'm not sure how much can.
Yeah,
but
it's only -1 here.
Yes, but King B1, I feel like.
King B1. Oh, here.
Yeah.
So after King B1, you thought.
Yeah, I thought black had the winning position. Yes.
So now you go Rook AC8. You take the file, and here there was even ideas of playing this. Oh, you played it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I remember in the studio they were talking about this before it happened, and it's a beautiful sacrifice.
Maybe it's the most direct way to
attack here.
Yes,
yes. Reminiscent of Alekin, who invented this Russian sack, Russian exchange sack. Okay, so 92, 97, G4, now Rook C8, and now H4. And this is a big turning moment in the game. Did you feel this when you saw H4?
After this, maybe he wants to create some counterattacks, but after that, it gave me more time to play on the queen side.
Yes. Yeah. So this plan is just, to you, entirely wrong because you have so much time now to create counterplay on the queen side.
Yes.
So B4, and now he finally takes.
Yeah, maybe Queen E3 was the only move to try in this position. But I saw maybe Rook C7, Rook C7, and if he take on B5 and take on Rook C1.
Sorry.
Maybe maybe now black has Knight F5 after Rook C1.
Knight F5.
Yeah, because if you take, I can go Rook E8.
Incredible.
Yes, but
very interesting line. Yes. So you were even more happy to see the text move.
Yes, because after that, it seemed clear for black. Yeah.
And now it was clear from here on out, and a few moves later, Rook B8 and Rising.
Yeah.
Very clean game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we're opening up questions to the reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and a mic will be given to you. Yes, in front.
Jafar from Prime Chess. Yi, after taking some time away from chess, focusing on school, you then end up coming back, winning the Tata Steel, qualifying for the candidates. Now that you're in the tournament and just got you a win, do you feel much sharper now that you've returned since before when you were playing chess?
So you're better now than before you came back?
Yes, I think now I got much more experience from high-level tournaments like Norway Chess Tata Steel World Cup. And also I had more time to work on chess. So I think so, yeah.
Very impressive. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the floor? Oh, we have a question in front here. Yes.
Wei Yi, Michael from FIDE Media. Congratulations, that was a fantastic performance. So we were talking when I came with you through the passage. You used to be a player delivering these type of performances every other game. But lately, your style seems to have changed a bit to more maybe technical, positional, safe, but you can still produce these performances. So could you give us a bit of explanation about why this happens?
Yeah, I mean, no, I think even if I played some quiet openings like Petrov, but I still tried to find some chances like which happened in this game. So I don't think my styles change very much. Yes.
So it's more dependent on the opportunities that your opponents give you?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I also asked him this question in our pre-tournament interview, and he told me that given the position, he'll be 2017 Wei Yi all over again. So I thought I would add that. Any other questions from the floor? Perfect. Wei Yi, have a happy rest day and rest, relax, and best of luck for round 8.
Thank you.
Cheers.